buddy. How's Casca?
Ababui. Uh-oh.
Hey,
There he is.
Casca.
What's that?
How's Casca?
She's doing better now. She's actually eating her food, which is good.
What happened?
I don't know. Just randomly on Tuesday morning, she hawked up a massive fur ball, and then she wouldn't stop. Just like periodically like spitting up like white foam and nothing. Like she's trying to throw up, but nothing was coming out. And she wasn't.
Did she have like a chocolate or something?
No, she doesn't really eat anything she's not supposed to usually. But
Okay.
the most concerning thing for me was that she wasn't eating. So she didn't eat anything
Like, for how long?
She didn't eat anything on Tuesday, like straight up, over 24 hours.
That's very unusual for a cat.
Yeah. Well,
Very unusual.
she doesn't like gorge herself all that much. Like she rarely finishes her meals in the first place, but she'll at least eat, especially breakfast. She'll usually finish her meal. But she literally didn't eat anything on Tuesday. And then I had an appointment set up, a vet appointment on Wednesday. They gave me some like anti-nausea medicine, which is kind of hard to get a cat to take when they're not eating the food that you sprinkle it into.
All right, because you can't just sprinkle it.
Yeah. But eventually, she fortunately did start eating a little bit on Wednesday, so I was able to give her some of that.
That's Lily.
Yeah, and then she regressed a little bit on Thursday, which is why I had to cancel stream that day. And then today she's doing all right. So I'd say she's probably made like a 90% recovery. Yeah, she's still kind of low energy, but she's at least eating all of her meals, and she hasn't tried to vomit at all today. So that's good.
Thanks God.
Yeah.
How old is she?
She's gonna turn 5 in a couple weeks.
She's got a long way ahead. She's got a long way.
She
You don't have
does.
to worry
Yes, she
about
does.
it. Yeah.
Thank you for coming in uniform, Steven.
You're welcome.
I'm
It's
fine.
it's what I do.
It's a beaver thing.
It's a beaver thing.
All right, hang on. I left my drink on the counter. I gotta
Bush
grab it.
says bushiest beaver.
I don't know. We'll get someone to fix that.
We're the ones who gotta fix that. What is Diesel talking about? Forcing something in their mouth and then stroking their throat until they swallow.
You literally force it in your
That's
mouth, hold it, and stroke
disgusting.
their throat until they swallow. Yeah, I would have to. Well, I'm talking
You
about
disgust me.
giving medicine to my cat.
Is that what you call your penis? That's
Yeah.
gross, dude.
You.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Sometimes
You
the
stick
cat
it
needs
down its throat,
medicine.
and then just massage its, or you stick it down its hole, and then you just massage its throat until it goes through.
It goes,
Yeah. Oh,
Ew.
jeez.
Ew.
Oh, but she feels way better after.
Trust
Of
me.
course. Of course.
Trust
That's
me,
what
I'm
every
a
girl said.
doctor. I saw it in a TikTok. new cat health hack.
Tell them to just let it happen, says Jesus Christ.
You look your cat right in the eyes and you say, "Relax your throat."
Just let it go in. I can't. Y'all pick the best like one-liners to drop before I just hear a cracking beer can. It's insane.
I think Steven's just got a can on backup for that sort of thing.
I do. I always just have one. There's not-
He's got
Jesus
like a-
Christ.
I'm picturing a mini fridge next to his desk.
I actually have contemplated just getting a mini fridge. Like,
I got just
Dude,
the thing
imagine.
for this.
even
One-
though my fridge is literally like 10
It's
steps
an
away.
eyesight. You can see it from where
I
you're
can literally
sitting.
see it from here, but I have to get
You
up.
have to get up from your chair, right?
Exactly, and I don't know if I like that. There's no room on my desk though, so I'd have to put it like under my desk or behind me. I guess I can put it behind me.
Have a nice little.
But it's just one less thing you have to get up for.
That's what I'm saying.
As you slowly deteriorate into your chair.
Yeah, my body
Yes,
is subject
sir.
to such little physical activity. I need
Might as
the
well-
walk to the fridge.
Might as well cut that shit out while I have the chance, you know.
Let's just eliminate all of it. Like I'm already like 90% sedentary. I just need that last little bit.
You know what? Turn me into a vegetable. I'll do it. As long as I can work my upper body, I'm fine.
Well, down to a certain point. Like let's let the cutoff be like don't cut out the fun bits.
Sure.
Oh yeah. I want my belly button to work.
Attaboy.
As long as I can get the fun sensations in my belly button, I think we're good.
Yeah, baby.
Belly button up.
Oh my god.
Do y'all get the joke of this week's stream title?
I didn't see the. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
So there's a new discussion
What
that's
the
been
man
going
wins.
around. There's a new discussion going around of people legitimately debating and getting into like red or like black, blue, like white, gray, whatever, or white and yellow dress argument, like level arguments of.
It really boils down to people just not understanding.
Yes.
Certain strengths of.
The question is, who would win in a fight, 100 men or one gorilla?
100 men or one gorilla?
Yep.
Yeah. If you pit 100 men versus one gorilla, who would win?
Oh.
There is a right answer, by the way.
And it's all hand to hand.
It's all no weapons, and the men are a randomly selected pool of men.
Yeah, men win.
What?
You're insane.
What
Are
the
you
hell?
kidding me?
You're
What are
absolutely
you talking about?
What do you mean?
This is a numbers game, you fools.
Yeah, but
No,
not
this is
all
a raw
100 men
power
can
game.
attack the gorilla at once. You can
No,
maybe get like 10
you can-
hands on it at
if you-
once, and then the gorilla, one punch, you're dead.
Dude.
What? Well, let me put it this
And
way.
imagine the psychological damage of seeing people getting ripped
Hold on.
apart. in
You
front.
aren't gonna have 100 men cooperating.
This isn't a matter.
God,
This
no.
is y'all are picturing like a sort of Donnie Yen Ip Man situation where it's like one man goes to the gorilla first, and then the other guy like.
I'm telling you,
follows
even
him
if
No,
they
even if they all-
No,
all
just
he needs to do is
think about it.
spin around with his arms, and those men are fucked.
Just think about it. The men are not soldiers. They are randomly selected. So they are always cowards. So when one or
okay,
two
but then
men
you can
start
say the same
running
thing
out,
about maybe
running away,
maybe
they
the
will
gorilla
run
has-
away.
Maybe the gorilla has autism. I don't know. What are the stipulations we're putting here? Why does the gorilla get to be OP and every single man is like maybe
Because it's a
bunch of
gorilla.
Gorilla is
It's
OP.
literally like 400 pounds of pure muscle. Actually,
Listen,
more than
I
that. It's like
understand.
10,000 pounds of pure muscle.
I never said that you would at the end still have 100 men. The argument is not the argument is not at the end. It's still 100 men surviving and one.
No, but
versus
even
a
then,
gorilla.
once you lose like a
It's
dozen
who
men,
comes out
morale's
on
gonna
top.
fucking drop.
Y'all are bringing like this is not a psychological problem.
It
This
is. It's
y'all are
everything.
taking-
It's
no,
all
y'all
art
are
of
taking
war
too much
shit
into
here.
account. Okay, hold on. Well then, okay, then let's make this psychological. If this is a situation of life or death, and these men, you're trapped in a cage, like the fight is there regardless.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no man would ever agree to this.
Sure.
So the fact that you've
Yeah, they're
already
basically
trapped them-
drafted into this fight with a gorilla.
you have trapped them in, and it is a life or death situation between 100 men and one gorilla.
Yes.
So the only way out of this is to win.
Or
Okay?
die.
There's no like
Die.
there's no my morale is done. Guess I'll back up and just let the gorilla's going to kill
No,
you.
that's
Dude,
what- that's
morale
not
will
what's
still play
happening
a
in the real
role in
world.
this.
I don't, it's not like
There
a
will be
morale
at
thing,
least
they-
50 men.
Or
just
even
running
would it
away
change the
and scream.
situation if this wasn't in a cage? You were in an open field versus a gorilla. Is that
No,
gorilla gonna
no.
die?
What do you mean? Like just over time? I think that you
In
can
a-
literally just outlive the gorilla.
You know
If
what?
you have the ability
now
to
I
roll-
understand why this can't be.
That's what I'm saying. That's what
Hold
I'm saying.
on.
And I'm glad. I'm honestly glad that at least one person has the wrong opinion here, so we can have a debate about
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
Let-
yeah.
let's-
And
no,
this
hold
time
on.
it's Andrew.
Y'all,
I mean,
but y'all,
I mean,
y'all are taking.
I mean,
hold on.
everyone is
As
right,
usual.
but someone is
Hold
wrong.
on.
Okay,
Hold on.
let's put it this way: everyone is right, but someone is wrong.
Y'all are taking the opinion like you're just doing like gorillas are strong, therefore 100 men cannot
Oh
beat a
yeah,
gorilla.
but it's not just like gorillas are strong. It's like gorillas can just literally rip you in half.
Have
I know,
killing
I know.
capacity for. What
listen,
are humans gonna
okay,
do?
why
What are they
don't-
gonna
why
do?
don't- why
Like
don't
jump
one
on it and
man
like
can
punch
do
it?
to
Try and
gorilla?
choke it out? Are you kidding?
Yeah, what a one man can do to gorilla.
You literally just start breaking things. Like,
What? Break what?
What are you breaking? How are you breaking it?
They have opposable hands that do a lot of
You,
the
oh
work.
yeah, you gonna let
Dude.
you grab at his fingers and break them? And
There's-
also,
there's
how many
100
men
of
do
you.
you imagine can
There's
actually get
100
on
of
the thing
you.
at once?
There's 100 men, meaning the gorilla, and the gorilla is not like Ip Manning them where he's like back kicking you
All
and
he has
shit.
to do is just do a spin move,
All he
and
has to do
that's
is
10 guys dead.
Just
That's it.
Just one swing from gorilla can kill like a 3 man.
How-
One
okay,
swing,
is-
just one swing.
What is the range? What is the range of sizes of the men that we're allowing here? And the same applies to the gorilla.
if you're of draftable age, you're in the fight, or you can be randomly selected. How about that?
So it could be anything from a little tiny 100-pound twink all the way up to like a 400-pound dude.
Yes. And you
That-
can
see,
also
this-
you can also have like a
this is
martial
what I
artist
know.
master. You can have like an MXC fighter, or not MXC, whatever, the the cage fighting thing is you can have a wide swath of people, but it's a variety of people.
You have to listen. I'm thinking the long haul of this fight, not the first 10 seconds to decide everything.
Sure.
You know what's really weak on any animal? The eyes. Fucking gouge.
Good luck getting the fucking eyes, man. Are you kidding me?
You're still acting like it's a one-on-one. There are 100 men.
Dude,
You still fucking grab
This
this
is
thing.
what's gonna happen.
All right, thank you,
I'll put it in
Steven.
terms you understand. I'll put it in
All right,
terms.
hang on. All right. I'll turn this on here.
This is what the gorilla's doing.
It's gonna do some damage. And,
Guys, just go flying.
and I agree with you.
What's happening?
I agree with you, Andrew, in the fact that like if the men were to win, not all of them are gonna make it. How many people in that group do you think are gonna be willing to fall on the sword like that?
But this
Those
is
guys have swords.
the point. This is the point. You are all stuck in this cage until the winning party leaves.
I don't think I can count on a variety of 100 different men having the same outlook as you, Andrew. Like,
no, but it's not about the
I can
same
see you
outlook.
being like dedicated. It's like I either die here or like I finish this. Some people
But
are
you're
gonna
saying-
cower in a corner and piss themselves.
Yes,
There's people.
They're gonna wait for like the first dozen people to go, and all that's gonna do to the gorilla is kind of just like get it excited. And now
No,
you
okay,
have
hold
like
on,
you
hold
have
on,
like 80
hold
people
on.
against a
What do y'all-
gorilla.
Who wants to volunteer to attack first?
Not me.
What are y'all basing the enthusiasm of the gorilla on?
Not about the
It's
The gorilla
animal
is-
instincts. It's desire to
The gorilla
live.
does not. No, yes, the gorilla is, but the gorilla has. Okay, do we agree that all animals have stamina?
Sure, and I can also
Do
admit
you
that a
not
gorilla
think
has
that
a
stamina-
fuck ton of it.
Based on what? Based on what? Based on what?
Dude,
I'm
seeing it
crazy.
move, man.
And Korea.
Yeah, you've just watched a gorilla like fumble around in a small confined space. Yes, a gorilla's gonna kill at least a third of the men, but at some point, gorilla gonna get tired. So even if all the men run away, and again, I don't know if this is a confined cage. Like we need to set the parameters here. So let's assume it is a confined area because it is a winner like leaves, loser dies.
Let's
in the
say
cage
it's
type of
100
situation.
meters. 100
But- okay,
meters.
but
Okay.
let's
not
say-
meter, what is 30
So
yards?
even if you run, the gorilla's gonna have
Yeah.
to chase around and stuff eventually, right? Like, I don't like the combined brain power of the humans there. Even if it's running away consistently, I know they're strong. You don't have to show a video of how strong a gorilla is.
No, continue making your point. I'll just have this on in the background.
It's also one gorilla. Like look at how, dude. Yes,
Dude.
it'll take out a couple of. It's gonna take out a third of the men.
They're
But
so fast
numbers
for their
will win.
size. Are you kidding me? I don't
Numbers
think
will
so.
win. It's
I don't
100
think
men.
so.
Okay, the
Andrew, all you have
thing
to do
is,
is just like grab your arm and it's ripped off.
All you have to do is
point
swipe
that
and your
gorilla
face is
kill-
fucking gone.
at the point,
It's not
gorilla.
it's not
killed
the Megazord.
one of the men,
It's
the
going to.
rest of the men will be panic.
But they have to stay. Y'all are acting like it's
Once
like
panic sets in,
It's like-
any sort of plan is out the window
You're
immediately.
talking about the ideal situation that every man is like in the corner, like they are gonna like fight like a hero. That's the ideal situation.
Why are y'all assuming that the majority? Y'all are assuming that the majority of men in there all just run. But you okay? If there was a draft, so you like you knew that you okay. How are you getting drafted? Did you sign up to be drafted? Is this just randomly
No,
selected? Like
it's just
only-
like I'm just
only
using
get-
like draftable age just to like set the standard of like there's no children in here. Everybody is like a legal adult up to a certain age. I don't know when you
What's the
stop getting
age?
drafted.
What's the age? Okay, so it's
I don't know, when do you
military
start
age.
getting drafted?
35.
18 to 35.
Okay,
All right.
let's look up,
So there
let's
you
look
go.
up military
Men in the
age. And I
prime of their
assume-
life.
Okay, and it's also like you can't be drafted if you have like physical ailments that would keep you from being in
No.
like a military service.
This is a military service.
This is just
so
an
random
age thing.
draft
Yeah,
just
so
to
you
make
can
sure
have
there's-
people with disabilities too.
Yes.
Sure.
Why does the gorilla have to go up against any of that?
It's
I
a
don't know.
fucking gorilla.
It's a
Do
gorilla.
gorillas have wheelchairs? I've never seen a gorilla in a wheelchair.
Well, because those gorillas fucking die.
If,
They don't
if,
get
if you want to
wheelchairs.
use an argument, it's a numbers
Gorilla
game.
is-
Like, yeah, there's a chance out of 100 people, you might get someone who like is missing an arm or something, or you might get someone with autism, maybe.
Or you
One
have
gorilla-
someone who literally is paralyzed or
Yeah.
have
There is a
quadriplegic.
war
Right.
that pities of survivor.
You might also
Gorilla
get like a
survived
fucking
so
bodybuilder or
bad,
somebody who's
harsh
fucking
environment,
yoked.
But human did not. So you know, if your logic only applies with the people who has a background of like a soldier, military, like a.
They don't have weapons though. They don't have
That's not what I mean.
weapons.
That's not what I mean.
But
That's not what I
it's
mean.
not
That's
the
not what I
case.
mean.
Okay,
That's not what I mean.
historically approved that if that
Oh,
like
shit.
hunters men have a military service background, they can win the battle. But
How-
if this is a randomly selected group, they will not survive. They will
Yeah.
totally not survive.
On
It's
average, there's like
militia. Yeah.
on average 30% of adults have some type of disability. So if you just 70 men, if you want to take those out,
That's
70
what I'm.
men
That's what I'm
versus
asking.
gorilla.
That's why I'm
Do
asking.
you
Like,
still
But
think
what are
that
we
if-
talking
if we're
about
being-
disability wise? Does that mean like
Well,
wheelchair
I'm trying
bound,
to-
or does that mean they wear glasses? You know?
Well, it just
No, I mean,
disqualifies them in
this-
Andrew's
I
eyes
mean-
to be real humans.
No. What I'm trying to figure out is y'all are saying like no matter anything goes for the people side, and they're
Yeah.
also all like scared, even though they know the context of which
I
like
just-
it's a survival.
I
thing.
just know what
At
people like.
least,
A significant enough number of them will be
At least
scared that
half of
it'll
them.
fuck up the people who don't get scared.
That's
Is what
a
I'm saying.
moral. It's
You
a-
can't get
historically
100
approved.
people to coordinate
Moral
to that
drop.
degree.
Yeah.
But at a certain, okay, do we agree that this is still animals versus animal?
Okay.
Sure.
So instincts are still going to apply. So
Sure.
fear and flight are still going. Listen, fear and flight are still going to apply to both sides.
Yeah.
And the gorilla is not guaranteed to engage right away.
Sure.
Like this, all of it, it's still just an animal, right? You have to force
Why am
it
I
to
doing
defend
lines here?
itself. The gorilla is not just going to like. You have to apply the same to both sides. So there is some strategy. Now, did they rile this fucking gorilla up? Did they shoot it beforehand?
Wait.
Like, the gorilla-
Check this shit out. Scientist settles the viral 100 men versus gorilla debate. NBC
Oh,
News.
well, let's
Okay, well, let's
see it.
let science.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Let's
Whatever
see.
he says.
Let's see what the scientist says, and also what are his credentials.
Simulations, the memes by now. One gorilla, 100 men. Who would win in a fight? The internet.
Look at this video. Okay, it's okay. Is that
No,
what
he's
you're
talking about
picturing?
he's talking about the memes.
They're
That
like
was the meme.
sprinters. They explode for about a minute and then they gas out hard.
Man, I'm taking that gorilla. Man, do people know how
Can we at least all agree that the people who say like I could take that gorilla out, I'd be the one to kill it, they're fucking delusional?
No. The people who think that like, they themselves
Yeah.
can fight a gorilla. That I agree that
Yeah.
is. I'm talking pure numbers here.
I know,
This is
I know.
overwhelming force.
But I'm talking what this guy just says. Like I'll take out that gorilla. That guy's fucking delusional.
No, he's dead. No,
He's
that's
one of
that
those people.
confidence.
He's one of those people that use the arguments like, listen, some of y'all are gonna have to die, and they're not gonna say like some of us. They're gonna say
No,
some of
some of
y'all.
you.
Yeah.
Some of y'all are gonna die.
big them silverback gorillas are?
Surround it, distract it, get on it, you know what I mean?
How are you going to kill it? I haven't heard one logical response or explanation because obviously no tools are allowed.
If we have 100 men out there
have
who are
hands.
willing to die, give me the men.
100 men versus a silverback gorilla. I want to see 100 men versus a critical thought.
Oh, shut up. Okay.
Yeah, this is what I expect of the meme
Here's
debate.
what's not a critical thought. Let's visualize this for a little bit. We're talking about a 400-pound animal
this is
that can grow up to
Fuck
6
it.
feet.
Dope.
I'm not
According to the
disagreeing with
experts'
those
average,
numbers. I
silverback
understand.
gorilla weighs somewhere between 5 to 10 times, or is actually 5 to 10 times stronger than us humans.
Okay.
And just like a lot of you are guilty of out there, mostly guys, we have spent way too much time today thinking
Whoa.
about all of this.
This
to
is
the
a
point that
survey.
it's
This is a
actually
Of
survey.
16 people, that's really that. I don't, this is nothing.
not-
This is nothing.
Is this the science?
38%
A survey of 16 people is
Are you kidding me?
laughable.
Jared. He's a
That's
scientist.
Now,
not
hold on.
They
That
went to a fucking McDonald's or like, hey,
that
you guys
first
know
guy,
opinion.
that first guy that like commented about like how gorillas gas themselves out. That guy's a biologist. I've seen him in videos before, so he's actually
Oh,
contributing.
you just think he's
something.
Brother.
I've never seen that guy in my life.
Brother, how do you
Well,
break a
you're talking
finger
about
like that?
Big. This is
How
not
do you
the
break a
debate over
finger
whether or
like
not-
that?
Yeah, overwhelming force. Gouge, and the eyes are not stronger than a human's eyes, and they still need their eyes. And you can still kill them that way. Like you can fuck an animal up. It's not made of metal. And there's 100
Our
men.
next guest has over 2 decades of
Oh,
experience.
here we go. Here's the
studying and
scientist.
researching gorillas.
Be someone who's actually fought a gorilla and tell me.
This this is off topic, but this is on a news show.
Yeah,
People got
NBC
paid
News.
to do this. People are like
Yep.
watching this on
Well,
TV.
that's the problem is because news shows are basically just Facebook now. So they're
Well,
just all
when-
the memes trickle up into the mainstream.
when
news.
when the news kind of turned into a literal like 24-hour thing, it's like we need stuff to fill the time. Then it just
Just
became
anything.
like just social media that you don't interact with. You just watch. Fuck you, Roka! Are you kidding me?
Yes, thank you. Rocha.
Okay, so
Thank
now
you.
Alright,
now
alright,
the
thank
ties
you.
are
You're
tides are
volunteering
tied. It's me, Jerry, and Steven versus you, Diesel, and Andrew.
I listen. I'm not even feeling crazy about this, and I don't think y'all are crazy either. I just think that I'm really thinking about 100 men versus a gorilla. That gorilla again, stamina's involved. 100 men aren't gonna.
But also, what
100
also is
men are
involved is the
100
amount of
men.
space men take up, and they can't all fight the gorilla at once.
Well, that's exactly, which means like let's say even 20 men can go up first. Like
Yeah, but 20 men, it tears through them so fast.
Yes, but now it's out of energy. Like it is not infinite stamina. It's not infinite stamina.
I feel like it could take out 20 men with a snap of its fingers.
What are y'all basing this on? You're basing
I'm basing it on it being a gorilla.
Imagine how easily a chimpanzee just rips people's faces.
Oh my god,
times that by like 100.
But it still requires strength and energy. That's the science part. It still requires food, energy, and then the burning of calories to do all those things. It will run out. It will overheat. Like its brain and body can only take so much. So in the men, you have at least half, if not more of them, and waiting in the wings for that to happen. So that and to say that like even 20 men jumping this thing do 0 damage, I think that's just not true. It may be like just fractional, but it is damage. It's not nothing.
How do you decide who the first 20 people are?
You don't decide. You're in the cage. You're fighting.
Who's gonna go? Who's gonna make the order? Who's gonna call it?
Off and he won't attack immediately, but someone's got to attack.
Someone's got to be those first 20 men that know they're gonna die. They're just sacrificial lambs to the slaughter to weaken it. I don't want to be that person.
Let
the man have time to think about.
I'm telling you, this is like a mental strategy thing too.
Opinion applies, but this is a cage. They don't have time to think.
Let me paint the scenario. No, this isn't a strategy thing. This isn't a strategy thing. Let me paint the scenario. Let's say, like, okay, are y'all thinking that the gorilla just attacks right away?
I don't know. It doesn't matter when the fight starts. It starts.
But no. This is important though because the initiation of the attack decides a lot. Now, if the gorilla's just chilling in the center while you have 100 men circling around it, and the gorilla just sits there, now you do have time to strategize. Now, if the gorilla just straight up attacks, then it doesn't matter anymore. Now the gorilla's chosen who's fighting it first. So a skirmish is going to happen, and in that moment, maybe it's 10 guys running away from the gorilla, and that gorilla just hunts them down. So, and in that moment, maybe everyone else scrambles and runs away. But in the midst of that, and this is where I was asking about the size of the space. Like, are these guys running a meter away? Are they running 100 meters away? Like, where is the space of all of this taking place? So, if in the middle of that skirmish, now these guys are fighting this thing off. The gorilla has 2 arms. It has 2 arms and a mouth. And it's gonna maybe take out. It's got a big old dick. It's gonna try and it's gonna grab and it's gonna fuck people up. But now there's a tussle. There's that sort of like animated dust ball of fight happening. Gorilla's winning for sure, but now there's chaos and confusion. And in that moment, that's when fight or flight's gonna kick in for the people surrounding. So the people who had to decide whether or not they were gonna fight or not, some percentage of them are gonna jump in. And this is when the gorilla is now having to like fight back. Some damage is going to happen to him. Maybe it's little, maybe it's like a bite mark, maybe it's just little hits or just grabs from the people, but it is wearing it out. This thing is not an infinite being where it has no damage from humans whatsoever. So eventually, like, some of that will whittle it down, and in the confusion and tussle of all of this skirmish, some other people are going to jump in, and this is with no strategy happening. Now you've got 10, 20 people that are there, and you have this whole mass of people behind, and then they realize, like, okay, now it just looks like a mass, like anyone could get in there. Now you mob this thing. People with less at stake have mobbed in those situations against more ridiculous odds with like guns involved to save their own lives. So to think that like those people are like, we could win this and get out and we could live, and that you're saying that none of them is going to pile in on that with the gorilla tiring out.
In your situation, you think people are logical and people will.
No, I'm not saying people are logical.
And there is a screaming like all over the world. Ah!
No, Gary.
And there is a fucking dead body and blood everywhere.
No, Gary.
Okay, I get it. 1 or 2 people might think like logically, like we can win this situation if we work together. Hey guys,
that's not what I'm saying. When in my explanation did I say people were coordinating?
The turning point that you're describing, where everyone sort of turns on because they see the mob, it it's gonna take a lot longer for it to get there than
I agree. I think it'll take a while.
So by that point, there's only like what 50 men left.
Fuck off! Even if that was the case, this thing is tired. I don't care how strong this gorilla is. Killing 50 men. It is not as fresh and spry as at the begining. No way.
It doesn't necessarily need to kill 50 men, but it does just need to incapacitate them, which is peanuts easy.
Do y'all think that after going through 50 men, that gorilla is just as amped and overdrive as?
I don't think it's as tired as you think it would be.
Where are
you getting your stats from?
Yo, human biology, like it has to have stamina. Animals give up and get tired. I've watched enough like nature stuff where even the things.
Why do you think that a gorilla has such a short fuse?
Have y'all watched those videos where like you see like 10 lions attacking like one ox or something like that? And you would probably assume that a lion's got a lot of stamina, right? Like they're literally sprinting and chasing things down. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Would you be willing to say that you could equate the stamina of a lion to a gorilla?
No, because cats have very different stamina than.
You think less?
Like, I think lions have less stamina than a gorilla. Yeah.
Lions are long distance hunters. Lions are long distance hunters. That you think
they
that
also
those have
sleep
less
for like 12, 14 hours a day.
You don't think gorillas migrate? They walk across, but they have territories also that they occupy. But I think it's pretty fair to say that a lion has a comparable stamina to a gorilla.
Don't start talking about lions being long distance hunters. They're not. They stalk their
What do you mean they're not?
They're short distance runners.
Yeah.
Very quick in short distances, but they're not like
they travel to find food.
That doesn't make
they
them
walk there.
They're walking around. They're not like sprinting.
You don't think they're running?
Not everyone's Simba running to the Pride Rock.
Do I have to find videos of lions hunting for you?
Short bursts of speed is what they do, Andrew. They're
But
not
it's
long
what all
distance.
cats do.
They're not known for their endurance.
Are you serious? They're chasing like antelope and things which are long distance. How do you think they catch them?
Because they fucking stalk them, and then it's a short burst of energy, very fast. They
Watch
don't just sit there and chase them until
video.
the antelope does not get tired.
With relatively small hearts and lungs, lions were not made to be fast runners. They can run a maximum of 60 kilometers an hour. They do not have the stamina to keep pace more than 100 to 200 meters. Lions rely on stalking instincts and seldom charge unless their prey is within 30 meters or facing away from them.
And then it's a short burst of speed, and then that's how they get them.
Okay.
Lions can travel to 20 miles in a single day.
I just googled the gorilla stamina. Actually, gorilla doesn't have like a high stamina value.
Okay.
Than human, because they have like a short muscle tons.
It literally says gorillas are strong, but the ability to maintain effort over time is not as impressive as humans. Their muscle composition is geared towards short, powerful bursts of energy rather than long-term endurance. Is that good enough to say that stamina is involved?
But it's still like a fitness of survival situation. Gorilla survived that like in harsh environment, but human did not. Human was like in a comfortable situation. They don't have to worry about like a survival or something. So they are kind of like weak. We are kind of weak. We can all agree with that. Humans are weak.
Maybe we have more stamina, but we're like nothing. That's why.
What are we doing with that stamina?
There's many articles that are like apparently because this is so big,
yeah.
But they're all claiming from like wildlife experts and stuff, saying that easily 30 to 40 men would probably be enough to take out an average silverback.
Dude,
y'all,
I need it. Let's
to have some credibility.
Let's hear what the scientist has to say.
You don't need to apply when I already agree with you. When if that 30 or 40 men have a military background, at least group service background, I agree with that because I've been in that situation. 30 or 40 men, even like 20 men with a military service background can take.
Hey, you know spears and tools, Roka, the thing that you're not allowed to use in this fight.
No weapons, no tools. You think a bunch of like cavemen just hopped on a woolly mammoth and started biting it to death?
Punching it? No. Now, yes, if humans could use tools, the gorilla dies.
Yeah.
Easy. Hold on. How before tools were around, how do y'all think that happened? They were still fighting large things before tools.
As big as woolly mammoths?
Were they
I don't think so. I think they were going for. I think they were going for like fish and gazelle and berries.
Not that part. But there was definitely like brute force to fight things and bring animals down.
But the thing is, thing is when it is when human like evolved when they started to use a tool. Before that, they were just like a how do I say that? They were just like a rat, like hiding under the tree or something
Okay,
like
yes.
that, and
Yes,
they just
all-
like collect
we're
more
just-
food.
We actually are descended from rats. Turns out.
Just eating fucking rodents.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. We only like human only hunted like a small rat or small animal than us. Well, they evolved when they started using tools. So tool is very important matter for human history.
I think the tools are what were important to kill things that were larger than us.
Well, unfortunately,
I don't know,
that's not the case in this.
I don't know enough about anthropology to know
battle.
what they hunted before
Yeah,
that.
because we are not allowed to use tools.
Who knows? But okay, can we agree that stamina is a valid point of this debate?
Sure.
Yes.
But
Okay.
can you also agree that the psychological damage is also valid?
Yeah.
And then
But
we
there's
can
no-
agree to
there's a
disagree on it, and then we can move on.
Fair.
Well, no,
If that-
because
if-
we'll have the scientist weigh in on this.
well, I would-
I'm not sure about this science because 16 men survey.
I don't know. He's got his facts
Yeah,
straight, I think.
he's very.
Yeah, we how about that? We all agree. No matter what he says, we go along with it.
Wait, okay, yes.
Because he could side with Andrew.
All right.
Good. What do you mean? If he's a scientist worth his
Well, then why are you
that he's
so opposed to
flaunting?
watching the video then?
You know, okay, I'm not opposed. I've read multiple articles right now coming from scientists. So if this guy disagrees, I don't know what he's basing it on.
Before we
So
continue
you
with
know
this,
what? I will agree with this side.
before we continue with this debate, I'll just submit
I
one
need
more piece of
envelope format
evidence.
Sources.
What is this?
This is from Planet of the Apes.
Split of the Apes.
This is
a helicopter, Andrew. Do you think a helicopter could be defeated by 100 men? I don't.
No. Who wins? 100 gorillas or one helicopter?
One gorilla versus one helicopter. Let's take a look. Because these are chimps. We
Hold
haven't
on,
even
but
seen the gorilla yet.
Wait, they're using tools. This is cheating.
Yeah, this is cheating. And
Disqualified.
Also, these chimps are enhanced.
Well, they're using tools too. So it's tool v tool. All right,
Yeah, but
here
they're
comes
missing
here
every
comes my
shot.
boy.
Listen.
Here comes my boy.
If humans could actually hit their shots, these gorillas would be
Here
fucked.
comes my boy.
Oh my goodness. Why is he missing every shot? Get him, Buck. Get him, Buck. Fantastic.
Could a man do that? Could 100 men do that?
Yeah, can 100 men jump to that helicopter, take it down? I don't think so.
I don't know. I'd love to see what the jumping distance of a gorilla actually is.
Yeah, something tells me that's
Of
not
all
actually
the movies that I've seen in my life,
I mean, yeah,
how
the
is
gorilla
this
dies,
one of them?
I think he should be dead. I mean, he's dead right here.
Oh, he at least dies here. But
Yeah,
that's
this is
after,
After he took out a
That's
helicopter
after-
full of armed men.
Yeah, and he also crashed with a helicopter and is still living enough to talk
Somehow,
to this guy.
yeah.
Because he's
Yeah, all
got
the
the
others do that.
stamina.
He does. Look at this.
See, that's after like 20 guys go after him.
No way. Ain't no way. Oh. What was it? Did you
Alright,
did you know his name? Buck? Was that his name? It was like some
That's
one
his
syllable
name.
thing.
It's Buck. It's Buck.
Yeah.
I watched these like a year ago or something.
Oh jeez. I only ever watched that first one.
A new one had come out, so I'm like, oh, I'll rewatch the early
Hello,
ones.
what are you doing? All right.
Oh, yeah.
Sir Morius,
Uh-oh,
you
no.
can be the tiebreaker
Shit.
here.
Oh.
We're
No,
3-3 right
That's not
now.
how this works.
We're 3-3 right now. Who would win in a fight? 100 men or one gorilla?
Mm-hmm.
In an
It's very
arena with no tool allowed.
No
Just know you
tools,
will-
random selection of men, closed
You will
arena.
immediately piss off 3 people.
Yes.
So,
No matter what,
you're
Things
in.
are
You're gonna be
things
wrong
are
to
tense
somebody.
right now.
You're gonna be-
Silverback gorilla
What the
with
fuck,
random
Bones?
selection
My
man.
man,
No!
Boats! My man, you're thinking about it.
Fuck
Are you
you,
kidding
Bones.
me?
Fuck
Thank
you.
you. Thank you,
I'm
Boats.
sick and tired
Thank
of
you.
all
You're
these
being-
dumb people.
You're
in our
being
chat.
reasonable. You're being reasonable. And this isn't a like men are better than gorillas thing. It has nothing to do with it. It
I
is
hate
purely numbers. It's numbers, weight, stamina. Science, bitch.
It's not a
Your
science.
numbers are
What
wrong.
do you mean it's not science?
Sorry,
Explain to me how
Morius, you
stamina
can
is not
tie this
science.
up. Sorry,
But
sorry, you can
explain
tie
me
it
how
up.
100 people have a background.
Numbers
Can-
of
They can like a
Uh,
50. Oh.
Yeah, because all 100 men are definitely gonna be all on the same page. Stamina
Dude,
doesn't
ain't
matter.
no way.
They're not being. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're rational or not. The fight is going to happen regardless. That was
You're describing an ideal scenario where people's minds don't just break and they piss themselves in the corner until they die.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this.
They were being rational.
You're gonna see. You're gonna
talk
see
about
so
the
many
stamina.
people ripped in half to the point where like I'm just gonna freeze up and die.
Okay,
I don't think the people rallying around a gorilla is gonna happen.
I never said. Y'all are okay.
Give me a minute.
Let Jerry speak. You're trying to silence
1
him.
minute.
You just want
Okay, you are talking about the stamina. We are adult, right?
So I just wanted to say that I'm kidding, Jacob.
Okay, all of us are adult, right? We are all we are like adult that eligible for this arena fight, right?
Yeah.
So can you run just like I don't know 100 meters without like
this isn't a 1-to-1 situation, Jerry.
We are normal adult. We are
How much stamina is each human contributing? Honestly,
this is not a 1-to-1 situation. Even if 50 men have to fight this thing, that's 50 on standby, completely rested when this gorilla is like heaving and pumping and pumping.
Oh, they are not going to be sitting pretty watching that thing. No way.
No, they'll run away.
They're taking snack breaks. Are you fucking
God damn it!
There's
Why?
absolutely no way that is happening.
Why are we being overrun in this here? Mastiff just says 100 men. Still waiting on your answer. Sorry, but it sounds to me like you don't want to contribute to this.
Because y'all are wrong.
We're not.
You're wrong.
I think you know what? I think we just set this up.
Just because you're a weak little baby doesn't mean other men
How
are.
much stamina do you have? You're part of the pool.
I never said it was 1-to-1. Y'all are acting like every scene you depict, every scenario depict is a 1-to-1 situation, or that this gorilla is laying waste. Lord of the Rings.
Good, Grizz.
Grizz, I love you. I love you so much.
It's not the Lord of the situation. We are not.
If it's 100 random men, it would be almost impossible considering that the gorilla actually has more stamina, and the fact that the gorilla's bite is much stronger than that of a lion. In my opinion, the gorilla would win.
We're
so bad. We're so bad.
Sorry. We literally just debunked that a stamina has more stamina. We did.
Andrew,
We didn't debunk that it has less stamina than 100 people.
And tell me how tired you get right now.
we just
adults.
This is 100 men, not 1 versus 1 gorilla. It doesn't matter if it's
100 men are all like you.
That's okay.
This one gorilla has the stamina of 100 men.
And we will run away from gorilla. We are gonna run.
What is this gorilla doing?
It's just moving around and things die. It's a gorilla.
It just has to turn itself into a bowling ball and the pins start falling down.
You're acting like the gorilla's on like bipedal, like sprinting, like Lejeune.
Once and for all.
You know what? Once we finally hit 100 viewers, I'll put out a meet and greet at the Cincinnati Zoo. We can all meet there. We'll stand in front of the gorilla cage and we'll storm it like Area 51.
Yeah, we'll do the Naruto run and everything.
Yeah.
Perfect.
They can't stop all of us unless they release a gorilla. Then we're fucked.
They can't. Gun doesn't matter. Gorilla matters.
Also, it's very sexist that we don't include women in this scenario. Don't you
The
think?
women are fucked.
What do you think, Andrew? 100 women? Do you think they would fight a gorilla?
No.
Answer me. Oh, wow. Cancel this man.
I don't know if we want to go down this route.
I am on the side of.
very
I think the women would do better than the men.
I mean, a gorilla doesn't have a lot of stamina, so.
Women would win.
Are you saying woman doesn't have enough stamina than men?
Are you implying that a flock of queens couldn't take out a gorilla?
Big question. Here's a question. Are any of the women in heat?
I don't know. How horny is the gorilla?
That's what I mean. Like, which part of the gorilla's brain are we stimulating during this fight?
I genuinely think it doesn't matter if it's a drawn-out battle over 22 to 24. I don't think it would last 24 to 72 hours, but the men win. Strength notwithstanding, endurance has always been a valuable strategy. No, I think this battle's done in less than an hour, I would say.
The problem is, you're talking about endurance, but this is like a small arena.
100 men in under an hour?
You're talking about the small arena. We are in
yes, we're in a cage. We're in an enclosed space, Grizz.
Yeah. If it's an open world, I would say 100 men
If there were men like
win,
Shaquille O'Neal, it would be
because they
very
have
different. The
enough
gorilla would
time
have almost no
to
chance.
make
Yeah,
it
no, this is a
strengthen.
random selection of men. Sorry.
But if it is a random selection, you have to assume that there are some Shaquille O'Neals in there.
Sure.
Sure.
You also have to assume there's some Stephen Hawkins.
This is where it gets complicated because y'all are including like the people who. Like,
You want to include Shaq? Why can't I draft Steven?
Why can't we?
Rambo on
What else is there on the stage? It's like
They don't need to be military trained. They just need to be healthy enough to be drafted in a war. It's the same rules that apply.
It's about health. It's about mental fortitude that not everyone has.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's an MMC. It's an MMC octagon. That's all it is.
If you're put in a corner, and even
But
if
not big enough to hide behind
possibility.
Yes.
Like a very few athletes in this world, and most of the normal men are weak.
this isn't a matter. It doesn't matter. This isn't a question of how strong are the individual men. It's a question of how strong is 100 men in a confined space versus one gorilla. And the gorilla only has so much stamina. It will fuck up a decent amount of men.
And
but
only
it
a
will-
certain number of men will be willing to cooperate.
This isn't a coordination problem.
How is it not a coordination problem? If
It is a
80
coordination
if 80 people decide to not go for that gorilla, how is that not a coordination problem? What's the number where it starts to be a coordination problem? Because
It's
the
not a
coordination isn't.
This is all instinct. This is all fight animal instinct at the end of the day.
Right, and you have
It
to
doesn't
assume
mean-
that all 100 men have the same
We
instinct.
don't have
They
instinct.
don't.
You've never been in a situation of fitness of survivor. We never have an instinct.
Okay, well, let's pit this up again. Y'all are talking about the gorilla like it's like some vicious, man-hungry kaiju.
Yes. Yes.
In the theory, he is still a
Animals-
gorilla.
Do animals in the wilderness back down from threats that outnumber them? Do they or do they not back down?
Depends on the animal.
Oh, you think a gorilla never backs down?
Gorillas are all about establishing their dominance. No drugs allowed. Yeah, we can't be juicing for this fight.
You don't think
If we can juice for this fight, so can the gorilla. We put the gorilla on cocaine.
Yeah, girls like
Now we're just thinking of a pay-per-view event.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd
It's
watch
like
it, honestly.
100,
It's like modern day
100 men
gladiators.
versus a coked out gorilla.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Put them in the Coliseum. That we finally have a use for it again. That we bring back.
Did you hear about that guy that tried to climb over a fence in the Coliseum and accidentally impaled himself?
Oh,
wait,
Yeah.
what?
He tried to climb over the fence to the Coliseum and then slipped, and there's like spikes on the fence, just went
Yeah.
right through the gut.
Ugh.
He survived, but what a fucking dumbass, man.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that. It reminds me of that guy that like climbed over the fence at like Cedar Point or something to get a hat, and then he just got decapitated by someone's foot on a roller. It was like one of those like feet dangling roller coasters. He climbed over the fence to like get his hat or something, just
Yeah.
soccer punted his head right
Kicked
off.
his head off.
Dude.
All right, 100 men versus one roller coaster.
One roller coaster versus the thousands of men that ride it every day.
Exactly.
Are we talking about the roller coaster from like Final Destination 3 or?
Ooh. Are we on the roller coaster?
How long
or
till
are we
WWE has someone
punching
dressed up as a gorilla and have a cage? That sounds
I would
like
love
they're
that.
already probably
Honestly,
drafting
they're
something like
probably
that.
doing that right now.
But it would have to be quick because the lifespan of a meme is like, eh.
I know this thing's gonna die like any day.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. I think we're already late to this discussion, honestly, because I've
we
been
are.
seeing it on
I'm
YouTube
surprised that
videos.
Andrew hasn't heard of this yet.
I'm not surprised. He's one of the most least chronically online people.
Well, no, he was mid.
Oh, that's right. You were mid. I actually do have the
Jerry was
stats.
the
It was
least.
48 to Steven, 35 to Andrew, 12 to Jerry.
See?
Did Jerry know about this?
Yeah.
Have you heard about this debate, Jerry?
No, I haven't.
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, well, you jumped on board so fast, I thought you already knew about it.
Yeah, because he has the right opinion.
All right, roll the news clip. All right, yeah, let's hear what the
All
scientist has to say.
Oh yeah, if there's more to this.
Thank you so much for indulging with us here, Dr. Tara Stoinski.
Oh, it's a different scientist. Okay.
Yeah, he was going for a scientist. Yep.
And I want to
What
say
is
that this
this
is
field of scientist, though?
This is a
We'll
dumb
see.
conversation, and I'm hoping we can talk about way more pressing matters in a second.
Imagine she says the
100
opinion he doesn't agree with, and you're just like, oh fuck you, fuck you, like live on air. He's like, no, you don't know fucking shit. You haven't even considered the fact that like you just started arguing with her.
You think about the psychology? You didn't think about the psychology, you bitch.
Because he's already coming out the gate. It's like, I think this is a pretty stupid debate, which means he has an answer on lock, right?
no, he
he
already
has
knows.
something that he will just ride or die opinion on. If she has the differing opinion, I feel like he's just gonna snap his glasses in half and start just pointing at the screen.
Hey,
she's smiling now.
Is this guy from Robin in a Batman Rising?
No, that's not. That is not Joseph
Gordon-Levitt.
Okay, he looks like him.
Well, hang on, Grizz. Are we talking 100 average American in Britain people, or just a random selection? Which I guess could still be average.
There's a lot of fat Americans.
Because
there's a lot of fat British people too. But
there are a lot of like really ripped and yoked American dudes. But if you just go to your nearest Walmart, or God forbid Kansas or something, just some flyover state.
Ooh, if Walmart is the pool, then ain't no way humans got the upper hand on the gorilla.
I can't speak for British people, but Roka does make a good point though. We already won once before, but these were military trained people.
Yeah, with tools.
With tools and weapons.
And we did enlist the Indians.
Wow.
Oh shit.
But can you just?
Have y'all ever seen The Patriot?
Like if 100 normal unarmed guys got into a fight with one gorilla, how would it go?
Pause for.
Well, it's a very interesting question, and it's been super fun to see how much
the answer
on the internet. I talk about gorillas all day long, so I love that other people are talking about them as well. I don't think there's a definitive answer, but I have to say that I would be on the side of the humans in this case.
Okay. She says she doesn't think there's a definitive answer. It could go either way.
Hear her out. Well, because there's too many factors.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Hang on.
With a ton of power, all that upper body strength.
I love that someone made a prototype of this in Unreal, though. This is fucking hilarious. You got all these Unreal like rag dolls and shit.
This is when y'all describe this is what I'm picturing. It's like this girl that's just like charging and he's like standing up on two and just like knocking dudes out with precision.
Yeah. all it needs is one, like you don't even have to use your claws, just swipe at him with the back of your hand. That dude is winded for the next 3 minutes. And in that 3 minutes, a dozen other dudes are getting knocked out.
See, well, I was also watching Naruto recently, and I was picturing like the 1 versus 100 situations that happen. I'm picturing him like blowing and shit,
smashing people right and left. They've got incredible draw strength, but I think the sheer number of humans that they would be up against, and the fact that humans could hopefully coordinate their behavior, tag team, take a little bit of a rest, while the gorilla would just be going full steam the whole time, would really put the advantage.
I mean, a lot of those guys look like they got plenty of time on their hands.
But their adrenaline's pumping. They're exerting energy. They're losing stamina just standing there.
Yeah,
not necessarily. You're making a lot of assumptions about every single man there.
I'm making like knowledge based on biology. That's what happens when adrenaline courses through your body.
His assumption based on the historical event.
Kind of critically think would give the advantage to the humans, and also.
What did this guy say? He's so smug about it too. Listen to him.
Humans.
Yeah, I mean, like the fact that we can all communicate and I guess kind of critically would give the advantage to the humans, and also like if I was in that fight and I was one of those guys.
Mike Tyson famously said everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Listen,
that sort of critical thinking and planning is going to go out the window.
I think y'all are. I think the weight y'all are placing on the psychological issue here is not as comparable or is not as powerful as the stamina that the gorilla is going to have to endure. For 100 men, like 100 men, I don't think y'all are realizing the amount of energy comprised by even 100 average men.
How about this? Do you think you could fight off 100 toddlers? I can.
I think so. What are they gonna do? Wiggle at me?
That's a good question.
Basically, I'm 10 times stronger than a toddler. More or less.
That's a good question.
I think so.
And I would.
Well, wait. Okay. So what are we?
Could you fight 100 toddlers?
What are we considering a toddler? Like what age does it break off? Because I would say
3.
Okay, because I would say once they hit like the 5 to 6 range, if there's 100 of them, I don't know.
I think toddlers are 2 and 3.
Have you ever actually like had kids like rush you and like Jared? Like
I said, I've told this story before. I've tried
to get them off you, like attack them.
I've tried to play tag with my goddaughter and brother. And there was a point where I physically could not. I literally, like, my legs gave out and I tumbled while taking a corner. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna die someday. That was the first time I ever thought that in my life.
Yeah,
Because I was face to face with my own mortality.
With the toddlers. Now
Yeah,
I think,
but two to three, 2 to 4.
5 toddlers.
Oh,
probably.
But like, if they're younger, because they were like, I think like 10 to 13 when I was doing that. So like, if we're talking like 2 to 4, I don't think that'll be a problem at all. They can do whatever they want to me. What are they gonna do to me? Really?
Like they can bite me, and they can try to gouge my eyes.
I can take one and just like cartwheel spin it around to hit the. I can make a weapon out of another toddler.
I think the problem is like those toddlers, like the best they could hope for, like to actually kill you, is to probably smother you, right?
Sure.
Like just their weight on top of you, maybe.
Sure.
Like I don't think that they even have killing capacity because they're legitimate toddlers.
See now, now they're pitching some great pay-per-view ideas.
Children
honestly,
or 100 seniors.
I think once we get to like Hunger Games level dystopia, this is what's gonna bring TV back. 100 like diapers v diapers, 100 children versus 100 seniors.
Well, I've long said that like our prison system could be reformed if we would just pit the prisoners against each other.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
And you win your freedom, just like Gerard Butler.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Just like the what is that?
Mr. Beast's only like 3 videos away from
Battle
something.
Lawyer.
Battle Royale. Yep.
Battle Royale. Yeah.
You have just uncovered the other movie that I'll be putting on the wheel.
Is it a Mr. Beast movie?
No.
Yeah, it's.
I think you're the only one of the 4 of us, Andrew, that hasn't seen Battle Royale, correct?
I have.
Shit. Well, I have to think of another movie then.
Damn it.
I watched it with y'all.
I think we showed
Did you?
You showed it to me.
I don't remember being there for that.
No, but I haven't seen Battle Royale 2.
I don't want to watch Battle Royale 2.
It sucks. It sucks. Just.
Well, yeah, it's Battle Royale 2. It's the classic like sequel that didn't need to exist.
How about this? Let's just watch Hunger Games instead. It's basically the same thing.
It's basically the same
Oh,
thing, dude.
fuck
It's
you!
exactly the same thing.
You said it. You said it. Fuck you. I hate you.
I cannot abide.
love
I
you.
cannot abide.
Well, I feel like we've sufficiently killed enough time. I was honestly worried because I did plan to bring that discussion up at the beginning of stream. Like, everyone better not agree on this.
Oh well, I was the way you posited, I'm like, oh shit, I wonder which side of the issue I'm on here.
Well, now you understand when I said
50-50.
like blue black dress versus like white yellow dress. Like that's the level of heated people get on
like,
it.
It was like completely white and yellow.
That other
White
one,
and gold,
the dress thing is actually objective though.
Sure,
It kind of
It was
Sure.
objective. It was.
And
very
let's all say objectively what the colors were on 3. 1,
Jared, go first. Jared, go first.
2, 3. White
No,
gold.
no, no, no.
What was that? Did you agree with us or did you say the other one?
I think I said what
was
ooh, Lord of the Rings.
Oh, what's going on in here?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Look out. There's
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, what's the color of the ring? It must be silver, right?
It's black and white.
Seen the dress in both colors.
No, you haven't.
The picture itself that was passed around is white and gold.
It is a white.
And I think they make the dress in both colors. That's the thing.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah.
So I discovered that one of my favorite slot movie series is finally getting another sequel. All right, well you got to enlighten on this. You got to enlighten us on this. Let me see.
Because I read something that they're making.
No fucking way they're making another one of these.
What is it?
Now you see me, now you don't. Are you kidding me? Wait. So hang on. The first one was called Now You See Me. Wasn't the second one just called Now You See Me Too, which is the dumbest idea for a fucking sequel ever?
Yes.
Well, what? They missed the chance to call it Now You Don't.
Well, now it's called Now You See Me: Now You Don't.
Oh, really?
Boo! It's too late. But we are gonna watch this trailer. My only experience with Now You See Me is Adam and Pals watching it. It does look like a fucking hilarious time.
It's fun. It's fun trash.
It is fun trash movie. So I get what Roka calls it slop.
Let me see.
In the world of magic,
Jared,
everything
do you know
that
that
disappears.
We're in black and white right now?
He does.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to double check.
I can change it. I can
No,
change it until
this trailer.
I actually
trailers.
didn't think of why until just now. So
Yeah, clearly you didn't watch the movie.
I was too busy knowing biology. Sorry.
Very good to be back.
Dude, I'm too busy knowing human nature. Sorry.
Okay. Disappear in 3.
How they doing it?
Whoa.
Oh
okay.
man. Oh, let me run that back real quick. I had to look away for a second.
In 3, 2, 1.
I haven't seen these movies, but what I loved about like the people like the watch along things is just how legitimately magical things that they do in the movie. Like cannot be like sleight of hands, cannot be like illusion. It's real. Legitimate magic that they do that they try and like play off as like, oh, you know, they're just like stage magicians. They're just really good at what they do. Excuse me.
Except when they actually do.
Except when they do this like, Hogwarts shit.
Hey, Daniel, Atlas in the house. Who wants to see a magic trick? I think we would have made the horseman proud. My Atlas was spot on.
Really? I'll be the judge of that. According to that card, for some reason, I need you.
Why not the other horsemen?
The other horsemen are dead.
Oh my God, what?
No, they're like dead to me. Things got too real for them. They gave up. Stop interrupting. I'm talking about a trick that is big.
We couldn't afford to pay him, is what they meant to say.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened, I think. Woody Harrelson was like, nah.
Well, he popped up in the trailer, didn't he?
Yeah, but that's just.
This is probably like they probably shot like one scene or something. Like this is like the intro. You got Woody Harrelson here for like one scene, I'm guessing. Unless he's on the billing somehow.
Disappear.
Oh, Dave Franco's in the studio. That's right.
2, 1.
Hey, Daniel, Atlas in the house. Who wants to see a magic trick?
Who's that?
Who wants to see a magic?
I think
I want to see a magic trick.
Spot on.
Really?
Oh, they're in a Korean. Did you see that, Jerry? They're in a Korean karaoke place.
All right, we did that.
Spot on.
Really? I'll be the judge of that. According to that card, for some reason, I need you.
Why not the other horsemen?
The other horsemen are dead.
Oh my God.
Are all these 3 people new? Are these like the new recruits? I'm guessing.
New. I've seen the
new
other
blood.
ones.
They're the now you don't part.
The only person that I recognize is not Michael Cera.
The other horsemen are dead.
Oh my God, what?
No,
Just
they're dead to me. Things got too real for them. They gave up. Stop interrupting. I'm talking about a trick.
Guys, can I just say that like
anything you have ever seen.
The dude with like the black hair.
Yeah.
I do not like him as an actor. I do not like him.
He's in a lot of really.
Oh, Mark
bad
Zuckerberg.
stuff.
He's in bad. Maybe he's good. I just hate all the stuff he's in.
You're talking about.
He was okay in Detective
You're talking
Pikachu,
not
I guess.
lying.
But
just
the Jurassic World that he was in was horrible.
So annoying.
You talking about this guy?
Yeah,
he's also in the Quarry.
I forget what his name is.
He's in the Quarry.
Isn't he like a Smith? Like a Will Smith kid?
No.
I think his last name is Smith, but he's not.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. That would be a wild revelation.
What's his name?
I don't remember. It's
no
like
clue.
starts with a J.
Wait, they'll probably show it in the billing.
Dead.
Oh my God, what?
No, they're like dead to me. Things got too real for them. They gave up. Stop interrupting. I'm talking about.
That was a real Richard moment.
And better than anything you have ever seen.
Just do another character,
now or never.
please.
What's the trick?
Who?
The heart diamond. It's the most valuable jewel in history.
But what makes this diamond so special?
Because a magical tarot card told us.
Right.
For decades, the Vanderbergs have been
These
selling
shots are
diamonds
just hilarious.
to warlords,
The kind of
arms
film.
dealers, traffickers to help launder their money.
If you want to stop the devil, don't cut off her hands. You lift her wallet.
Open sesame.
All right.
You want to stop?
Here's the thing.
Don't cut off her hands.
Here's the thing.
Lift her wallet.
Lift her wallet.
Badass.
This does look fun, stupid.
Yeah.
You know?
And I thought the other movies were fun, stupid, and I probably would watch this. Not because it's a good movie.
Still safe with me.
Diamonds are forever.
Stop him!
Yeah. All right. Okay. Magician fight scenes. Why not?
Actual wizardry.
Oh, shit.
Wizardry.
Real warlocks.
Hi, guys.
Oh, okay.
He's here.
Nah, he's not anything else.
That's fair.
He's in Rampart.
My horse.
What is that?
We were brought together for a reason.
Here.
Bring down 2 generations of criminals with a single sleight
Morgan
of hand.
Freeman's getting old, huh?
Oh yeah.
8 magicians against a worldwide criminal network.
No,
Of course.
eight warlocks against a worldwide
Yes,
criminal network.
I'm pretty sure the warlocks
eight
win.
Hogwarts graduates against the government. The wizards win.
The non-human entities, I'm pretty sure win.
Want to see a magic trick?
That is.
You enjoying the show?
Shall we get on with it?
Hey guys, dead end.
It's just Kingsman move magic.
Sesame.
Oh, Rook, if
Way to
you've never
represent
seen
that.
one of these
Worth a
movies,
try. Was it? Never know.
I think you do know.
about time, you fucking cowards.
About time.
That's funny.
Oh, they didn't have the billing there. Magicians stop international crime syndicate by pulling off a diamond heist. What's not to love? Exactly. This makes me excited to see it in the same way that Beekeeper made me excited to see it. Of just like, this looks so dumb. I need to go see it. Like,
Jason Statham will show up. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. So I understand the vibe that you're describing, Roka.
But this is the corner that we get put in because there are movies like this that I hate that they exist.
Justice Smith. Okay, let's see. All right, I'm not seeing anything for Control F Will Smith on his
It's
Wikipedia.
Justice Smith.
I thought for sure he was just related to Will Smith, but I underestimated just how common a last name Smith is,
Smith
and
is very common
I
last
feel
name.
silly.
And you're racist.
Well, yeah.
a little bit.
Jesus Christ.
No, we don't.
We don't speak.
We don't understand. We don't understand Spanish.
I can Google Translate that.
Oh wait, I think he's asking, do you want to
learn something in Spanish?
Something? Yeah.
I don't know.
Beaver.
Do we? Oh.
Bushy beaver.
Bushiest beaver.
¿Cómo se dice beaver en español?
Why'd you say it like that? Beaver.
Beaver.
All right. I'm gonna go refill my Apple Jack, and then we'll get right on to it.
Boy.
Your 3 X's.
We can get into it.
This is gonna be an interesting one for sure.
It might be. Oh,
or
I'm gonna start with a statement that might set the tone for it.
Okay. Wait, I didn't change my.
But I'll wait for Jared to get back.
That's good.
Your Team Rocket still. What the hell?
Change my beaver face. There we go. I'm glad we all kind of had the same idea. I was like, oh, we just gotta do a beaver head. We should all be beaver
yeah,
heads.
it's really nothing to it.
Just be beaver heads.
Well,
it's 100 of beaver after all.
It'll be an interesting one, Roka.
You may or may not be in for a treat then, Roka. We'll see.
I didn't know anything about this one.
I didn't either.
It was all a shock to me.
Yeah. But don't say anything. Don't say anything.
I won't say anything.
Don't say anything.
I didn't know anything. I intentionally didn't look it up or read anything. I knew nothing.
I am glad that I didn't know anything going in. I'll say that much.
Same, because I think that probably would have changed the way that I watched it.
Oh, Jesus, Roka. Well, this is going to be an interesting discussion for you then.
Yeah.
It's free on YouTube. You can watch it right now.
Oh, that's where it was?
Oh.
I watched it
you know
on
what pissed me
Prime.
off? I watched it on Prime and
it says for limited interruptions. Yeah, I know. The moment it says like this program is brought to you with minimal interruptions, like doesn't say none. I'm renting it right now. I spent $2.99 just to watch it without ads on my TV.
Wait, why? Yeah. I thought you.
I was not about to. I was not about to tell that because Goodwill Hunting also I think was. Oh no, I had a 7-day free trial on Paramount Plus. I had like a 7-day trial on Paramount Plus. I'm like, all right, I'll click that, and then it says like, watch these 2 minutes of ads for an ad-free experience. I'm like, all right, fine, I'll mute it for 2 minutes and I'll get my drink and whatever. But this
Honestly,
one,
Roka, you could probably watch this movie at speed and be totally fine.
You'll get everything. You'll understand.
Can I start with a statement, Jared?
Sure.
I'm gonna say this.
Yep.
This is the Skinamarink of comedy movies.
I knew it. I knew we were going to go here. I absolutely knew it. And it is going to be, because I really enjoyed this movie. I really liked this movie.
Much.
All right, let's bring out the fire.
None of it was funny at all.
Are you against like smiling?
I actually quite liked it.
Dude, let yourself smile, man. What the fuck?
Why
How hell were you falling asleep?
I was not trying to not like this movie.
I tried to like it.
Forced
No,
itself
man.
upon me.
I think y'all have a problem with like
thing I have ever fucking seen.
I think y'all have a problem with people trying to make you feel nice and happy. You just immediately reject it. What are you talking about?
Everything is. Oh my god!
No.
It's like the dumbest.
I really like this movie.
Jared,
I
just like Skinamarink, halfway through the movie, I checked the time to see how much was left, and I was upset that there was another hour left in it.
I cannot believe this right now. I cannot believe this. I like this more than Skinamarink. I am way more willing because I thought this is either going to be like a pretty boring review where we all thought, yeah, it was a great comment, it was really funny, and blah, blah, blah. They don't make comments like these anymore. Or it's going to be this, where the Ruds hate anything that's joyful and tries to bring them happiness. And then Jerry and I...
dumbest bullshit I have ever seen.
Dude, this movie was so high effort. Are you kidding me?
No, hold on.
Yes!
Yeah.
Hold on.
Are you fucking kidding?
It's the equivalent of a bunch of fart jokes, basically.
No, it's not! Are you dude, fart jokes are literally you make the sound and oh haha funny. This had a bunch of setups, payoffs,
30 fucking times.
for comedic
You ever watched the fucking Charlie Chaplin movie?
Do you hate the Looney Tunes? Do you hate Tom and Jerry? It's the same thing.
I do hate the Looney Tunes.
Why?
I don't want to watch 1 hour and 47 minutes.
Why do you hate the Looney Tunes?
If this movie
1 hour and 47 minutes. 1 hour and 47 minutes.
You just said I hate the Looney Tunes. Why do you hate the Looney Tunes? Why do you hate like a 2-minute Looney Tunes short? What's your problem with that?
Jared, if this movie was 2 minutes long, I would have liked it.
I'm not talking to you, Steven. I'm talking to the guy who said he hates the Looney Tunes.
It's fucking welcome, and nothing was landing.
And the list
How can
of
nothing
content
be landing? You comedic.
It at most.
What the fuck makes you laugh, man?
A mouth like a teeth like.
Oh my god.
That's the extent of it.
Do you ever smile ever? What the fuck?
Don't talk to me about this. I'm the most open-minded person when it comes to movies. I try to enjoy them.
No,
unlike
you two are some of the most cynical people I know when it comes specifically to comedy.
You only like it because it's so wildly different that it makes you seem like you know what's going on. And it makes you seem like you have like.
I am not gonna argue that this movie has some sort of big message to it. I'm just gonna say this movie is like a live-action Looney Tunes short, and it made me feel nostalgic, and it was really funny, and I enjoyed it. What's wrong with that?
Are you saying there was not even a single time that you chuckled like, that's so dumb?
I didn't audibly laugh. I'd maybe like let a breath out. I was like, huh.
You guys like. When it comes to anything that's like purely comedic, you like refuse to engage with it because you don't want it to win.
That is
not true. It is.
That is not true.
That's not true.
It is all just like the lowest hanging dumb
dude,
shit.
Fuck off. It is not.
Listen, can I hold on? Let me try to make a point here. So I mostly agree with Steven, unfortunately, Jared. But hear me out. So I feel that way for the same way I felt about Skinamarink. Because I think you can make the argument that like you just don't like horror, you don't like Skinamarink, you don't like scary things. But here's my thing with both horror and with comedy, you have to disarm me. This Skinamarink did not disarm me. It put me on guard. It didn't like pull me in.
Yeah.
This movie right away, it opened up with such a juvenile, like unserious way.
Yep.
Where it didn't catch me off guard. It just immediately was like, we're gonna be kind of juvenile, and you're either into that or you're not.
So you just had your fists up for like the rest of the movie then?
No, I didn't. It's not that I had my fists up. It didn't. I really tried. Like I tried to be like, is the song that they're singing funny? No. Is like the style of like drawings that are like kind of like crude on purpose, is that funny? No. Okay, that's just the movie's just getting started. Like the movie's just getting started. And then when it actually got into the style of the movie of being like that sort of old composite film, silent, like dubbed over with audio, I'm like, okay, like this is gonna be like a Charlie Chaplin thing.
Yeah.
Like maybe like let me give it a chance. Like, and I tried, but as soon as it was just like boob jokes and stuff. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like it was. I will. There are things I don't. I'm not going to paint over this whole thing and say like it's all stupid. There are some things I'm like that was kind of fun or like that was creative. Like I'm going to give this movie credit for trying to do some creative things. But this is the kind of thing where it feels like YouTube sketch comedy, and either you like that sketch group and you like that style of humor, or you don't, and either it lands or it doesn't. And this just did not land.
You're fucking killing me here.
It's too long. It's too
just
long.
like Skinamarink. If it was like 30 to 40 minutes, it would have been great.
Oh my god.
But the fact that it starts
that way.
And literally,
It does.
okay, I'll grant you this: the ending, the very end of it, where he's going through all the Beavers.
The fight.
Yep.
The fighting.
I enjoyed that.
Sure.
I thought it was kind of
That's
fun.
the last, like, what, 20 minutes, maybe? Of the movie, if that. Every other part before that, I was bored.
You didn't like all of the payoffs of everything that they set up as he's like learning.
Absolutely not.
It's not that big of a payoff.
Everything was instant. Instant gratification for everything.
No.
Hold on. The payoffs that you're referring to is like I dropped a rake, I stepped on a rake. Like literal Looney Tunes payoff.
Oh,
That's
look, I
not.
fell through a hole.
He's learning how to get better at his hunting stuff, and all the stuff that's been like plaguing him at the beginning of the movie starts getting incorporated again.
Let's not like hold that up too high. That's not that refined. Just
it
to be
was
like,
actually quite development.
It was.
He
because he learns how to hunt.
Nothing.
Because he does
like
different
that,
things
in an amusing way.
A lot of stuff throughout the movie.
Just because he learns how to hunt. Just because he learns how to hunt.
No, because he learned how to hunt by using like the cartoon logic that this whole world has been building on the entire movie.
Yeah, but it calls so much attention to it that it's not actually enjoyable. It's so in your face. It's not clever.
It's a cartoon, essentially. It's a comedy movie. It's supposed to try and make you laugh.
No,
what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Not like this.
What?
The problem is this movie thinks it's funny, and that's when when you
what do you want it to do?
Hold on.
This is the class clown of movies where it claims it's really funny and no one likes it.
Jared, you've had the situation where you meet people that are like, I'm the funny guy. That's this movie.
Not this movie. It's not.
This movie claims to be really funny.
What's a comedy movie supposed to do? Claim, it's like, come watch the least funny comedy movie of the year. We promise we take everything seriously.
Listen. I made the same case with Skinamarink for this as well. Like, Skinamarink failed because it didn't have plot to disarm me. This movie also just had nothing to disarm me, so I'm only paying attention to the jokes. The jokes are the only thing.
I'm actually
and the jokes are so juvenile that I can't just get behind
this with a Skinamarink.
This is literally Skinamarink.
This movie is not like a Skinamarink at all. I don't even understand why you are
can we just pause and say, Jerry, I'm so glad that this is a 2v2 right now. It was so exhausting doing this for Skinamarink. Now I feel like I have a chance to breathe, catch my breath, so I can jump back on that gorilla.
This is not a perfect movie, but this was a great portrait of the.
It was an enjoyable movie.
With a new.
I literally had to rewind to rewatch parts because I was nodding off.
You
and I was like, I can't
right
in
now.
good conscience miss like
I'm going to take it all in. I'm going to take it all in.
5 minutes of the movie and then come to a discussion. I need to go back and watch this.
I'm
and that was a
going to.
constant struggle for me throughout.
I cannot believe this.
At some point, I kind of understand like at both sides why you guys is a possible way to hate it or why do you like it, but I'm more leaning toward like it because I enjoyed and I laughed quite a lot.
Me too. I was laughing throughout the whole movie.
This kind of a movie style is very extreme, so it might not appeal to somebody.
I felt like I was watching like a Looney Tunes short or a Tom and Jerry, and I loved those.
Hold on, let's figure this out. What's the first thing that made you laugh? If this was really funny, what got you?
I would love to know.
The first thing that made me laugh, I made a list of all the gags I liked. The first thing that made me laugh was when he tried to chase that bunny, and then they both tripped at the same time.
Aha, that was a good one.
It was
That made
funny.
you laugh?
Yes, because
That
if
made
he
you
just
laugh.
didn't trip, he would have caught the bunny. Every single time the bunnies ran away, they would trip in some way.
God.
And every single
Aaron,
time,
you're thinking about
dude,
this like a toddler. Oh my god, if you didn't trip, you would have
I'm
caught
thinking
the
about
bunny.
what makes good slapstick. And if you want me to, if you want me to explain every single joke, it's not gonna sound funny because that's how you kill the frog.
I'll tell you the one joke that was actually good in this entire movie. Aside from just the ending, just because it was funny seeing him blast like the fluff out of them and shit. The one joke was when he sees those two young bunnies,
and then
he makes it
that was another thing.
And it cuts to them on the spit. That is the only time I didn't even laugh, but that's the only time I almost laughed.
I want to ask a question. And Lord, have you ever enjoyed any like a slapstick comedy? Because if
Three Stooges, Abbott and Costello, Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes.
Any of the Leslie Nielsen movies, like Airplane or Naked Gun and shit, those are funny.
Those are funny.
Not, because guess what? Those have smartly written jokes. This has none of that.
Well, that's not what Jerry said. That wasn't slapstick comedy. That wasn't slapstick. Doesn't require any effort, motherfucker.
Jerry, the problem is, I don't have a problem with slapstick comedy, but when it's literally just the same slapstick comedy the entire time, there's no ebb and flow to that. Am I just supposed to laugh at the entirety of the movie? Because every joke was the exact same caliber of next to the other.
You are fucking killing me right now.
At all, because they're all the fucking same. There's nothing for me to. There's nothing for me to laugh at when it's literally just the whole movie. Am I supposed to be just laughing the whole time and die from hyperventilation?
You're supposed to enjoy a comedy movie that's trying to make you laugh.
I did enjoy it.
Okay. Hold on. I want Jerry, walk me through. I've heard Jared talk about this. Tell me why you think this is a funny movie.
Okay, so the first like 5.
Hang on. First of all, that argument is just gonna make us both feel like just some dry comedicless people because you're asking us to explain these jokes, which inherently kills the funniness of them. I'm just prefacing that. But go ahead, Jerry. I do want to hear your opinion.
Yeah. You are not supposed to explain this like a kind of comedy. It's like this situation. That's funny, right? Yeah, it kills the mood.
You don't think it's funny that like he bites out like a really ornate crucifix to celebrate the death of this guy, discovers that Beavers wanted to take it, so for some reason he thinks he has to bite and carve out another crucifix just to use as a stick for the little box trap. That's not funny to you? That was kind of funny to me, that he had to go through all of that effort to carve out that fucking crucifix again, this really ornate looking thing, just so he can use it as a beaver trap that's like not even meant to be used as bait or anything. It's smarter than just oops, haha, fall down.
It's funny because
you don't think it's funny that he climbs all the way up the tree to fall into the barbs to collect some barbs rather than just like picking them out of the bush? Like he goes through the most difficult and complicated ways to solve his problem.
I understand, I get.
Every time he like shout to like surprise the bunny, he just put the fucking.
He steps on it the exact same way.
I know, I get it.
Like, every single time, like.
I know.
That's not at least amusing to you.
I know, but hold on. It like now, but y'all are sort of pointing to what Steven was saying. Is like this movie subsists on like recurring jokes. So if you didn't think it was funny the first time,
it's not gonna be funny the 30th time. I'll tell you that much. Because guess what? They do the same joke over and over again, and if it doesn't land once, it ain't gonna land 12 times.
I'm not unfamiliar with this because the Looney Tunes is the closest approximation that I'm familiar with. This is Tom and Jerry-esque kind of humor, and the problem is that most of this movie is just so predictably cartoonish that it doesn't always feel very original. Like the jokes feel like I've seen them before. Like there's very few times like the whole spittoon thing, like it's just I get that that's the joke now.
You didn't laugh when he like perfectly shot a spittoon thing into his shotgun and then blasted right next to the urn? That wasn't fun. I thought that was funny.
Because guess what? It just didn't earn that stuff at all.
It was just it thought that because
how would it earn it?
On the fucking.
How does it earn it?
Because of what Andrew said, you have to disarm me to you can't just be at 100 all the time, and then that's just exhausting. I can't do it.
The movie, especially because there's no dialogue. It is all slapstick. It is all physical comedy. But the fact that it just immediately opens up and like that's all you're gonna get. Like the Looney Tunes was even better than this because at least there's like clever dialogue to like develop the characters and stuff around why things are funny.
Not like Tom and Jerry. What about Tom and Jerry?
Yeah, like Tom could talk sometimes. Like
about as much as this guy talks in the movie.
Yeah.
Well, but I also don't want to watch. I never went and saw the Tom and Jerry movie. I think the point I'm trying to make is like
2 hours of a Tom and Jerry just chase all happening, and then they're just like bonking each other over and over again.
But that's
what I'm saying,
That's not what
Roka.
happened in the movie.
Roka, you haven't seen the
Roka,
movie. Watch the movie.
Roka, I need you in this camp. Watch this movie right now. Watch this movie right now, and no amount of backup's not going to take out this gorilla.
This movie makes me embarrassed that you laughed at it.
I will stand on principle on this movie. I'm not gonna be ashamed at something that brings me joy.
I understand like defending like if this made you happy, like
I have no issue with like, all right, are there some good moments to this movie? Yes. Do I want to watch 2 hours of it? Absolutely.
I want to watch this movie again.
You're crazy.
No,
you want to watch this again?
I want to watch this movie again. Of all the movies that I've seen, I'd probably want to watch this one again the most because it's just an easy watch.
Hold on. Okay, so usually when I want to watch something, I think you've already said this. Usually when I want to watch something again, it's because it made me feel a certain way. So I want to go back and feel that again.
Sure, yeah.
You're saying that this movie offers you a feeling that you couldn't get in some other capacity.
Correct. I'm not saying that this is better than like Good Will Hunting or Raiders of the Lost Ark.
They're not comparable.
I'm saying that I enjoyed this enough that like of all the movies that I've seen so far, I'd probably want to watch again. I think I would have like a great time like showing my family this and stuff like that. Like I think honestly, this movie would be an awesome experience if you watch it with a bunch of people who are like on that same wavelength of comedy. And like you're laughing with like a group of people and that'll kind of just like amp each other up and stuff like that. Holy shit, Pomo, right out the gate. We're already 2v2 at each other's throats. The Ruds hated it. Jerry and I really enjoyed it. So you have officially submitted this season's Skinamarink for the Ruds. This is probably going to be their least favorite movie of the entire thing.
I literally let off with this is just the Skinamarink of.
But Jerry and I, we're in a difficult position where we enjoyed the comedy in this, and now we're forced to explain it and kill the joke. We're not in a winning position here.
This is like a hard movie for me and a hard to explain movie for me because this is not the same movie that I like the most. Like I don't know, like a Whiplash, Soul, Good Will Hunting.
They're different kind of movies, man.
They're different.
Very different.
I'm not expecting you to compare them to those. Compare them to literally any other movie.
Doesn't convey any like deep meaning, but this movie is good for just like a grab a couple of beers and grab some snack or something like that, and just lean back and like, yeah, that's funny.
Maybe I needed to be
just
drunk
ship
for
the
this.
drink.
That's
that kind of movie.
No, you just need to have a sense of joy.
Couch movie.
No, I have plenty of joy. This movie drew it out of me. It sucked it away.
I cannot believe this.
It's like, wait, Jared, were you someone that thought like Letterkenny was funny?
I didn't watch much Letterkenny, but I do think a little bit of Letterkenny's funny.
that kind of humor.
That's mostly dialogue, though.
No, I know, but I feel like this discussion is going to boil down to like how we define comedy.
What makes you laugh, I guess, because
that kind of like sketch comedy, like nothing. It doesn't do anything for me. Like people who like love the Trailer Park Boys, and I'm not denying that people find it funny. Like I won't deny that you find Hundreds of Beavers funny. But
weren't you also someone that said like stand-up comedy doesn't really make you laugh because you like you put your guard up when you think someone's trying to make you laugh? I feel like you've said something like that before.
No, what I said in the past about stand-up comedy was like it's very specific to the person. Like comedy has like a little bit of trust built into it. Like I have to trust that that's a person who can make me laugh. So that's what disarms you, right? Like if I watch a comedian and in the first like couple seconds they do something or like their demeanor puts me in a way where I'm like, that's not a funny person. It doesn't matter what comes out of their mouth. It's being delivered by someone I don't trust. So the same with like horror and comedy. Like you have to win me over a little bit, right? Like get me on your side so that we're laughing together. Not you're like performing at me and then I have to respond.
Like, how do they get you on their side though?
Well, that's
by just surprising you.
It starts out just going.
It
goes on for 2 hours.
Okay,
it was too juvenile. It was too juvenile. That was my problem.
I need a little bit of I go separate way. So at first, when I started watching this movie, like for 5 or 10 minutes, I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be another, like,
it starts a little weird and alienating." I will admit that it doesn't have a very strong like bring you in sort of opening, but it did win me over the longer it went.
Yeah. That's the opinion. I thought, this is gonna be like that kind of like a pretentious movie that like mimicking like a Charlie Chaplin movie and pretend like it is there. It's like it's gonna be boring. And as movie going through, it actually not like just mimicking the Charlie Chaplin styles movie. It actually adapt the modern styles as well, and like a harmony, make it harmonize together. Because there was it's not just a slapstick comedy. There was a development of character.
And there's also some
hunter,
fairly.
He was not even a hunter. He didn't have nothing. He was like almost naked. He has learned something and more.
You guys are making it sound like there's this character development
in the middle of the desert.
I'm not saying it's the most important part of the movie, but there absolutely was character development.
This movie was
Are you kidding?
fun and
literally they flip a twist at the end when he makes
they do not.
It literally is.
He fails so many times on the way to being like the perfect hunter.
I feel like
he fails too many
were
times.
bummed out
He
so
fails
much
too
in
many
only
times.
10 minutes. You didn't even focus on watching
No,
it.
no.
I watched it. That's the problem. The problem was I was focusing on it.
The movie is way too monotonous and repetitive. It does the same joke over and over again in the same setting with the same character.
That's the point of joke.
I know.
Every time, little bit difference.
So here's where I think we're gonna like see this sort of divide, because and it's gonna ride or die depending on Jerry's answer. So Jerry, when he first like gives those fish to the front desk and the guy gives him his coin and the dude struggles for like 30 seconds to pick up the coin, did you think that was funny?
Yeah.
The Ruds, did you think that was funny?
Jared, you know the answer.
Exactly. So this is gonna be I can describe that joke and why I think it's funny, but then
how far into the movie did that happen?
It's
like 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes too long.
I was already laughing at that point.
I was already done by that point.
I cannot believe
That's
this.
the problem.
I think we all. It sounds like we all started on the same page when it came to like the opening. I wasn't that hot in the opening either. Ironically, I considered turning on subtitles during the opening, which is kind of funny to think about.
I actually did watch it with subtitles. I just never turned them off, so I was just
mine were
pushing
on.
sound and random bullshit like that.
Well, don't worry. The lyrics didn't make any sense.
I looked it up later. They don't make sense. Not the strongest opening in the world, but. It does kind of just, I don't know how else you open this movie. I feel like it does kind of set the tone a little bit. It was kind of like a theme song. I don't think so. I'm waffling back and forth on that because there's nothing in the opening that really like is incorporated anywhere else outside of like the main ending where he's like rolling on the snowball or whatever. But like there's no other like animated people or anything like that. The only other thing I guess it establishes is like the sort of like musical motif that's used commonly in like the beginning of when he's doing his like hunter shit, but that's about it. I don't know how else you sort of open the movie. You could probably do it without a musical number. The longer the movie went on, the more I was starting to get like sort of on its side. I did kind of had my guard up when the movie first started. I was like, this is looking kind of dumb, and I'm not really like laughing or anything like that. But once it started getting into like the actual like gags and stunts and shit, then I was starting to like. I was starting to get more and more on its side to the point where like most of the gags were working for me by the end.
I think the main issue with me, and it was the exact same thing with Skinamarink, is when it started, I was open-minded. I'm like, oh, all right, this is interesting. I don't really know what's going on. Is this going to be the whole movie? Is what I asked myself. And it turns out yes, and it doesn't stop ever. And I cannot handle that.
It needs to like, and I think Skinamarink could have improved this way too if it took the time to build its trust with you, like earn your sort of respect and your attention, and then start to unload like what it has for you instead of immediately being like, you probably already know what this is. You're gonna be on board. You and I are like the same kind of guy. Yeah. Like here we go. Let's get this cartoon started. And we're like, whoa. And before I knew it, I'm being like forced into a corner where now I have to be like, do I just not think things are funny, or are like you not funny? And because they put me in a corner and didn't give me any chance to build up to it.
Trying to make me laugh, and that
it has to. What else is it supposed to do as a comedy movie?
Yeah, I mean, anything else?
Not anything. You need to give like examples.
The desperation is the problem. How
do you try and make somebody laugh without coming across as desperate? You have to be a foolish-looking clown to try and make someone laugh.
Both sides. You need to have something else going on, and then there is the
What's
contrast.
something else in this kind of like a comedic movie?
There's no contrast.
Like,
it's all the same color.
It's black and white. How much more contrast could you need?
No, but I think when I think of like Steven brought up like the Leslie Nielsen movies, like those are good because
those are more dialogue centric though. That's like the comedies from the dialogue.
Yeah,
no,
you can
there's a lot of
no.
in that too. But that's the thing. There's dialogue and there's slapstick comedy. It's not all just one note. This is a very one note movie.
But I think what's missing is Steven also said like ebbs and flows, and you need to feel a passage of time, and you need to feel some sort of difference between the spaces. So these other movies that I like that are comedies, they make jokes where it's like even if you miss them, you keep going because there's something to hold on to in the movie besides the jokes in your face. Like this is like a stage magician where like I can only pay attention to the things that they're showing me in my face instead of like something in the background that's like still keeping me engaged. So this movie only had the cards that you could see and nothing else. And because of that, like I had to judge it based on that face. It didn't allow me to overlook any joke. And it's like, do you think this is funny? Do you think this is funny?
What about this?
Do you think this is funny?
Do you like this?
No, I really think different because there was a lot of like a situation that like he did something funny and does something happens and I was like excited. Oh, what's gonna next? What's gonna next? So I was actually quite excited to what's gonna happen next. Like what's gonna gonna do something like what's he gonna develop in his like a hunting skill or something like that.
I love seeing all the things that he like slowly incorporates into his operation.
Yeah, Beaver was like building something like with Udo. What's gonna happen? What?
Yeah, but that didn't matter anyway.
I like how he incorporated
they are like actually presenting something to like expecting.
I like how he incorporated like the cartoon physics of like his spinning beaver trap to start making like some windmills, and suddenly that turns into like a Rube Goldberg machine where he has like the bat up there, it hits him, and then he's just like processing a bunch of them. I like how he incorporates like the frog and like the little bird thing like hitting the head, and then that opens up something, and then the frog grabs it, and then it shoots this guy. Like this is all things that are being like reincorporated from gags that have happened in the past as standalone gags.
But let's see, I'm too busy, and it sounds even the way you're describing it as
because I'm describing a joke, and that sounds boring.
Yeah, but
that's the position I'm in.
But it's not funny when that is like it's not a building joke. It's not like something that is set up and then paid off. It's just the same joke recurring. It's the same joke recurring.
There was a lot of
it's the same joke recurring over and over again. It's the Wile E. Coyote anvil over and over and over.
Like Gerald explains, like when you whistle, the fucking birds just like
yeah.
That was first he experienced, like he was support from that. That is how he learned. So after that, like 10 minutes or 20 minutes later, he used that technique to like lure out some like a big bad wolf like in the den or something like that. And the fucking what is that the frog as well, and the fucking fly with the fish.
Yeah,
fly with the fish. He learns something like a trap and something.
He uses that to catapult them in, and then he uses the icicles that were a problem at the beginning to like sort of trap them in the same way that he got trapped around. Like,
how hard were you laughing?
I wasn't laughing, but I'm like, oh, that's kind of smart. Like, it's building on all these things that it established earlier in the movie.
There was a lot of building and development.
Like the hardest you laughed?
When the Indian tried to ride the frog when he was rolling on the
horse.
Oh, this is the horse. Anytime the horse was on screen were my favorite gags.
and like again, like when that scene happened, I was like, this is supposed to be funny, but this is like a 3-4. This is like a 3-4, maybe 5 sketch. Like it feels like some college kids that are like, dude, I got this horse costume. You know, it'd be really funny. Like, try to write us, and then we'll fall. Like, it's funny. Like we recorded it on our iPhone and put it on TikTok.
Damn.
Y'all
were thinking so cynically.
I'll give you that. The horse, the guy on the horse.
Fucking funny. Just his blank ass face.
Did I ever audibly laugh at it? No.
Oh god, dude, I cackled.
I'm trying to find. I'm also trying to find.
But I was already on the movie's side, so like that's probably the difference.
God, I was trying to open up the movie again to see like where that like halfway point was, where I had to check the time.
Oh, where I checked? Yeah, I checked.
I watched all the fucking ads, and now it's playing more ads.
Watch it on YouTube, man. It's on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah.
I checked like I guess it was like an hour in. I was like, it's got to be close, right? Actually, I was. And there was another 50 minutes left.
We probably checked at the same time. Also, I was like, this has to be. I feel like I've been here for an eternity.
But also, I got really mad when it rolled the titles. I'm like, that's like this is probably like really short. This must have been like a short film.
Oh, when they run like the title screen like 70 minutes into the movie.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, maybe it's just like a shorter movie, and it's on. And when it still kept going, like, fuck, there's more of this.
Hundreds of beavers.
Hundreds of beavers.
But you see what I mean? That sort of like bombastic kind of humor.
Yeah, I like it.
It's
okay.
Too
so
here's
a question that might make things extra spicy, or it might make for some interesting conversation.
Let's see.
What is the difference between the comedy of something like Hundreds of Beavers versus any of the dumb shit that we make for Ludum Dare? What's the difference there? Because we make some stuff that tries to make us laugh and tries to make other people laugh. People find it funny. Some of it's really stupid, like Dude Ranch, but we still enjoyed it enough to make it.
Yeah, but I don't
What's
feel
different?
Well,
is it just the runtime?
Well, I think this is a different question because like I know that our games aren't for everybody.
Sure. Maybe this movie's not for everybody, but like you guys enjoy the silly shit that we make for Ludum Dare for the most part. Sometimes we whiff, sometimes we make a higher desire, but generally we settle on an idea that makes us all laugh and gets us excited enough to make the game throughout the weekend.
What Garrett is saying is we're just as funny as Hundreds.
I'm trying to dissect your sense of comedy. What makes you laugh? Because I would say some of the stuff that we make is as dumb as something like Hundreds of Beavers. What's different about that? I'm not trying to say this is like accusatory. I'm saying it like inquisitively of like I'm trying to understand your mind.
I feel like the game is different. Like that's how you're building the trust is with the player. Like there's a back and forth with the player to kind of create comedic. Like when I think of funny, like our funny games, like Mouthfeel is funny. Mouthfeel is I think objective. If you allow yourself to play this game and finish it, it's funny because there's back and forth. Like you actually are contributing to the comedy. I think that's why our games are funny. Now, if we were like making a movie and we tried to do all the same stuff, I don't know if that works. But I think we're also pretty objective to the point where like we can look at things and say like, would other people find this funny? When I was a kid, I didn't think that, but that's when I thought Looney Tunes was funny. So the point of being like an adult now is that I think I'm a little bit more inquisitive about.
I feel like an adult can still find Looney Tunes funny.
Yeah, but now I'm at like I ask more questions as an adult for like whatever the context is in the story. The thing that's trying to be presented to me.
But it's a cartoon though. It's supposed to be just like
you're not supposed to ask a question.
It's dumb fun.
Like originally
y'all tell me so much to turn my brain off for a movie.
Well,
and the one time I do,
hold on.
Laugh about it and forget about it. That's
then
it.
maybe. Well, hold on. If this movie really wanted me to turn my brain off, it probably shouldn't have tried to rock me with such a dramatic style and bombastic nature. This movie did not say, "Hey, sit back, relax.
It did.
It's gonna be a good time." No. This movie was like, this movie. No. This movie immediately is like, I'm black and white. No other, your other movies aren't black and white. We're using like really crude animated comedy.
You never see this. Cynical.
We're using old. No, I'm not. This is.
You think the movie was trying to impress you by being black and white?
It was trying to be special. It's trying to be special. Do you really think they made these choices to try and like disarm you? They wanted to be special.
No.
It's trying to be.
It was trying to be low budget and make like.
No, wrong.
Yeah, because
let me settle this. So they use the black and white and slapstick classic comedy like a 60s because they don't do it anymore like in these days.
Yeah,
so
you're trying.
They didn't want to just make them like a special or pretentious. They just use the old technique that was originally funny for the people, and they don't do it anymore. So they just like adopt it with like a modern style.
Yeah, they're trying to use. This is special. This is special in a modern. This is a new movie, Jerry. This is a new movie. So in contrast to the other movies, they're like, we are special. We are different. We are not doing what the other movies are doing. Pay attention. And so right away when it opens like that,
they are saying that in the movie. They just want you to laugh.
They're just trying to evoke a style that traditionally makes people laugh.
I'm so special.
No, okay.
Are you kidding?
No, hold on. That traditionally makes in the 1920s, yes. If I show something that was like an old style today, it's because I want you to ask why am I choosing that style, not because of like you already know this is going to be funny. We chose this style because you know you're comfortable with it. This is meant to make you a little uncomfortable and change you a little bit. Like it's very obvious.
That's so cynical.
It's not cynical.
It is. You're trying to call this movie. You're trying to call this dumb slapstick movie pretentious?
I didn't say pretentious. I didn't say pretentious.
It's trying to impress you by using cheap tricks and trying too hard. That's like the same thing of pretentious.
I didn't even say cheap. I didn't even say cheap. You're saying that this is a turn your brain off movie, but it didn't even give me the chance to turn my brain off because it was in stark contrast to everything else around it. That immediately turns my brain on. That. If you're watching regular movies, regular comedy movies, and then you watch this, am I supposed to have the same reaction to it? That's absurd. That's
no,
absurd.
but it's supposed to evoke the same sort of feelings that you had watching like Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry or those classic cartoons as a child. That's what it's trying to establish with this black and white nonsense.
Okay, and in my opinion, as I told you,
not black and white. Who's it for?
Or Three Stooges, Abbott Costello, pick your whatever. Charlie Chaplin.
I didn't grow up with any of that. So are you saying the only way that I could familiarize myself with this is if I grew up in the 20s?
No, but you can see the appeal of what comedy movies maybe were like in like.
And that's the point. And that's the point. They're trying to
God
teach you
forbid
the
they
history.
try to like do that for you. What, are they not allowed to do this?
They are not trying to teach you anything.
That's the hold on, but you're pointing out that it is significant that they're choosing this style because
in my opinion, they chose this style because that was the era that slapstick blooms. That was the era that slapstick was like a more.
Is that what I'm supposed? Is that what I'm supposed to be thinking about when I watch this movie?
Like
I'm not sitting there thinking about. Like,
am I supposed to be thinking about Charlie Chaplin?
Movie. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Am I ever thinking about Charlie Chaplin?
If you watch another black and white movie, you're like, oh, like they chose black and white. Like when we watched The Lighthouse, we're like, oh, they chose black and white because movies used to be black and white, and that's back when film was in its like golden era.
My question is, would you like this movie more if this was not black and white?
No, that's not the point. Hold on, that's not the point. Y'all are saying this is
you said this was black and white, so it actually didn't like caught me off guard.
No, okay. The point that I'm trying to make is, if this is a pure turn your brain off comedy, and I'm like reading too far into it, why is it immediately using a style that turns my brain on? Now it's making me inquisitive because it's abnormal. It's not what I'm used to seeing. It's not from my childhood. It's not what I grew up with. It's not a form of comedy that I'm like familiar and comfortable around. It is asking me to be a little bit more alert. And that's what I mean by like, you didn't earn my trust, because it's like, is this movie made for me? Like, who is this audience? Who's this for? It didn't just immediately pop out stuff that I'm familiar with. So to argue that this is a turn your brain off movie, I think is a bit absurd, because they're clearly using style to try and awaken something in you that isn't like a flaccid brain.
Okay,
brain
so
attitude.
It's not necessarily like a turn your brain off and laugh at the
brain off movie seems like it's
not. No, it's not like a turn your brain off movie, because the more that you pay attention, the more that you'll see like some gags and shit like that. You'll see a scene where like the guy is like holding the map and he's drawing stuff in it. He's holding it with two hands. Then you see a third arm come from the bottom, like with something out. Like, you have to pay attention to these sorts of things. There's some like blinking you missing sort of like gags and shit. Oh my
How funny is that? Poop, Jared, of all things.
Yes, that joke sounds very lame and dumb when you explain it with words.
Yeah, but guess what? They explain their own jokes in the movie. That's the problem.
But what I'm saying is like,
basically the whole movie is just them telling me their joke at face value, and I can't do it.
It's a slapstick. What else is it supposed to do as a slapstick comedy?
I think.
What else? Try to make you laugh with its slapstick comedic jokes? God forbid.
I think the problem is like,
it's just not your sense of humor, I think, is the problem.
No.
I don't think so. Because there are plenty of people who find this funny, and then there are plenty of people who probably don't.
No, I don't think you can just say on the face, like, because I don't like this movie, I don't like slapstick
I don't think
humor.
you can say on the face that this is an objectively unfunny movie.
Are you saying this is the best example of slapstick comedy?
Clue why they don't like it.
I would say it's a very good example of slapstick comedy. I can't pull out like what the best slapstick comedy is, because I'm not a connoisseur. Yeah, God forbid I'm not a slapstick connoisseur, so I'm just not allowed to argue and advocate for this movie. What the fuck are you saying right now?
I think the reason why the Lord couldn't enjoy this movie is they are not familiar with it, so they don't know how to enjoy this kind of movie.
No, I don't think so. I don't think their familiarity with it is going to like impact. I just don't think they enjoy this style of humor.
I'm not judging you by that. I'm not judging you like, you don't know how to enjoy them. No, I'm not like that. because you're not just familiar with it, so you don't know what's the funny point of this.
But
This
I
is
don't
not
think
judging.
if they watch if they watch a bunch of like Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, Three Stooges, Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes.
I've seen all that shit.
Exactly. I don't think them watching more of that. It's not the same. Oh well, I disagree with that. I was about to say like no matter how much they watch, it's just not to their taste. But now you've thrown a wrench in my plans, Steven. God damn it, my olive branch is in flames.
How many jokes are in Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton?
I don't know.
How many fart jokes?
How many of them include?
How many just like bunny rabbits like bending over and having like humping each other?
There was one joke for that.
Yeah. Was it funny? Did you laugh at that?
Not really. I didn't laugh at every single joke in this, but I laughed at a lot of them.
It sound like it's the funniest movie ever made.
It's not the funniest movie ever made, but I really enjoyed it.
Ever made.
It was a funny movie that I laughed a lot at.
You just shitting on them.
Hold on, but
you're the one who's shitting on them. You just said like, oh, this is like a 6 or 7
I think it's easier to defend.
When you're saying like this is not funny at all, this is fucking disgrace of the movie.
I think it's easier to defend in a position of like, oh, I enjoyed this movie. I found a bunch of it funny. Compared to like, this movie is like completely unfunny. I didn't laugh once. That's absurd to me.
Yeah, you are extreme now. We're not extreme.
That's
you
wild.
Are extreme.
Shut the fuck up, Roka.
Here's
a good example of slapstick.
But this was not like a.
I will say, back in like elementary school, I fucking loved being on the slapstick. Are you kidding me? Like these random miscellaneous. I should have been in percussion in band instead. I love all these just like wacky ass like percussion instruments. Why the fuck did I? Why the fuck did I pick saxophone? Well, you came at the wrong time, Pomo, because like I think you missed some of like the most heated.
You missed
stuff.
all of it.
We're still hot, but I think I've reached like volume and decibel levels that I've not once achieved before on this stream.
This is new. This is new. Well, we
Jesus
did that. I
Christ.
think even before we started this, we were already arguing. So
for sure.
Okay,
for sure. Like right out the gate.
Can we take a minute to talk about Mr. Bean?
Oh, sure. So, yeah.
Steven,
That's a good example.
We like Mr. Bean, right?
Mr. Bean.
Can we identify what you like about Mr. Bean versus this movie?
Let's articulate why I like Mr. Bean more, because there's also no dialogue most of the time.
Here's what I like about Mr. Bean. I'll tell you. Absurd things happening in normal situations. There's nothing.
Well, there you go. There you go.
It's all absurd. Everything in the movie is absurd. There's nothing contrasting that. Mr. Bean, he's the absurdity. Everyone else around him is normal, and that's what makes it funny because he's the weird one. Everyone's weird and fucking strange, and there is no contrast whatsoever.
There's no break.
It's
There's
like
if the Santa Claus hunter wasn't like a serious foil.
If everyone was Mr. Bean and Mr. Bean, you would hate it. I promise you. The fact that he is the one that you're looking at doing all these goofy things is why it's so funny. And that's just it's comparing it to what's going on in the situation around him is why that comedy works.
And it's usually it's usually seeing him sort of like maneuver his way through like a finite scenario.
Okay.
And before he proceeds on to something else, right? Like I think the what keeps you engaged is his sort of like physical comedy, the absurdity of it, the contrast compared to like his surroundings for sure, and like it's very British, right? Because you're pointing out like every single thing too. Like it's just as in your face as I think this movie is. But I think that there's some restraint. I think with Mr. Bean, this one shows no restraint, no stone unturned.
So here's the thing: is like I think I agree with your points. In fact, that like the appeal of Mr. Bean is the fact that there's this wacky character being contrasted against like these very serious people as like a foil. You have like a comedic man and a straight man. There isn't really a straight man in this movie. I don't think this movie is anything like a Mr. Bean movie though. I think it's more like Looney Tunes-esque where everybody's a fucking goofball in it, and you know people are getting but there's still like conflict between the characters, and they're like these cartoonish characters are clashing with each other.
Even Looney Tunes has straight men in it.
Sometimes.
Well, they usually have to have someone rip off. Like if Bugs Bunny shows up,
all of the animals in these movies are basically a Bugs Bunny, where like, and this guy's like the Elmer Fudd trying to catch him, especially in like the first half of the movie.
Like, look at this guy in a fursuit. Isn't that funny?
No, dog, no.
Yeah, this movie
100%.
thought that people in fursuits was funny. You want to know how I know that? You want to know how I know that?
It was.
Is because okay, so we agree that the movie thought that just people in fursuits is funny.
No, but the way that they
That's
use
what you
them,
just said.
they have like clever ways. Oh, God damn it! I'm gonna sound lame again. You didn't think the fact that these animals, like when they get cut open, have human skeletons was funny? I did.
Oh, like at the very end when he rips the skin off.
Or when that lady was like opening it up and she was like getting the guts out and had a human skeleton in it. I was like, that's fucking funny.
No, because it's just I don't know. It's just
we're not going to come to an agreement on this. It didn't even draw attention to it and like the cutting open scene.
Did you just sit there and say that's funny, or did you laugh?
I laughed. I laughed a lot. Yes.
See, like
as hard as it is to believe for you, I laughed at this comedy movie several times.
I laughed a lot.
But like when I look over at that top,
I didn't just even like. I laughed.
I like maybe snorted.
Yeah.
No, there were plenty. I was probably snorting at the beginning, and then like by the 20-minute mark, I was laughing at most of the gags. God damn it! Why are all of these people in chat who I think would really enjoy this movie piping into chat saying like, I didn't watch it, but this seems pretty neat.
Nobody watched.
Fuck! I need more people in my corner right now. Why didn't you guys watch this?
Jerry's not enough for you? What the hell, Jerry?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Because right now this seems like an even. This seems like and that's not
Are you saying
indicative.
This isn't even enough because you think we're right?
Being even is not indicative of what I think the quality of this movie is.
We're right.
No, what I'm saying.
On your side to make yourself feel better.
What I'm saying is that there is a majority that is unable to voice their opinion, and you guys think you're all high and mighty.
Yeah,
like.
Correct.
Oh,
yeah. I'm not saying I'm high and mighty like I'm the god of comedy. I'm just saying this movie's not funny.
But you think
and when you said Mr. Bean, I was like kind of a little bit laugh because there were a lot of situations. That
Mr. Bean's funny in a different way.
And Mr. Bean is doing something like a very weird things, and it's not like the other people are normal. They are doing something stupid with the Mr. Bean at the same time, like just like this movie. There were a lot of episodes of that.
If we dissected Mr. Bean, why that's funny. Let's dissect like a Buster Keaton or Charlie Chaplin thing, since that is the direct comparison that you're making to this movie.
And
let's see
I don't want it. That's gonna ruin the fun.
Oh, you don't? Oh.
That's gonna ruin the fun. That's gonna make me.
Hold on.
It's a different kind of humor that doesn't lend itself to explaining
it. It's just like a pure fun. I don't want to do that. This is not a movie that like a academically compared, academically like discover or something. This is just a
I'm just saying, y'all are the ones saying like this
movie.
is in the same realm as Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. This is like inspired by the blah blah blah.
Watching. Okay, so here it is. The comedy that I find in this movie is watching these realistic humans do cartoonish things that you would only ever see in a cartoon, and watching these people that are in live action exist in a world with cartoon physics and cartoon logic. That's the humor for me. And the fact that these animals are in like these characters are in like these mascot suits, it's not just haha mascot furry suits funny. It lends itself a lot more to like the physical comedy of it, like the body language, like in the courtroom scene when you has like public defense lawyer and he's just like he's displaying so much personality without like really saying, just with like his body motions. And the fact that he's like, you have moments where like that bunny's trapped in the noose and a raccoon comes up and just like takes out two of the stakes and is just standing there. That's something that only like, I don't think that would be as funny if these characters were animated. The fact that it's just like some guy in a raccoon suit picking it up and just like menacingly looking at this thing with murderous intent, that's funny.
I love it.
It's these realistic characters and animals in a world with cartoon physics. That's where I think the humor in this movie comes from.
But I gotta honestly
when you explain it doesn't sound funny.
I know it's funny, but when you
I don't know. Trailer for Looney Tunes back in action.
What's that?
See how funny that is. Let's look at the trailer for Looney Tunes back in action.
Oh my god.
A movie with live action people with cartoon physics.
No, let's not do that. I think so.
I don't think you're gonna get through to the Ruds by saying just don't overthink it and enjoy it, Pomo. I think that's the only argument that I've seen you dropping in chat.
Turn your brain off. Don't overthink it.
You're gonna lose. I'm sorry. That's an argument you're gonna lose. I'm gonna die on that one.
Yeah, that's not. That's not the
That's
argument
not
you
the
want
way
to
to
use.
defend this. The way to defend this movie is not to say you're overthinking it. Because
That being said, you're not going to convince the Ruds
This movie wants me to
regardless.
think about it. That's why it thinks it's funny, is because it's making me think about things. So you saying turn your brain off and don't think about it is the antithesis of what the movie's trying to do. So that means you don't understand it.
But part of this has to be right, because this is still a movie, correct? Like we still consider this to be a movie.
Yeah.
This isn't just an example of comedy. It's still a movie, and so the movie needs to keep me engaged for the duration of the runtime. And so I'm trying to understand, and I was doing this last night too, trying to figure out like why did I check the time more than once to figure out if there was more left. And it's because I wasn't engaged. So part of it is sure, like whether or not I think things are funny, but part of it is still good storytelling. It is a movie. It is something that is meant to engage me. It's got to have a beginning and a middle and an end, some form to fill up that runtime. It can't just be a collection of
series of events.
Okay,
Have
here's
no
the
order to
thing.
them whatsoever.
Here's the thing. Throughout the whole movie, every slapstick that happens, every slapstick comedy that happens, was there for reason. Right? Like as a bunny, when he's trying to catch the bunny, there were a lot of slapstick because he's learning how to catch the bunny, and the slapstick happens in the middle. Like in the hunting, like they are learning, he's learning hunting from the fucking Santa Hunter. There are a lot of slapstick in the middle, and he's learning through his hunting skill. The slapstick happens in the middle of the happening, the middle of the storyline. It's not just
now Pomo's calling artistic value into account. So you're saying this movie
are you trying to find
this movie's only valid? This movie's only valid because of the artistic interpretation that is
absolutely
done.
not.
That is pretentious.
That is not. No, he's not. He's saying this thing has the right to exist. That's not pretentious.
No, Pomo's doing a bad job of defending y'all because he's trying to make this stand that it's art, and if we don't get that,
that's
art.
On
us. Okay, well, everything is art.
It is.
Yeah, don't.
I'm not saying that's a compelling argument. I'm just saying it is.
Okay, I never said it didn't have. No one here is saying it can't exist. But you call it because anything is art. It is not an argument to say this is art and you don't get it. Like that.
No. I'm not
helping. Like the quote unquote.
That's not helping your case at all.
What he is.
That's the problem. It can't be good because it's quote unquote art. Because it's
that doesn't
different.
work.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. God damn it, Pomo. Why are you making me come to bat to you? I think what he's saying is that
whatever he's saying is wrong.
This thing can exist for people to like, and he doesn't need everyone to like it. He's standing on the principles that you guys encourage of I don't care if you like it. Oh, sure. I still like this. I think that's what he's saying.
Okay, that's fine, but there's a lot of people who really love the Minecraft movie.
Sure.
And
Chicken Jockey.
Oh my god.
Chicken Jockey is funny. It's funny to them, and they fucking
you cannot tell me that this movie was made with the same level of cynicism as the Minecraft movie.
I don't know. I think the Minecraft movie was artwork. You know.
I'm sure you can say that.
This is all artwork, and it all has the right to exist. So therefore,
but do you think? Okay, no, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
Produced Minecraft fucking bullshit.
That's not what Pomo is saying.
This is fucking original. This is not Minecraft.
I'm saying
because it's different.
The reason that somebody made this movie is different from the reason that somebody made the Minecraft movie. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, these people were trying to force me to like them.
Oh my god. I'm getting another drink.
Minecraft already knew I liked it, so they didn't have to tell me on anything.
I need to drink. I'm so disappointed that you
see the fact that I'm not running away. I can see.
I'm glued. I'm glued to my seat.
You know what? Now I'm turning my brain off. This is the comedy for me.
We were talking shit about the Minecraft movie because it was fucking mass produced, people like it, so they made it. This is the original movie. Whether you like it or not, actually, at least this is the original movie.
I don't know. It's getting a little less.
How dare you?
It's getting a little
less original. It sounds.
I know.
Making all these comparisons.
The more that y'all defend it, you're saying it's exactly Charlie Chaplin. Wait, so this thing doesn't even have its own legs.
We never said this is exactly the Charlie Chaplin. You said that. We never said that. You said that.
I will show you.
When did I say that?
We will go back in the VOD. We will go back in the VOD.
Okay. We will go back in the VOD and we will find the spot that I said this is exactly the Charlie Chaplin.
You don't even remember what you said through this argument?
I never said that. This is Charlie Chaplin
Did you turn your
style.
brain off for the
I said Charlie Chaplin style.
Sorry, I didn't mean that.
So slightly off topic.
Yeah.
I went to the kitchen to go make another drink. I took my headphones off and went to the kitchen, and I heard every single part of that conversation. It's fucking wild.
Listen, Jerry also said he was getting up, but
Yeah, but then he didn't. Well, I think we kept him glued in his seat because he had to defend himself.
Oh, I knew if I just didn't get up and get a drink, I'd be glued to my seat too. So I'm just like, I need to take some time. I need to take a lap.
I have one last strong zero. 9%
You fucker. Okay, can we all just like gang up on Jerry now and get like upset?
Jerry's an asshole.
Because I have a strong zero.
God forbid, Jerry, you run out of strong zeros. Like, oh no, what am I gonna do? Take an hour-and-a-half flight to get some more?
Fuck.
Wait. So hang on, Jerry. Just like
yeah,
random question. I guess is like strong zero just a Japan thing? They don't export to any other countries? They don't export to Korea, which is so nearby.
Anything in Korea.
That's
so
kind of. I never thought about the
like
fact that you don't have access to that in Korea. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I guess like America's similar drink would be maybe Four Loko, I guess. But what would
do they still sell those?
I don't know. Does Korea have like a strong zero equivalent?
A Gaijin killer.
We do have similar things like it's a zero alcohol one, but it's not 9%. It's like a 6. It's same as like a beer.
Oh, it's just like a beer, but okay.
Yeah. Boats, I encourage you to watch the whole movie. Not so that I can use you as a weapon against the Ruds, but because just from that, it sounds like you would like it.
That's okay. You're allowed to like this movie.
I would highly encourage you to go through it.
I'm not saying that you're any lesser for liking this really dumb movie.
If I make any arguments today, if I make any arguments today, it's not going to be that like over just whether or not something is funny. It's purely in the context. We're judging this as a movie, not whether or not the gags are funny.
You judge these as a movie. I generally judge it based on like a mix of like movie and my enjoyment of it.
But the reason we're doing this is like you don't typically watch movies, and movie is a format, right? So like you have to judge the format based on like what makes it a movie. So like,
but everyone think like the movie has a different format. It's not like movie has to have like this and this and this.
No,
it's not, there is no.
Hold on.
In general, there should be like
there has to be we should be able to define. We should be able to define what a movie. Don't tell me we can't define what a movie is.
I'm not
we
having
can
this
define
discussion.
the movie, but like it's not like strictly like set the limit. We cannot just set the limit. This is the movie.
I don't think the limitations that I'm setting are so strict. I'm just saying that there is a definition of a movie.
I'm gonna tell you right now, this is a rabbit hole of a conversation. I'm so sick of particularly the conversation that comes around. It's like, oh, what defines a game? What makes a game a game? And it's one of those things that like you can think you have like a defined like specific thing. And then there's going to be someone that it's a semantics argument that's not winning.
Let me ask you this: is a movie something? Okay, hold on.
I don't want to have this semantic debate.
You're equating it to like poor experiences you've had in like parallel debates. This is different. Like we call this is a movie review. Do you see movie when you go to a theater? Are there movies under like 60 minutes in there? Or are movies typically do they usually have like when you go to a theater, movies are typically like around an hour and a half? I'm purely talking about length here. Sure. I think that when we talk about movie,
are episodes of Severance a movie?
No, no one calls them movies.
Why not? They're like an hour and a half, some of them.
Yeah, but they're not finite. They're not conclusive. Like it admits that it's serialized. It's defined on the.
What about the Star Wars trilogy? What about the Star Wars series?
Yeah, but those are defined and conclusive as individual movies, a series of movies. I think you're intentionally making it semantic. Like when you go to a movie, movies are theatrical length because in that format you're going to get this amount of fun out of that or whatever out of that experience.
What about an episode of Black Mirror?
No, you're still trying to like divert it away from like the movie theater like experience.
No, I'm giving you examples based on like your description though. Is it just being like in a movie theater, not just of length, but also just like a conclusive story within that sort of length, right? So you have like these 100 to 120 minute episodes of Black Mirror that have one cohesive story, and then the rest of the episodes aren't involved with that. What's the difference between that and a movie?
Well, those aren't an hour and a half long.
Okay, so it's the length then. I'm not saying that like
I think length is pretty
derogatorily.
good.
I'm saying that like questioning.
I think length is like the most elementary way to look at what a movie is, because when you have shorter movies, what do you call them? You call them short films. You don't call them films. Like the fact that that term exists means that like people have a generally agreed upon idea of what a film is, and it has something to do with length.
And
I think that's
you're
pretty fair.
saying there's gotta be like a conclusive storyline in the movie.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
There's plenty of movies that end open ended, but they tend to complete something over the course of that movie, whatever like that intention is. It's supposed to like culminate in something, or it's meant to. It has some agenda to it that it's trying to achieve in its runtime. But that's where I think things get murky. So I'm trying to make it a little bit more objective. So like length. An hour and a half. Whenever someone talks about a movie, it's an hour and a half plus. Right?
Well, like 10 minutes. So.
If it's a movie that we suggest for spring screen, I think pretty notoriously we always tend to recommend like 2+ hour movies. I'm not making an argument. I'm making an observation. I'm not trying to start shit. I just think it's funny.
We like the longer ones.
Yeah.
When studios, because like when you talk about studios green lighting a movie, they're like, we need to get it up to an hour 30 so we can put it in theaters. There tends to be like a guideline for what a movie length needs to be. Okay, I just want to get if we can agree on that. I want to figure out are we judging this in the context of a movie, or just is comedy funny? And I think that like there's just no reason to even argue. Like, why even review any comedy movie? Because if it's so subjective, why would you? Then there's no reason to like review any. Like the reason that you can judge this is because it's. I think
there's a reason to review it though. Like if you're like a professional reviewer that people go to for opinions, like one of those things that they say is like, or I forget what reviewer said it, but a guy says like, I can write a movie for a review Jesus Christ, I need more whiskey. I can write a review for a movie that absolutely just like rips it to shreds, and I can describe all the ways that I don't like it, and somebody who knows me can read that review and said like, I think I'm gonna enjoy that movie. So if somebody was very familiar with the sort of things that makes people like Jerry and I laugh versus the things that make you guys laugh, they can still like, if you talk about how much you don't like this movie for its comedy or something like that, and you describe all of these different things, someone can listen to you say that, and if they understand you, they can be just like, oh, that seems like a movie that I would really like. So I think there is still value in like reviewing whether or not a movie is funny.
I think my biggest issue,
as long as the person understands what your sense of humor is, and then they can use those words to sort of decide whether or not they would think it's funny.
My biggest issue with this movie is if you don't think it's funny, it has absolutely no other substance to it.
I think I would agree with that.
And I actually understand that.
Because there's plenty of comedy movies where I'm not like laughing, but there's at least like
there's something going on.
Something else for me to latch onto. And
even
it lives or dies by the fact that you think it's funny.
Even Leslie Nielsen.
I think that's just the risk. I think what you're describing is also probably a reason why like you don't see a lot of just like pure comedy movies these days, because it can be just such a polarizing risk, you know? Like if you don't find it funny, the whole movie's bust at that point.
Well, okay,
right?
but that's why I think like comedy is risky again, because the vessel for the comedy and also that building of trust is finicky. It's not a certainty that you're going to win people over, and that's why I respect movies that win me over. Like horror movies have to win me over, comedy movies have to win me over. A lot of times people go to see comedy movies just because they're like, oh, Will Ferrell's in it, I'm going to laugh at this no matter what, right? So like there's been times, Jared, that you showed us like a comedy thing, and I'm like, Jared thinks this guy is funny. I don't think he's funny, and it didn't matter what that guy was gonna say. Like that's what makes comedy risky, and that's why in the context of a movie, what you have to work a little harder. It can't just be your comedy. Look, Tim Allen on his own can't just be like, I'm Tim Allen, you're gonna come and watch this movie. You're gonna love the Santa Claus. It needs a vessel to like build you into his comedy, to like earn yourself over. There has to be more to it than just his comedy.
Aren't like the Leslie Nielsen movies like mostly just comedy?
Yes, but there's definitely more going on. Like I think the significant thing about a Leslie Nielsen movie is like his 12-second rule. Like there has to be a laugh every 12 seconds.
Sure.
But because so the density is like his sort of trademark for like humor. But there's always pace. There's things happening. There's scene development. Like that's a movie, and I can actually hold on. Roke is calling me out.
Tim Allen has never done wrong and is always funny and never problematic. Have you ever seen his hit book to movie adaptation Don't Stand Too Close to a Naked Man? A book that my parents own, which was fun to discover.
Crazy.
Unbelievable.
I just found it in the playroom of the basement, just going through the books. I'm like, no fucking way.
Oh, okay, hold on. Since we're on the topic of Rudd family Christmas, when movies pull the here's a quote that means nothing to the movie.
Oh yeah, I more saw those.
Funny?
No, but I saw them as kind of like chapter markers.
That was definitely here's this overly intellectual quote that's clearly out of context. We're putting it here ironically. That's funny.
The first one was funny. I did like that St. Augustine one. Lord grant me chastity, but not yet.
And that's the stuff that it's just exhausting to me. Comedy shouldn't exhaust me.
The thing is, this is what I always said. I kind of understand why you don't hate it, why we like it, because this kind of a slapstick comedy has how do I say that? It's dangerous. It's dangerous to make because it doesn't appeal everybody.
Or do you more mean risky? It's risky to make.
Yeah, it's it's a risk. Yeah, it's a risk management. It's like what you said. If people who will like this movie will like it. People who doesn't like a movie, they are not even gonna watch it. I don't care. Something like that.
As soon as it loses someone, it is not gonna get them back.
Well, so here's the thing: is I think that this movie set out to recreate the sort of style and vibe of a Looney Tunes cartoon or a Buster Keaton sort of silent film. It tries to recapture that sort of essence, style of humor, vibe, or whatever, regardless of whether or not you find that funny or entertaining. In my opinion, I think at least this movie succeeds at what it tries to do. So, one, I enjoyed it, which is just a subjective thing, I think. But two, I think it was, on top of that, successful at what it was trying to emulate, which is something that I enjoy, which is why I respect it a little more as well. So,
what do you think about? I think that's pretty fair. Do you think that the scene to scene play of all of this, how the fact that most scenes look identical, you don't see a lot of visual change throughout the movie. Sometimes even the editing of this can be kind of confusing, so you don't really know exactly what's happening, so you're getting a little disoriented. Whether it's that whole beginning, I think we agree on, is disorienting. The whole introduction of the character is disorienting and confusing, and so right away you're kind of on your heels a little bit.
Sure.
Do you? Think
I was on my guard.
Do you think that the construction of this movie is complementary to the humor it's trying to purvey?
I think so, because a lot of you're saying there's a lot of spots that looked the same. They went to a lot of the same sets or the same scenes and stuff like that. I think that was a strong way to do some reincorporation stuff. I did get a good sense of the layout of the land, especially as he's drawing the map and going to the different places, revisiting these areas a lot. Kind of what to expect in terms of the layout, but they're slightly different, which will contribute to the sort of gags that happen, especially the gags that are sort of repeated for comedic effect or are built on top of each other as his knowledge kind of evolves in terms of how to use these Looney Tunes logic things to be a better hunter or capture these things and stuff like that. So I didn't feel particularly disoriented, and I wasn't particularly exhausted by seeing the same sort of pieces of scenery over and over. Not too much.
Not the same. The fact that everything just looks the same.
I didn't think it looked the same.
I don't really think.
I don't think it looked the
looks
same.
No, I don't think.
No,
I don't know how to say anything to that.
The entrance to the cave was very different from the side of the river, which is very different from the campsite, which is very different from the shop, which is different from the lake.
Okay, but you're just describing. Okay, so you just mean as long as there's either water or a different tree or a different kind of.
It all took place outside. How variety am I expecting it to?
Well,
in one area.
I think that I think you're being very forgiving of the movie. That's that's the nature of it. Just took place. They could easily. There are definitely.
I agree. The argument that I just made isn't the most persuasive or justifiable. But I would say, to answer your question, I did not find like the same scenery to be disorienting or exhausting. No, I personally didn't. I don't think my argument was particular. I don't even think I agree with my argument, because like that, it is kind of like excusey. I'm just like, oh, it was outside. What else could I do? When I literally made the argument, I think I'm thinking of, goddamn, I'm 3 for 3 for that pipe scene in Star Trek, where I made the where I made the argument of like they could have literally done anything else. When they're writing the script, the possibilities are limitless. So like I said, I don't think the argument that I just made, I don't think I even agree with it. That was like,
this movie actually has a Star Trek water tube scene. What did you think of that?
It would make more sense in this movie than it would Star Trek, is what I would say. Because it's not a massive tonal shift.
I want to hear Jerry and Jared defend the runtime of this movie, because it is a movie.
45 minutes.
Hour and 45 minutes.
Do you think it needed that?
I did feel like it ran a little long, but not too long. Maybe like 10 minutes too long.
What were the parts that you thought were a little self-indulgent? Because that's like my overarching critique is self-indulgent.
Yeah.
It's tough to say. I'd probably have to watch the movie again, because to my recollection of the parts that I sort of like, the stuff that I'm totally gonna watch this again.
Literally purgatory.
I'm totally gonna watch this
hell
again
before that happens.
Most of the scenes did sort of build on each other and were reincorporated in some way that sort of, again, I don't think that this is the main appeal of the movie, but I do think there is character growth in the protagonist. So like all of that contributes to that sort of character growth, and these gags will slowly build on each other and start just forming like a web of all these interlocking things that all need to be established throughout the movie as they go. I think the stuff with him like navigating around like the beaver dam and things, like not the parts where he's kind of like walking around and not like interacting with the beavers, that started to feel a little bit long to me. But once he got captured and was in the core stuff, then everything was kind of like smooth and dandy there. But that was the only time where I'm like, how much time is left in this movie, where it felt like it was going a little long. Everything else I was kind of on board for, though. So the number of times he goes to the man and his daughter, like good number of times. I don't mind that. Yeah.
Okay.
Same joke every time he goes over there.
Spit joke.
Girl being overly flirtatious and trying to trick him into like getting shot by the dad or something.
I'm honestly just surprised that we've gone this long without you guys accusing me of having a crush on that girl.
Oh, the short hair. Well,
because
the most awake I've ever been was when she was
pole dancing.
I suddenly was paying attention.
Suddenly I was paying attention.
To answer the question you didn't ask, of course I thought she was cute.
Yeah, okay.
She was your style. Yeah, you gotta admit it. She was your style.
Even after you found out she was a slut.
She's kind of like a Bible that. Like, what is that?
It sounds like such a cringy incel thing to say too. But rather than the part where she was stripping, the part where I thought she was the most cute was when she was like gutting that animal for the first time.
Oh my goodness. You're gonna win her over.
I'm not.
Yeah. I can fix her.
But I don't need no scantily clad bitch.
You don't want
to like skin.
Oh, that ankle though, when she showed that ankle. Who boy. Like I will.
Funny.
Here's my issue. For all of the like things that could have been funny, they weren't because of everything surrounding them. Honestly, the rabbits. I'm so exhausted by their comedy at that point that I just can't get on board with it. Whereas if you would have, like, toned it down a little bit and then brought some of these things back, sure, I might have laughed.
It's just, it was too, I don't know, the movie just felt a little arrogant right away, because it was like, the movie thinking that I thought, like, an opening parody song with, like, that level of animation was gonna get me and then hook me. I don't know.
That's the opposite way to get me on board.
It felt, I don't know, it felt rude. It felt way too presumptuous that it, like, knew who I was. It already knew what I liked. Instead of like showing me some things to figure out what I like and then kind of like win me over. It just that whole starting
maybe that's just not like what the movie was trying to do. Maybe it made it for a very like specific audience, and then like
the problem is that it feels like the audience is like, you love Buster Keaton and stuff, so like we're gonna do our version of that.
What's wrong with that? I mean, I guess that's a weird question. It's more of just like I don't see something wrong with that.
What's wrong with it is, I understand having a particular audience in mind, but I think if I am trying to make what I think is a little bit more of a provocative comedy, because I find this to be a provocative comedy, that I would try to get people who aren't already into it to also like it. That would be the pride of the art form. Not to just be like, you already like this. A bunch of this shit already exists. You can go watch any of it. Here's my version of it, and for you to also like, because you have already claimed you would. So I don't even have to really worry about the quality. If you make a movie like this that's meant to kind of like challenge you a little bit, and I would really, it's gonna be hard to argue that this isn't meant to be a little bit challenging.
Sure.
That you would
Turn your
also
brain off movie, Andrew.
that you would also want to get people like me who did not grow up with this kind of like film style, that do not have like a strong affection for the Three Stooges, to also enjoy this and have a good time.
Well, I would say
to only give the most common version of that comedy with no sort of respect for someone unfamiliar with this craft, I don't know. That felt aggressive and arrogant to me.
Well, I would still say
like it bent me over and shoved this comedy in my anus.
Well, I mean, I will say that this movie is trying to evoke the style of like Buster Keaton, Three Stooges, Looney Tunes, and stuff like that. I do think that it is doing its own thing with it, and if you don't vibe with that kind of comedy, like I don't think it's ever going to try to be like convincing you that you should like it. You know, I do think that this movie is unique enough to the point where it's not just like cheap emulation of stuff that already exists. But I don't think it's necessarily like this movie's responsibility to try to convince you to like a form of comedy that you don't vibe with already, right? Like you said, you don't care for like the Three Stooges. I grew up on the Three Stooges. I enjoyed that stuff.
Affection for them. I don't have like,
I don't think a movie that's trying to like to evoke those sorts of things is okay. So you don't have that sort of knowledge. It's not that you don't like it. It's just you don't have the experience with it.
I didn't grow up with it. I don't know anything about it. Yeah.
I gotcha. I wouldn't say that like the opening like 5 minutes of this movie does a good job of like really setting the stage for that kind of thing. But I would say the rest of the runtime kind of does. And
the movie just opens up as such an art project where it's alien. The movie is like intentionally alienating right away.
I think I can agree with you.
Event being different.
I think I can agree with you on the fact that like
the starting of the movie was
the intro of the movie did feel pretty YouTuber-ish, and I was also in the same boat as you guys, but I didn't like. I think we started to diverge the further the movie went on. I think we all started at the same place for like the first 5 minutes.
Yes.
And then we kind of started to diverge. I'm not 100% sure why.
My issue was that it doubled down on it. I think.
It did not.
It started, and then it was just like, yeah, we're gonna push it even further.
I guess so. And I think you're right, but I think I enjoyed the fact that they pushed it further than just like the cheap little like YouTube intro thing.
The push more.
I didn't want them to be
the ridiculous like.
If you want to be crazy, go crazy. I was like.
Like this is like a Looney Tunes like episode that opens up with an anvil. You don't open with an anvil.
I probably would have enjoyed this movie less if they had more like of those 2D animated characters in it. Honestly,
I would have hated that.
Yeah, I think that's when I started to enjoy the movie more, is when they didn't have any of like that 2D animation and it was just these like realistic humanoid things interacting in a sort of like cartoonish environment. So I'm glad that they didn't do like the Looney Tunes back in action sort of thing where it's just like these guys like interacting with a thing that doesn't exist there. So that's probably the main reason that I started to like more gain favor with the movie, when they went away from like the 2D animated stuff that they sort of started with, of just like this guy superimposed on a green screen just like tweening across the table and stuff like that. It's not great.
The movie right away was like, again, that the way you open a comedy,
it's
like
a pretty rough first impression.
The first joke, like, I've never been to a comedy show,
Sure.
But I've watched him I've watched John Mulaney and stuff like stand-up specials, and that opener, like how they introduce themselves to the crowd, is crucial for a comedy. The same as how a horror movie opens up, like how it gets you prepared for the horror. If it just opens up screaming in your face, you're like, well, this is not going to be funny. Now I'm going to be on guard the whole time. This movie opened up screaming at me, and it also it did the beer hat thing, and it's like, this is funny. You think this is funny, right? I'm like, damn it, I don't. Is that what this movie is?
I'll be honest, like first time that opening musical number, I'm sitting on the couch and I'm just like, damn it, Pomo. Like that was the state of mind that I was in. That was the state of mind that I was in. But once it started going, like after that musical number, very slowly, I started to enjoy this movie more and more. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the whole movie.
It's not
the whole movie to me.
It's not. This is not the whole movie. Is the thing for me? It wasn't. There were plenty of gags and jokes that were smarter than this. You didn't find it funny when like the cutout of the store sort of fell down on him, and as he was walking away, it did it again.
The cutout of the cutout, yeah. Like
that was clever.
I won't go this whole review without complimenting any.
It's more than just fart jokes. It's not just this.
I know.
But the issue is that I didn't have a chance to enjoy that because of the rest of the movie ruined it for me.
It's stuff like you see on screen here, like it. I'm telling you, trust is important in comedy, and this breaks so much trust. There's no good faith between me and the comedian here.
I don't know. It owned my trust.
This is interesting because like I think this is a good highlight of just like. We all have our line or like the point of no return when you just like lose all faith in the movie and then you just like
I couldn't submit. I couldn't be
and then you don't engage with like the rest of it because of like when you cross that line, the rest of the movie is basically sort of like it doesn't have as much of an impact on you because you've already like crossed that event horizon, right? I think I had that kind of a little bit with Star Trek when it had those sort of like, Hollywoody moments, and then it's hard to bring me back from that abyss. Yes. I think the difference is that like you guys probably within like the first 10 minutes have already crossed that line, and Jerry and I were just kind of like close, and then like the gags slowly started to win us back.
Very close to the line.
I think you guys just like crossed that line.
Even after the intro, I was still giving it a fair shake, but my main issue was it never did anything different to disarm me. So that was my main issue. So I was consciously I was like, all right, like let's just see what's going on with this. And then the more I watched it, the more I was just like, well, this is just the same. Everything's the same. And anytime, and this is a very damning thing to me. If I have to check how much time is left in a movie, that's bad. That is a absolute horrible thing.
Pretty damning.
And I checked twice.
I was actually surprised that you hated this movie. I thought
I'm not. I wasn't surprised at all.
I usually like a goofy and funny movie, like when we watch.
Well.
That's fucking stupid, something like that. This is
like. I knew it was going to be a coin toss as to whether or not I was going to have to bring the flames up. So I'm not
like
that surprised.
Comedy to me. So
it was too juvenile and unrefined right away. So even if there were moments of like cleverness or things where I'm like, oh, like that was actually creative.
It was underneath a gigantic layer of baby.
I need to maybe download this VOD and make a compilation, because I only just now noticed this, of every time that you guys like piss me off, but I don't want to start like a massive argument. I'll take a sip of this drink, and I only just realized that now it's already gone, and I can only imagine how many times I've done that tonight already.
And also the fact that anytime Pomo argues something, I feel like it weakens all of your opinions.
We're all already on the same page of like, if you're on the same side as Pomo, you're fighting an uphill battle. I understand that. I know the position that I'm in, but I'm still gonna stand by it. I may have to. Pomo, you're making it so. You're tiring me out because I have to reword everything you say so that the Bruds will at least like accept your opinion. Right.
Pomo, you know what's like?
Wait, Gingy, did you actually watch the movie? I think Pomo's the only one in this chat right now who has seen the movie.
Actually watched the movie.
Which again pisses me off. I'm so upset
that you're just kind of swimming out here, especially when people are like, I think I would like this movie. I want to hear them say that they thought that they would like it, and then they realize that this movie didn't have the guts to actually pull off comedy in a clever way.
God damn it.
Just enjoying the show. Damn it, Genji.
I'm so pissed.
I'm sorry. I wish I did want to like this because I thought because you pointed out that YMS like this, and YMS I think is 50-50 for me.
Well, I went into this knowing that YMS. I went into this knowing that YMS had I had heard of this movie because of YMS. I don't remember what score he gave it. That's the only thing. I was like, oh, Hundreds of Beavers. Okay. I feel like I've heard of this before. I don't know if he liked it or not.
I could see YMS going to like a Canadian movie festival and being like, finally, not an Avengers movie. You know?
Finally, a movie for me, the furry.
Yeah. Well, that's also when you said YMS. I'm like, oh, now I get it. A fucking furry movie. Okay, now I get why YMS likes it. But I wish that I could look past it. It was too much like watching someone's like YouTube channel of what they thought was funny without taking the time to. I think good comedy is it understands the audience a little bit. It's not just totally personal. Like,
I think it understands the audience. You guys just aren't the audience. I think I could show this to my grandpa and he would have a great time. My grandpa is like a hunter who grew up in this era. I think he'd have a fucking blast with this movie.
Wow, let's not just say that this movie is for people who like grew up in the snow and hunt beavers.
It's the audience. It's his form of comedy. It also has a little bit like part of it is a little bit of like, oh, he's familiar with this world, but it's more so just like the era of comedy that he grew up in. I think this movie did a great job of capturing the essence of what it was trying to capture.
But comedy I find to be particular, especially because this isn't like rated R comedy where it's like it's funny because it's extremely edgy, right? Mm-hmm. This seems like comedy is meant to be kind of for everybody. It's not like other dramatic. It's not. Yes,
I don't think so.
Yes,
no.
Dramatic movies. Yes, because feeling joy is something everyone wants to feel. Not everyone wants to feel sad.
Not everyone finds the same thing funny though.
No, but comedy, the emotion that this is meant to provoke. Is one that everyone unanimously agrees is a good thing.
The emotion, sure, but how to evoke that emotion is not the same.
Yes, but the motivation to make a movie like this is to bring joy to people. That is not a niche. That's not a particular audience.
Some people find somebody going, yes, queen, and then fucking face planting on an escalator. Some people just be like, oh, that poor girl. Other people like us find it fucking hilarious. I don't think like what people find funny or comedic is universal.
In fact, it's not singular.
No, but
the emotion is universal, but how to evoke that emotion is not universal.
Yes, no, but what I mean is the motivation. The motivation to make a movie like this is to make people laugh, which is a universally accepted, desirable experience.
Right.
This isn't a horror movie where like not everyone wants to feel that adrenaline rush of fear.
Not everyone's going to find a horror movie scary.
Right? That's not the point.
That is the point.
No. The point I'm trying to make is a movie like this should have more appeal than like wider appeal.
Why?
On the face.
Why?
Why you should? Why you should? This is not like a huge Hollywood movie. The fucking director was not supposed to like oh, I'm gonna appeal so many most of the people. The director was, I think, in my opinion, director was like thinking like this is like not for everyone, but for people who enjoy this will enjoy this movie. I think that was his intention.
It has a target audience.
If he wanted to make every audience happy, he wanted to make a fucking Hollywood movie, not this kind of like specific movie.
No, I'm gonna stand by that. Like certain like movies, yes, can have targeted audiences.
Yeah.
But a comedy movie is going to be should be more accessible than like a dramatic movie.
I'm used to should be, but there is no should be in the movie making.
You think
you should make this kind of movie?
I feel like they'll only
why
like
are
this
you like
because
you
this
should? This is
fuck you. Absolutely not.
That's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to get around. Is like this movie. Like honestly, even the way that it presents itself seems like it's trying to, because it's so, in the end, it actually is pretty wholesome. and it's not trying to do anything like that would be. It's not a very offensive movie. And on its end, what you're the things you're describing, like the Charlie Chaplin, like the old school comedy, the thing that this is trying to emulate, were very wide appeal. So to argue that this thing is actually meant to alienate certain audiences just doesn't vibe with what
it's not meant to alienate.
Okay, you are in the Charlie Chaplin era. There was only Charlie Chaplin. So they had to like it. It's like there were not like 100 or 1,000 of movie. There were only Charlie Chaplin, so they went to watch a movie. But in this era, there were hundreds of people, and there are like 1,000, 10,000 of movie like right over there. It's unfair to compare this movie with the Charlie Chaplin era, even if it has a similar style.
Like y'all are saying, that's what makes this good. Is that it's like,
you can't have this double thing where you're
no. I'm saying
it's related to Charlie Chaplin, but you can't compare it to it.
I'm
that
not.
Make any
don't
fucking sense.
don't lump in both of our arguments together. I've already made my argument as to why I think this is like enjoyable or funny. It's the realistic humans with cartoon physics.
I get it.
That's it.
Yes. Yep.
Sure.
I get that. I'm not even. I even could find those things funny. Like there was like maybe I think one moment that made me like chuckle, and it was when. Because I don't want to be like, I'm not painting this as just like an all-around bad, unfunny, uncreative movie. I actually think that there's some creative stuff in this movie. I'm mostly, y'all know me, I get mad when a movie has potential and it drops it because it just didn't execute it well. I think that this movie suffers from bad execution, not from necessarily just a bad idea of what is funny. I think that it doesn't understand how to use its humor well, and it ends up just like relying on the cheapest forms of it to get through the runtime. So, but there are times when I think it is funny. Like I thought, like honestly, the last 10 minutes is the only part that I really enjoyed, and I thought that like if the movie had that kind of pace and excitement and that sort of like sort of bravery to try like really radical scenes, like if it was gonna go cartoonish, go full cartoon. Like a beaver dam that's like actually like got a society in it with like scientists and stuff. Like let's go that level. Like now I'm on the quirks and stuff. But when he like was fighting the beavers and like pulls the skin off one and reveals the skeleton, I thought that was funny. And I thought that like him throwing the ragdolls around, like okay, like that's like making use of the props and stuff to be funny. But the problem is that the movie spent way too much time it felt like it was filled with nonsense. And the fact that the movie did not build me up to any of that, and it threw me straight in, felt disrespectful. And it felt like this movie was way more personal for the person making it than it was about external. Like comedy to me is an external thing. It's not about just making you laugh. Like you're supposed to make your audience laugh. This isn't like poetry that you wrote for yourself. This isn't Good Will Hunting where it's like that could be just for you. This doesn't have to be for everybody. Comedy is like a thing that you're putting out there to try and do for other people. It's like this very charitable thing that you're doing. You're giving up something to make other people enjoy themselves. So if this movie's like, nah, but this is like my thing. So if you're not into it, like you can just sit there and wait for the next hour and a half to like till it's over. And that's what this movie did. It's like sit and wait if you're not into it. It didn't have. There was no charity in this movie. There's no give. It was just only like black and white, literally the whole time.
Well, it was black and white, Andrew.
Yeah, no gray, no give. Is Mastiff going to agree, having also never watched this?
No. If anyone I can count on watching the movies every week, it's probably going to be Mastiff.
Mastiff, I need to know, did you actually watch this? Okay, Mastiff watched
it. I can already tell you, given the conversations that I've had with Mastiff,
this sounds right.
It doesn't surprise me, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. More so, of just like I kind of have a sense of like what Mastiff's tastes are.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, going into this stream, I'm just like, it's gonna be Jerry and I versus the Ruds. I can feel it. Like I already sort of knew. I know Jerry's tastes. I know the Ruds' tastes. Like it's one of those things of like, if I kind of have like a sense of like what your tastes are, it's like it doesn't surprise me that Mastiff didn't enjoy it. In the same way that it doesn't surprise me that Jerry and I are on the same team right now.
With Pomo.
Yeah. Well, the part that I'm gonna get all veiny about is that like I could never find slapstick humor funny. I don't think that's true.
And I think that's an irreconcilable like sort of difference between us that we're not going to come to an agreement
I believe that like this style, the humor that it's trying to pull off, can be funny. I just don't think that this movie accomplishes
does not
it
do
well.
it in a way that can get me on board.
Sure.
But
yeah, and I think rapid fire is probably like fair, but
we were attacking the movie. Y'all were attacking us. Just saying.
What, like,
It's for the content.
You were attacking our comedic, like not being able to enjoy it.
You guys are
because I was emotional.
I'm just saying.
I'm not salty about it. He said saltily.
Yeah. I think that there's like I'm upset because I think there's a version of this movie that would be enjoyable, and I think that it's toning down a little bit of the college art project side of this. I think there's a maturity that this thing is missing that would make it so much better.
That would make the things hit harder.
And I think that like you're not getting rid of all of the bits. I think a lot of the bits are funny. Like you still use that same kind of like gag humor, but I think that there's just missing elements and just pace and just making use of this runtime. More of that creativity that I see at the end of like where they're actually doing a lot of compositing. Like really like there's a lot of craft to like actually putting together the shots at the end. And there's even like there's a couple of shots with like when the wolves are chasing them that I actually
the shot of them like climbing up that
cool.
tree and that little Gandalf moment.
You know?
Yeah.
Like it's a very practical thing of just like, putting the camera horizontal and like this log on its side and like lighting it and then doing again like a lot of composite work, a lot of layers that are done after. That's some of it felt kind of hand, but I know I was annoyed when I saw compositing shortcuts like 3D stuff.
Sure.
That annoyed me because I'm like, listen, if you're gonna honor this old style, don't do it in a way where it's like this was faster. Like if you're gonna really lean into the craft, like honor it to its like full degree and then show me like how good you are with it. So like when they go into like the caves and stuff and it's like a 3D world and I don't know, man, like matte paint, like do what they used to do back in the day. It doesn't need to be perfect, like be cartoony. Like there's definitely ways around it where you can and then shoot this thing in film, like really like lean into it. Like that doesn't cost money, that's just time, that's just you learning skills that you didn't want to learn because all you wanted to do is all the stuff you like learned in your film class, and that's what this feels like, and then immediately applied to like your end of the year project. And yeah, you got a good grade, but you didn't really appeal to anyone outside of your class. You already knew what everyone's humor was. Like I want to be on your side.
These are the sorts of moments where like I wish I had your guys' like gorilla like stamina or experience with arguing these sorts of things, because like my exhaustion is making it seem like I'm like you're winning me over and I'm like tacitly agreeing with you.
No, we are though.
No, you're not. But I'm like I'm running out of like steam or like arguments to try and like combat you because I know that this is going to be like arguing against a wall and there's not going to be that much of a point to it. I'm trying to engage for the content.
Well, I'm also trying to pull it away from like, is it or is it not funny? That I don't think that's going to be the
because I disagree with you in the fact that like this was only made for like my class and I know who thinks it's funny. It's but the only argument that I can make for that is like the only argument that I can make against that is just by like going to like comment sections for the trailers or like movie reviews and things like that. It's like, see, people like it, and then it's like, oh, because people like it, that means the movie's good, right? And then it's just like a nothing argument.
Look at some other comment sections to see how trustworthy those people are for any of the Pixar
exactly movies. So that's what I'm saying is like it's people enjoy this outside of like the 12 people in his film class or something like that. I think that's a really just like dismissive way of putting it, but I don't feel so strongly to go to bat for it that like I'm gonna go back into a shouting match.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
You said it was niche. So
I didn't say it was niche. I said it at a target audience, and you guys aren't it. Slapstick has a very large target audience.
You don't think that Steven,
target audience.
hold on. But like this is a comedy. You don't think that Steve and I fall into the target audience of just like a funny movie?
I don't think you fall into the target audience of this at all.
Who's the target audience then?
People who enjoy Slapstick, Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, Abbott and Costello. I just described them. You want me to like name out like 100 people?
It's a dead format. Like you're talking about.
Why is it a dead format? Because people don't make it anymore?
Well, that's what I mean.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's a dead format?
So they could be different enough for people like you to like it.
Oh my god!
It's a dead format. Like the fact that the fact that this exists is showing in contrast to
don't call me pretentious for liking this stupid movie. It's a stupid movie.
In order to make
I don't like it because it's different.
Opinion correct. This movie shouldn't. In order to make your opinion like this is like out of like context, out of like a touchy, like a kind of genre. In order to make your opinion correct, this movie shouldn't be popular. this was not a huge like Hollywood movie. This was made by the like individual.
$150 budget, or $150,000 budget, self-funded.
Huge. This was not like a
didn't become
audience
huge.
attractor.
Hold on.
Not like huge, but it became popular. It became famous. Even we heard it. We heard of it. Although this was like an individual small project.
I also
right?
don't want to.
This is not out of touch.
I don't want to put the like, numbers that we see on the internet.
Always like hit the people.
This
is why SNL.
Well,
SNL
if you don't want us to point to like numbers on the internet, how else are we supposed to convince you that like the target audience for this is larger than you're claiming it is?
Okay, well, it was clearly hyperbole when I said like a class size was
right.
You know that,
and that's why but that's why it makes it like exhausting for me to like let a comment like that slide. Like I tacitly agree with it is the thing, right?
But you know what I'm trying to say when I say his class. I'm making the same argument that you did. It was made for a specific kind of person. Like that's what you said. I'm agreeing with you. I just said it in a different way.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm running out of steam. Right. But normally I would jump on that and be like, no, blah blah blah, and I would fight for it. But I'm getting tired, you know. Like,
okay,
well, that's what I'm saying, and I don't want to come across like, okay, you guys are slowly winning me over because I'm saying less and less.
I know.
Because you guys are really good at that. I'm just like, you guys are just better at are just better at arguing than I am. Like you're better at coming up with arguments. You're not necessarily like changing my mind. But the fact that I can't like meet you on that level with that same energy makes you sound a lot more persuasive, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm also not trying. I don't think that I can change your mind. I'm trying to understand when people like something that I don't, or think that a gorilla can beat 100 men. I'm trying to understand.
Let's go back to that debate. Actually, I like that debate.
That was a little bit better.
Usually
then I'm on your side.
I'm trying to figure out why you like those things. So I'm just
I can't explain it because
I think you're exhausted because unfortunately the onus is on you to explain that.
But it's explaining it to a wall because I don't feel like I can explain it in a way that's like satisfactory to you. Because I'm explaining why I find something funny, and when you do that, it kills the joke.
I know, but that's why I've been constantly saying that I'm trying to not make it about whether or not this movie is funny. I'm trying to make it about, is it a well-constructed movie?
Sure.
Is it a good comedy movie? Not is it good comedy? Like I think what the problem is we keep like switching back to, is slapstick comedy funny? And then I have to argue like, well, people aren't used to it anymore. That's not exactly like a current format of comedy. So it is provocative, it is challenging, and but it historically has a pretty wide appeal if we're going to look back to like the inspiration for a movie like this. So I'm trying to figure out from you and Jerry, you think the comedy is good. Do you think this is a good movie? And you think it is a good movie. You said you would watch it again.
Yeah.
You think the pacing is good. You think that there's not a lotot of fat on it.
It's a little slow, but I can't think of much to cut out.
So there's a lot of like okay.
I was just saying, in my personal opinion, a good comedy movie could still exist as a movie if you took all the jokes out of it. This would be non-existent. Took the jokes out.
I think so too. I think
would you say that like Airplane would still be a good movie without the jokes?
Yeah.
Really?
There's still a story there. There's still stuff happening. There's
a story
like
here.
A good
90% of the story happens in the last 10 minutes.
I don't know about that. See, Pomo, like here's another thing. Like you make an opinion that like I like 10% agree with, and then the rest of it is like because if the Ruds submit a comedy movie, I would probably still enjoy it. I have overlaps in the kind of humor that the Ruds enjoy, especially the kind of comedy movies that they enjoy. I don't think that's like a sort of gotcha argument in terms of like, oh, Rudd submitted a comedy movie and it's like that wasn't a very good movie. I would still probably like it.
That's just a combative way to like to try and win in this argument.
You show me what's funny then.
Yeah, I don't
damn it, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think
because like I already agree with them. It's like they enjoy Mr. Bean and the Leslie Nielsen movies. I do too. Like
no problem. We've been telling you.
Okay, look up
Airplane
and what, The Naked Gun. I've only ever seen Airplane in terms of like Leslie Nielsen movies.
You can watch the Naked Gun movies.
Yeah. Sorry, Pomo. It's hard to read tone in text, obviously. But
I
there you
think
go.
like you can even point to like I think this is like Wayne's brothers movies, like the scary movies and stuff. Wayne's brothers.
That I might disagree with you if you think those are good comedy movies.
No, but I want to point out. It's on the same level as this.
No.
Yes, because it's physical.
It's all self-indulgent.
It's not physical comedy. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean. You know that IP, right? That's the joke.
What is this movie? Boobs, gay people. You think those are funny, right? That's what this movie did.
You described two gags at the very beginning. They get smarter.
You were saying, what you were saying at the base level of it was this movie's pointing out the fact that its jokes are funny. The exact same thing this movie does.
It's
drawing attention to how funny it is, or trying to be. And that is what is so similar about them.
Like you think it's funny when like it follows the bunny thing forever, and then it shows like all the sex positions of the bunny and
but that's not like the entire movie. That's not what all the gags in the movie are.
Why? But we shouldn't be able to point out so many unfunny things.
You pointed out like what, two?
Every time we pointed out.
God, if I can list out fucking.
That picture
okay, here we go. Every time the bunny's tripped, the coin gag, the shotgun spittoon gag, the shop cutout gag, frog screaming, I thought was hilarious, carving a crucifix to set up a trap, falling in the bush to get the spurs repeatedly instead of just picking them out. That's funny. Human skeletons in the suit. The dogs playing poker, then war, then solitaire as their numbers sort of decrease. The bowling ball holes, like saving the bunnies as he bowls it over. Everything with the horse. Like, if you want me to make a list of all of the gags that I enjoyed, I can watch the movie again and make a list. But like,
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you to list off what you thought was funny. I was telling you that I could.
But you're saying like all the gags in the movies are like that caliber. I shouldn't be able to list all of those sorts of things. If I want to counter that argument, I need to list a similar number of gags that I thought were higher brow than just like these bunnies fucking or this bunny with tits or whatever to prove that it's not like the culminate. That's not like a representative of like the humor in the movie. Like that's the kind of position you're putting me in.
Well, unfortunately, like the movie is showing enough versions of what you even agree are like kind of like not that funny. So that and this is where I point out that the movie's not doing a good job of bringing in the audience because it already has you. Like it knows it's got you, so it can get away with this stuff. But for the people who need to be like sort of brought in, it's like, nah, you're gonna think this is funny too. So like you shrug those things off and you're like, there's more of the good funny for me than the bad funny. But for me, like right away, and the stuff we're describing is all at the beginning. Like this is fast, this is early.
It's all at the beginning.
And, like I said, like it's weakest in the beginning. I didn't laugh at those jokes either.
We all agree with that.
But you have to like then I think if you can agree on that, then you have to understand the position we're in, where like the things that we're describing are what weakened the movie, and that has to matter. Like that has to matter to the rest of the movie.
It does, but like eventually it gets stronger. I'm not saying it like excuses that. Sure, it does weaken the movie, but the overwhelming majority of the movie that I enjoy is going to reflect like my lasting opinion of it.
I think just for me, it diluted the actual like clever stuff for me.
Right. I think the gags that you're describing again are all at the beginning of the movie, which is I think when you guys already crossed that line of it's like
it was. But it's all, it like I think I don't know where it was for Steven, but like I feel like for the first 30 minutes I was really trying. And within that 30 minutes is when all of this kind of like juvenile humor was happening. It actually wasn't until the end where I'm like, that's actually pretty clever, or that like that actually took some like thinking to come up with these ideas.
Interested in what was happening.
Like once it wasn't until he was actually getting the hundreds of beavers that I thought the movie actually did like some clever antics and got like more more so than like the Sherlock and Watson, like that's clever for you is like let's bring in more like tropic things that you're familiar with. And did the movie not literally do like modern memes in it? Am I crazy or did that happen?
It absolutely had like some Family Guy ass things in it.
I didn't want to point that out, but Jared used that as an argument against the scary movies of like, oh, point at this thing that everybody knows about. They did the exact same thing in this movie.
Like
so.
But
is it the whole movie though? That's literally all that epic movie is.
I mean,
the problem is all the stuff you're describing that you like credit the movie for that you think are good are things that were like literally already done in Looney Tunes movies. So you're basically saying that the best parts of this movie are things that they took that are already done, and all the stuff that this thing did iconically or sorry, like originally for itself, the stuff that like stands out are the things that kind of brought it down. Like, because the things that you're describing are very like common Looney Tunesy tropes, like the bowling ball thing, like the whole drop a rake and someone steps on the rake later, that sort of payoff. That stuff is just so predictable and so easily pulled from the clear inspiration of this movie. Like that, it's hard for me not to fixate on the stuff that stands out as new, which are the more kind of crumbly modern memey stuff. Like, isn't there a scene where they go like, oh? Well, was that the courtroom or where was that?
No, that was when he sort of like unnoosed himself, and then all the Beavers like, sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, there was
didn't
something
make me laugh. Sure, like that.
There was something around there that literally was.
He was tied up, and then he's doing the math, and then to unnoose himself, he just like pushes up against the knot, and then all the Beavers around him were just like, that whole meme thing. Yes.
Did you think the him doing the math thing, like that meme of like the calculations and stuff? But you see, like that's like too much. It's too much. Dude. It's too much. I should.
You described like two things in an hour 44-minute movie.
That's also the problem. It's so long, and I'm stretching through my memory and finding these things, and they just keep coming up. But
I'm so this is why I'm getting pissed. Is that like you guys are like, you're used to this energy, you're used to setting these arguments, and you're swaying the chat to think that this probably wasn't a good movie, and they haven't seen the fucking movie. No. So I feel like I have to bring this energy to like go to bat for this movie that I'm, spoiler alert, gonna give a 7 out of 10. Like, it's not. It's not like this is like a masterpiece of a movie, but it's a good movie that I think people should see.
Andrew,
and the fact that I don't have the energy to refute every single thing that I disagree with you saying is swaying the chat.
Okay, what you say?
Mastiff, you did watch, but that's also the second message that you've sent this entire chat. Whereas I've seen Boats and Gingy Beardy Guy and some other people say it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it does sound like it would be kind of exhausting. And they haven't seen the goddamn movie. That's what's pissing me off, is that you're convincing people in the chat because I don't have the energy to refute everything that you're saying. That's what's pissing me off.
I don't envy the position you're in, because unfortunately in a 2v2, Steven and I on a side.
I just don't have the stamina, because you guys are used to having these arguments with each other back when you lived with each other. I, as someone who just like constantly avoids confrontation anyway, but generally feels safe enough to crash out amongst friends, am discovering that I have a very limited amount of tank in the gas gas in the tank before I start just being like, I disagree with you, but like, go off, I guess. Like, I'll listen and disagree. But now that there's like stakes involved, it's annoying me.
People's opinions outside this.
Like what she said, it's a target audience. Who cares if Gingy Beardy likes it?
What I'm saying is, like, you're probably dissuading the target audience from actually watching and enjoying this movie.
I don't know if we could dissuade them that easily. They're not the target audience.
No, I disagree. I disagree.
It's a Shyamalan thing. Like, if you really wanted to do that thing, nothing I can say could dissuade you.
100%.
Yeah, with that's all we can say. It's like a talking on the wall. Like we are trying to
tag out Jerry. I'm taking a piss.
And our side too. Like you're saying like oh, no, whole movie is juvenile and predictable. That's a core principle of the fucking slapstick. If you don't enjoy it, you don't enjoy it.
Hold on. Wait. You're saying slapstick is juvenile?
No. You are saying it's a juvenile and predictable. That's not like I'm not saying it's a core principle about juvenile and predictable. It's like easy to see, and it's when it's happened, it's just funny, laugh about it, and forget about it. You don't have to find some fucking deep meaning. Okay, this kind of movie is not like a movie that I used to enjoy. You know what my taste of movie is like. I enjoy the movie that give me the meaning, give me time to think about it. But this movie is like kind of like a different feeling. This movie, I don't have to think about it. I don't have to find a meaning inside it. It's just like a fucking laugh about it. And that's it. I can just forget about it. And in the meantime, when there is a downtime or something like that, I will find this movie and just watch it. Just let it keep just playing it in the background, and just sometimes I laugh about it, and that's it. And you're trying to find the fucking meaning of this movie because this is not a fucking movie thing you're saying. This doesn't have a meaning. This is not a movie. This doesn't have a story. There's a fucking storyline, and it's simple, so easy to understand.
No, I don't think that Steven or I has tried to argue like there's no meaning in this movie. I know there's no meaning in this movie. Like that's clear. And when I was bringing up whether or not this is a movie, I'm just trying to argue that I was trying to pull the argument away from whether or not we think slapstick comedy is funny, because that's a wall, right?
That's your problem. You can enjoy your slapstick. That's your problem, not our problem.
No, that's what I mean. Like I'm trying to remove the slapstick from the debate.
But if you remove the slapstick from the debate, this movie doesn't. It means very little. This is a slapstick comedy movie. That's what the actor said. That's what people enjoyed it. Why are you trying to remove the slapstick element of this movie when slapstick is like 80% of this movie is about?
Well, but that's kind of.
You shouldn't say that, Steven.
Come out on top.
Because now we know.
Oh shit! So am I not supposed to tell you that I'm playing inside?
No, Jerry.
Here, how about you just make a blood pact real quick, Steven?
I'm not touching the blood.
Oh, that's a toe knife. Yeah, you don't want to touch that.
No, Jerry. I would never try to argue that this movie is bad because it didn't have deeper meaning. I definitely have never said that. I would not try to say that. I don't want to argue whether or not slapstick comedy is funny. I mostly just want to argue from my side, like, because I didn't enjoy this, I'm trying to find a way to articulate it without just being like, I don't think slapstick comedy is funny.
I mean, I feel like I understand why you didn't enjoy it. It's because it really didn't. One, we all agree that the intro is a pretty poor first impression, and
yeah,
I would argue maybe like the first 10 minutes of the movie aren't the strongest. And I feel like what happened is like, okay, sure, whatever you say. At some point in like the opening, like whatever minutes of the movie, you guys crossed the line or a point of no return, whereas Jerry and I were kind of brought back from that abyss.
I wouldn't say that though, because I liked the movie more at the end than the beginning, and that's not possible if I had given up on it. I would have been even more angry at the end. So I like to think I'm pretty self-aware when I'm being like vicious against the movie.
I think I made it until the trapper guy like died before I started being like, I'm over this.
Yeah.
And that's pretty deep into the movie, and that's when I started checking times.
Well, if you weren't enjoying yourself by then that would make sense that you would enjoy it.
Like I wasn't laughing, but I was at least for the most part engaged.
Okay.
But even then, I was like, I get what's happening here. Like I see what's going on.
Sure.
It's just not doing it for me enough to get me on board for 2 hours of it, or basically 2 hours of it.
Mm-hmm.
We are like trying to persuade each other that doesn't like have a different taste of this movie. It's like we have a different preference, and we are trying to teach each other's. I'm not gonna like this so you are not gonna like this. I like this part, so you should like this. This is like it shouldn't happen. This kind of like argument shouldn't happen.
I don't think I've tried to make any argument that like we should all like the same things and that like that's how we measure movies. That's why I was trying to make this more objective if possible.
I think that's the issue is that
the movie.
Unfortunately for me, the thing that I enjoyed about this movie was more just the pure emotional side of it, where just like I'm watching a cartoon with some miscellaneous gags that surprisingly for me had a lot more like reincorporation and like a narrative through line than I expected, which was already a pretty low bar. I'm not saying that this shit's fucking Mozart, but it's more so just like I enjoyed the moment-to-moment stuff, and then it was surprising to me whenever it would like reincorporate something or have some sort of like narrative through line with like the development of the character. It was more like icing on top, but it's very much like the least important reason as to why I would say I enjoyed this movie. So it's a hard like conversation for me to engage with you with, because I think I agree with you on most parts in terms of just like the overall like construction of this movie, but it's on my constantly waffling scale of how I rate movies. I'm not a very consistent man at all when it comes to these number ratings. That makes it like sort of difficult for me to like give equal weight to that sort of thing when the,
I
when the
agree
stuff
with
that I
because
enjoyed
is
about this
kinda-
movie is not like
Yeah.
it's I'm out of words, man. Like, hopefully
I agree
I'm
with that because this is not the like a typical movie that I used to enjoy. I usually like watch the movie over and over that made me think, made me feeling something like a deep meaning. Even after like a movie ends, I have to think about it. What's gonna happen? Something. What are they thinking? Something like that. This is not the movie at all. This is like we are talking about like a 6 out of 10 movie that I enjoy and laugh about it and just fucking forget about it. And we are trying to find like, is this just a movie? Just it's a fucking laughing movie. That's all for me. That's enough for me. And we are trying to find the meaning of this movie.
No.
We are
Hold
trying
on,
to find
Jerry.
like, is it a good movie or not a good movie?
Don't
Is it even a movie?
No, all I'm saying is
don't
I didn't
mischaracterize
enjoy
our
it.
opinion. Yeah, you're mischaracterizing our opinion. We're not saying like this movie is just it doesn't stand up well because it didn't have meaning. It's not Good Will Hunting. I don't think anyone's trying to argue
Never
that.
said that.
I'm purely saying if this movie was meant to make me laugh, it didn't do it, and I'm trying to describe why I think it didn't make me laugh.
I think I would have rather just watched clips of the funny parts, and that would have been more enjoyable. Like a clip compilation of this.
I don't think
no, man. There was a storyline behind it. If you just get rid of everything, it doesn't.
Walk me through the story. Walk me through the story, Jerry.
Nothing
So okay. Let's go with that. So just get rid of the first part because we all
No, Jerry. The first part is important.
Take me through the whole story of this. It's important.
This guy used to own an apple orchard that produced a lot of cider that people enjoyed. Eventually, the people that came there like hunted a bunch of beavers or whatever, and then those beavers got angry, so they started to munch away at like the apple cider thing. They also stole one of his massive barrels to start building their spaceship rocket. So eventually this ends up in the massive destruction of the entire orchard. This guy is left homeless and decrepit. He wakes up in the winter as it's starting to fall. Now he doesn't have any sort of way of sustenance, so he needs to find a way to survive.
You're missing the alcohol part. He was an alcoholic.
Sure, he was an alcoholic. All right.
Because it's really important. It comes up later, and I really
does.
want to make sure we don't forget that.
It does, sure. Okay. So he's an alcoholic. He's homeless now. He's in the destitute of the woods. He needs to find a way to survive. He's trying to hunt these animals. He has absolutely no recollection of how, because he's only ever lived in a domesticated environment or whatever. So he's trying to catch these rabbits, these beavers or whatever, and he has no clue how, so he's constantly failing. Eventually, he, by accident, it seems like, learns how to catch fish of some sort. So he has something that's worth some sort of value. He goes to the merchant who generally sells things for like skins and stuff, because he'll take those animals and use them either for food or skins to trade with people. And in order to incentivize that, he'll give people like supplies or money or whatever they need to sort of continue providing him with those sorts of skins. In the process of going to that shop, he comes across like an experienced hunter who's used to collecting all of these skins and stuff. He accidentally falls into one of those traps, which eventually has those sort of worlds collide, where like that hunter is taking him under his wing because he feels bad about him being in the trap and stuff.
I add a little bit of something.
Okay.
There was a very important event when he first met the shopkeeper. There was a beautiful girl behind it, like laughing about it, because that was a crucial part of the storyline.
Sure. Yeah, you have the love story and stuff like that, and that sort of incentive. So now he's following along with that experienced hunter. He's learning how this experienced hunter traps all of these animals. He's seeing like what attracts these animals, how can you trap them and stuff like that. He's slowly learning this stuff, all while like that hunter is slowly like losing more and more of his flock of dogs because they're constantly being pursued by wolves. Eventually, these wolves not only overtake the dogs, but also the hunter itself, and he passes on his map and his knowledge to this guy who has already been learning all of this kind of stuff. Now he's on his own. He doesn't have this mentor character anymore. So now he's learning how to collect these sorts of animals and get these sorts of pelts so that he can get more like tools and provide like a successful life for himself. Now he has a motivation to, like Jerry said, the sort of like love interest. He wants to get with this girl, whatever. The only way that he can do that is because collecting hundreds of beavers. So now he's slowly starting to like collect all these things. He's learned about all of these failures that he's done in the past in terms of like collecting eggs and getting the birds or like just hitting them on the head, how to properly collect rabbits without the raccoons eating them, how to catch these sorts of beavers and get all of their pelts and drag them all the way in the fish and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, he learns how to like get all these sorts of fish. He's trading with the Indian for different tools and stuff like that because he has a better lay of the land and all of these things. And then eventually, like when he has to go on his final mission to collect hundreds of beavers, he employs all of the different tricks that he's learned throughout hunting in terms of like the spinning trap that he can turn into a windmill that he discovered with his own little like sort of fuck up. So it's slightly different from the hunter who did things of just like you spin it and you spike a beaver and you get it. He accidentally sort of discovered with his own sort of like implementation of that how to turn that into like a force of wind or something like that. So now he has a whole machine where he's like spinning all of these windmills to like collect the beavers autonomously. It hits him with a bat that he collected from all of his hunting stuff and blah blah. They're all going in there, and eventually he needs to go into like the actual massive dam itself to get like that, because fuck, what happens again? Like he gets caught by Sherlock and Holmes, right? Yeah. So he gets captured and they take away all of his pelts. He's like, fuck, that's the one thing I need, and blah, blah, blah. He goes through all of that stuff. He infiltrates the base, and he gets the thing that he needs. He's rolling all the way back to the shop. Here's a reincorporation of the beginning where he was just some sort of drunkard who was like, you know, slowly like wobbling his barrel into his house and blow up. It's the exact same things happening, but now he's more aware. He has an actual goal in mind other than just getting drunk. So he's like learning how to like, oh, I can prevent this or whatever. He's stopping it. There was also that moment where he gets tempted by the alcohol in the dam, that little keg thing. And he's like slowly wafting towards it, but he eventually decides, no, my love for this girl is stronger than that. So like there's that whole thing that happens. And then voila, he gets to the ends and he delivers all of his beavers and he gets the girl. Sure.
I added little things like don't forget the part that like he was captured by a beaver and he was almost like killed by it. But well, without like his past experience, he got out with a fucking rope and he fight the beaver like a fucking real hunter.
Yeah.
Before that, he was like just a weakling human, but now he's a hunter that can fight the multiple beaver at the same time, and he got out with it. It was like a learning curve.
Yeah.
Something like a development curve.
Yeah. So that's like the narrative. I'm not saying it's fucking Shakespeare or anything groundbreaking, but a narrative through line is there in terms of like what his character is, how he learns, and how he grows and stuff like that. It's there for sure.
Well, you're describing like a line of causality between events.
Like, well, what the is that a story?
Well, yeah, it is, but like, the argument is like, is it interesting? Is it interesting? Like, is it consistent? Like,
sure,
and that's fine. Like the idea of a guy like learning how to hunt and then eventually like, using how he learns how to hunt to like get a girl is very Looney Tunes. It is very Elmer Fudd. But I think like Steve and I are basically just pointing out like what you described is not interesting, and so like all it really had were the ways that he did those things.
I think what's interesting to me about that story is how like it's a pretty simple story, but the fact that he solved his problems by learning exactly how like the cartoon physics of the world and the cartoon rules of the world worked was what made it interesting to me, at least.
Yeah, like he would get like the slapstick, right? Like he would step on a rake. And
the way he can sneeze to make an icicle on demand, the way that he can like whistle for the bird to immediately go for whatever head is wearing the hat, that kind of stuff is like seeing all of that like incorporated and working as like a Rube Goldberg machine. I was like, oh wow, this like I'm not saying that this movie is like fucking smart, but I'm just like that's more effort than I was expecting this movie to put into. That's what I think like makes it more than just like dumb slapstick. Like stuff like that takes like thought and storyboarding and planning. I don't think it's just like dumb fart jokes like the first like 5 minutes of the movie.
But unfortunately like the farts, so, like looking at this through like there's still like the boob jokes and like really just dumb sex stuff like pretty consistent for the first like 30-40 minutes. So it's like I'm going to even agree with you on like the creativity is the thing that I want to give this movie credit for. I actually do think that there's a fair bit of creativity. Like there's times when I think it's a bit trite and a bit cheap. But I also agree that like him sneezing to make like a telescope with like the pepper, like that, like him peppering himself and then like making it. But the reason like that stuff I think was a little bit, maybe like I was jaded at that point, was that like I had already accepted that this was like a cartoon world. And by the time I'd accepted that it was a cartoon world, I was also exhausted by the cartoon. Like it was too much. Like the time when it was doing all of the fun creativity was at the end of the movie. Like that scene with the pepper and stuff, and like that telescope, that's all at the end of the movie. And everything before that, man, like I can't, I'm trying to like think of scenes. I'm trying to think of a scene that like I enjoyed leading up to that. And I think the only one was like I liked the shot of them like trying to get away from the wolves, because I was trying to also find like how are they using the medium to do interesting things, right? Because there was often times when I don't think that they were actually using the medium. They were just like, it's black and white and we're shooting it outside and we're using cheap costumes. And like it wasn't doing anything that they chose it to be black and white and kind of ugly looking. Like the fact that this movie chose to be ugly, like that has to be significant, right? Because either you say like, well, they just weren't good enough to make it look better, or that like they chose for it to be ugly because it somehow adds to the comedy, or that it helps to, maybe that's part of like their tactic for disarming you. I don't know. It's that whole like if you use a really goofy looking font, like no one thinks you have a plan.
You don't have a
like
plan.
maybe it was a Nelly thing. I don't know. But like I spent a lot of time like in this movie, like in times when I felt like I wasn't enjoying myself. I'm like, okay, like they're using tactics of some kind. Like try to enjoy what their tactics are. And anytime I was left trying to judge the movie was not a good time for the movie. But the times when I wasn't judging the movie were at the end, when I was actually just sort of like watching the stuff happen. Like that's fun. And if I was to fix this movie for me, I would take that last, what is it, like 20 minutes or so, like basically like when he goes into the beaver dam, and make it more about the beaver dam, and like that whole hour and a half before is just like there's definitely fat in here. Like there's gotta be fat in here. The number of times he goes to the guy, like I understand like what you're into, Jared, is like all of these like coalescing features, but I don't know. Like I didn't get that sense that it was like the math was all combining. I just saw like we were reoccurring jokes. It was just again, it was the rake and then like stepping on the rake again later. So it didn't feel like this.
Well, it was like you step on the rake and then you like, oh, don't step on that rake, but then there's another rake.
It was kind of just a line of rakes.
Just a line of rakes.
But I liked the things that caught me off guard. So like the good comedy here was the stuff that caught me off guard. So obviously if I saw poop again, I'm like, oh, I saw the poop earlier. We're gonna do the poop thing now. I guess he's using the poop. Okay, it's poop time. Beavers like poop apparently. But when it did like you brought up the like the cutout falling on him, like that was one where like I didn't laugh, but I'm like that was kind of clever, you know, like they thought about this joke and they did something kind of unpredictable. So I just wish that the movie was I wish that I could in my mind have defined the movie by those things rather than what I kind of consider to be the juvenile parts.
Pomo,
and
thanks
so
for being too civil
me it would
now.
just well, I think with Jared's point, I think exhaustion. We've been arguing for 3 hours.
We don't have the stamina of a gorilla.
We don't have the stamina. Now, if we were a gorilla,
if we were a gorilla, we could go all night.
I do have a palate cleanser on deck. Airplane classic scenes.
Okay.
So that we can all coalesce around some humor that we all enjoy, and then maybe give Pomo an idea of the kind of humor that we were talking about in terms of like Leslie
stuff that we
Nielsen
think
humor.
is like classic good humor, and I think kind of clever writing and stuff like that. Like I definitely don't want to overlook the things that I thought were positive on the movie. I think that most of my compliments are in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it just the rest of the movie overshadowed those, unfortunately.
I wish that wasn't the case. I wish they had opened up with that level of like, you know, open up with a level of creativity where like this sort of surreal setting is like, okay, this is going to be kind of like a wacky place, but define it by that sort of style and this heavy styling in the beginning this way, instead of like, if you look at the contrast between the two, like the opening styling of that like 2D art and like everything feeling really flat and kind of just super ugly versus this like composite world where it's actually got like some depth and texture to it and some creative shots, you know, like there's real thought behind these shots here, which I found really entertaining. And, you know, you talked about the way people without dialogue were sort of describing how they felt. They're like the little thumbs up from the beaver.
Yeah.
Like, give me that, like, at the beginning. Like, win me over at the beginning with some good, like, without trying to be over the top or bombastic, just, like, lay out like a scene for me that like I can start to like feel myself there instead of like the super 2D surreal world, and then like maybe you introduce that stuff at the like flip this, you know, end it with like Do like the weirdest, yeah. Do like this, like an outro of like the events that like how it. Like, I think Wes Anderson movies kind of do that, right? Like a Wes Anderson movie doesn't open up with like those weird,
Bye, Jerry.
like 2D art things. Oh, it's bye, Jerry.
You heard his ringtone.
But
Yeah,
I think you sort of reserve those for strategic moments. And so I would just like kind of flip this movie around.
I think we can all agree that like the first 10 minutes of this movie are a pretty hard sell. And even when I said like I would have a blast like watching this movie with like my family or like my grandpa or something like that, I still even feel I'm just like, all right, just stick with it for the first 10 minutes and I promise you'll start to enjoy it. I don't think like, well, I probably wouldn't say that right out the gate, but I would go into this movie kind of like sitting in my chair hoping like, all right, hopefully they survive the first 10 minutes and they'll be good. They'll enjoy this, but they gotta
Honestly,
just survive this first 10 minutes sort of thing. I know what your opinion is, Steven, but what I'm saying is like it's definitely like it doesn't make the greatest first impression. But
that's what I'm saying. It might make the movie easier to swallow.
I think the movie.
If you just start with him.
Oh, I thought you were making a cheeky thing. It's like just skip the whole movie altogether.
No. Like if you're gonna show someone else, like just skip that.
Yeah.
Just skip. Jared, we're trying to agree with you.
It doesn't add enough, other than just the fact that he's a drunk.
Yeah,
and that's like
which is actually not that. It's not that relevant.
It only comes in one time, and like the guy calls him a drunk once, but and then the thing at the end. But that's it.
Well, that's okay.
Like comment. It's not like a
Are we talking about the skipping the early part?
Yeah,
I don't think that's necessary.
I think it would be a coin toss. I don't feel like so strongly one way or the other in terms of like it ruins the movie or it's necessary for the movie. I don't think I would be upset if somebody like just skips right to the point where he like wakes up in the snow.
If he just comes out of the snow, that's where the movie started.
Yeah.
Because I was just as confused of him like starting off that way to go into his hunting career than even having that first part. Like
I don't think you really need to establish like who he was before he started to be hunting, because you're right, it doesn't come up.
There's nothing there, and like the fact that the Beavers were at all involved also doesn't matter. Like none of
the Beavers only come into play like later on. The most of his thing is just trying to get the rabbits for food first and all that.
So. I don't hate it either, Pomo, but I do think it's the weakest part of the movie, in my opinion. It didn't make the greatest first impression. I think I did rewatch it again just to like read the subtitles and shit on YouTube. And I enjoyed it more than I did the first time that I watched it. I'm just saying like it for somebody who especially someone like I would say my parents and I'm not saying this, I'm not even for a second implying that this is you guys. But for somebody who's more used to like modern movies or traditional movies, the first 5 minutes of this movie is not going to sell somebody into thinking that they're gonna enjoy this. You know, I don't think it's gonna do that job.
What do you think the intention was behind it?
I want to say that the intention was probably to establish like the overall cartoony nature of this in a way that almost kind of feels like an opening to a cartoon. I'm not saying it did a good job at that. I'm saying that's probably what I would anticipate. Like this is how you would open a movie, with like a sort of bombastic sort of attention grabbing opening, and then you slow things down for like because it doesn't like immediately go right out the gate with like slapping people and stuff. Like there's at least a couple minutes of just like him slowly waking up, looking around, like being hungry before like the first person gets like hit with a stick or whatever. So like, I think it's more of just like an attention grabbing sort of moment. It's like, hey, here's a goofy cartoony thing, and all right, now let's like slow it down and start like building up all of these like gags and shit. I'm not saying it slows down for very long, but like it's quieter for those first couple of minutes before he starts doing this. I think that's what it was trying to do.
It's meant to kind of, you think they actually thought they were easing you into the movie.
Yeah, maybe. And like I said, I think we're all in the same agreement of like it didn't maybe do this job very well.
Man, I'm scrubbing through and just remembering like the raccoon pissing in the river too. It's just feels I was still on the side of like Pomo, god damn it. I don't know, and
I think there's enough like non-potty humor like gags in the movie that I that made me sort of like enjoy it overall. But it does kind of really lean into that juvenile humor pretty early on. I do think that kind of humor would still really resonate with, like, I would say probably like my dad and my grandpa.
I know that there is and that's where I think. I
think I started to like it more the smarter the
audience.
gags kind of got. And
I would agree with
the
that.
gags got smarter.
I enjoyed this more, like, and you pointed out like the dogs like playing different games as like they whittle down. Like there is definitely some creative thought in this movie. I just wish it was the prevailing direction.
You know what's interesting about this movie, and like it was kind of just like a thought I have, not like necessarily like super high praise or whatever, but we had the discussion, I think, with I forget what movie we had this discussion for, but the fact that there is a trend with a lot of particularly movies that release on streaming or are produced by like Netflix or Hulu specifically for their streaming services. These movies are written and produced to be from the outset considered to be second monitor content, which is why they constantly have this dialogue that constantly like reiterates the plot. So like even if you're not like watching it, you'll still be able to hear it and stuff like that. This movie is essentially like anti-second monitor content. Like you literally can't watch this movie without looking at it.
Well, that's the interesting part of this, right? Because it is definitely not a brain off movie. I don't think this is a turn your brain off movie.
When I said that, I immediately regretted it because I didn't agree with it.
And I think that's I think that's what broke me, is that it was immediately not a turn your brain off movie, and then when I turned my brain on, I started to latch on to the wrong things.
Sure.
And the things that it gave me to latch onto in the first, and I'm looking through like it's 30-40 minutes, man. Like the stuff that it gave me to latch onto was just unfortunately poo jokes.
Sure.
It just wasn't it.
Sure.
And I tried to not let that bother me, but I really do mean it that I liked the movie more at the end than the beginning.
Yeah.
Because I did not completely give up on it. I wasn't like Skinamarink. I gave up on.
Skinamarink, I gave up fast.
I feel more strongly about defending this movie than I do Skinamarink, because I feel like Skinamarink was purely in like an emotional defense from my end. It was just a feeling. This I still feel like is a fairly well-made movie that accomplishes what it kind of sets out to do. I'm not like, again, I don't feel extremely strong about it, but I don't want to just like discount it as just like poopy joke trash, in my opinion.
And man,
I think I was latching more onto the gags of like that first bowling sequence, especially when he like does the curve thing and the holes of the ball perfectly encapsulate like the one bunny and the bunny in the snow. It's like, oh, that's a lot. Like it's not like fucking genius, but I'm like, that's a lot smarter than I've seen in this movie so far. And those were the sorts of like sort of bits that I was slowly latching onto a bit more.
It was over expectation.
Those were the times when I felt the most like this is straight up like Bugs Bunny territory.
Yeah, and that's when I was like, I see what this movie is going for now. And then I was kind of like, I was more keyed into it sort of thing.
I think I probably had that switch.
I think I can understand
that switch later in the movie where I'm like, oh, okay. I think it took me a while to finally like understand that the movie didn't have much. It wasn't trying to be clever or it wasn't trying to be intelligent, but because it did things where it seemed like it was trying to be smart. So it wasn't until later that I'm like, okay, I can probably like sit back a little bit and not be like looking at everything in the scene. I can probably ignore some of this. And then by that time is when it actually started amping up the like Beaver Dam stuff. I'm like, wait a minute, maybe it does have some shit to say. And then maybe the Applejack is relevant, and maybe him being a drunk is. And I'm like, but no, it doesn't. And I felt like I was kind of wrestling with the movie a little bit. And that's what I mean by it didn't do a good job of disarming me. It kind of put me on guard and tried to like have a conversation with me or like talked more at me instead of trying to have a conversation.
It sounds like it. From your perspective, it incentivized you to sort of focus on or think about the wrong things, or it didn't quite establish its premise enough to the point where like, oh, I get what this movie's trying to do. Let me get on board for this. It's more so of like, all right, what's it trying to do here? Is it just like, what is this like? Why is it doing this sort of thing? And it's like not. Like I said, again, especially in those first 10 minutes, it's not necessarily doing a good job of establishing the tone of what it's trying to be.
Now, I'm not saying that it's necessarily just pretentious, but the black and white immediately threw me.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
That has a lot of modern connotations with it that every filmmaker should be fully aware of by now.
Yeah, so I think the reason why they chose
Snyder knew
one
it.
of the reason, not all of the reason, but one of the reason why they chose it is like it's like a kind of like an old style, right? Old style
Mhm.
appeal the boomer generation, like our father, mother, or even our grandpa, grandma.
Mm.
So if it's just a colored like a not black and white, they might just ignore it because because it is black and white slapstick comedy. It will
I think
appeal to that boomer and grandpa
You,
generation.
you think that they chose it
I-
to be black and white just to get the older generation?
I
That
don't
ain't
I
right.
don't
Yeah,
I
one of
don't
the
agree
reason.
with
One
that.
of the reason. One of
I
the
don't
reason.
agree.
I'm
I
not saying it's all the reason.
I
You think that's one?
I
I
think
don't know about
I
that.
think it's a convenient byproduct of it, but I think one of the main reasons for this is like I don't think the goofy antics of this movie, particularly like the compositing and things like that, because apparently like there's some compositing that I didn't even like notice in terms of like they only ever had one wolf costume in the entire movie, despite there being like a bunch of wolves in the movie. Only like 6 beaver costumes, blah blah blah. I don't think this movie would look as like cohesive as it does if it were displayed in color. I think like
They definitely need the
I
black
think
and
the
white to
goofy
hide some
like
shit.
tree climbing animations and the weird like cartoony stuff that they do would look really like dumb in a bad way if it were done in
Yes.
color, like amateur if it were done in color. So I think the black and white not only sort of evokes that style of early slapstick, but it's also I think more so convenient for like compositing, especially considering the fact that like apparently this
snow.
movie was self-funded and like $150,000 that was it. Like
Yeah.
they worked within their limitations. Black and white was a great way to sort of not only capture the tone of what they were going for, but also execute what they were trying to go for in a way that didn't feel as cheap as it actually was. I think that was the main impetus for them going black and white, was to better sell that sort of cartoony effects.
It also helped that it was just snow everywhere, so they just had a blank white canvas for everything.
Yeah.
So
well, apparently anytime that there's like I was watching an interview today. Anytime there's like white in the scene, they're actually outside. He's like, oh yeah, no, this guy was literally like shirtless in negative 10 degree weather when we were shooting this. I'm like, fucking Jesus Christ.
I believe that.
God damn. So yeah, I think that's the main thing, is just for like it was more a visual necessity to best convey the tone and the action that they were going for without it looking fucking hokey, you know. I think that was the main reason. And then as a byproduct,
So they didn't make
like
it
it does appeal to that sort of demographic of people who grew up on like Three Stooges and Abbott and Costello and stuff like that. I don't think that was the main motivation, but it is like like sort of things coalesced in a way that just made black and white make sense.
Well, I searched it. There were reasons.
I would say both the facial and the body language in this movie is pretty
mostly Gerard was right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yay. But yeah, but you are right in the fact that like you watch a movie like Clerks or you watch a movie like The Lighthouse, where it does seem like the black and white was like an artistic choice and they're trying to say something with it.
Especially because I knew nothing. I didn't even know this was a comedy. Like I knew nothing about this movie.
Yeah.
Black and white immediately, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
So, I can't change that. Like, I know as well as these movie makers know what making a black and white movie means today, and I feel like they tried to. That's why I agree. I think that their little animated thing at the beginning was to try and convince you, like, hey, this isn't The Lighthouse. This is like an animated Looney Tunes movie.
Yeah.
But I think they're just not good. Like that's the problem. Is there are things that I'm like, are they good at making movies? I don't know. At the end of this, I actually don't know. And I think there's lots of like bad shots too. Like, I don't know if they want it to be ugly or not. I don't know, and it confuses me because there's sometimes where it seems like they're smart and they're crafting a scene like they do at the end, and like some things in the middle I didn't think they were that bad. Yeah. There's other times where I'm like, that's just like objectively bad. Like, did they do that on purpose?
So it sounds like one of the reasons why you probably didn't enjoy this movie was that you couldn't get a good sense of like what the vision was, right?
I didn't understand I couldn't understand the filmmaker.
Sure.
And the times when they showed themselves through, and kind of it felt like the times they were being most honest was the poo humor.
Yeah.
I didn't really enjoy the Pooh humor.
I didn't either. Like,
it doesn't sound like any of us. It doesn't sound like any. It sounds like we all agree on the best parts of this movie.
After a certain point, I wasn't really. Anytime like poop was on the screen.
No, Jerry. I said we all agree those aren't the best. So like the things that we all think were the best, we agree on, and Pooh is not included.
After a certain point, every time like Pooh was on the screen, I more just like kind of saw it as like beaver bait more than like an actual punchline. There were like a lot of parts where Pooh was the punchline. Yeah, I was watching that. I was like, oh, haha, like a little reincorporation, but I'm not busting a gut at that. So for the most part, I'm seeing him like dip the poop in castor oil. It's like, okay, what is he doing? Like, what is he setting up this trap for? I'm not thinking like poo poo sort of thing. So I didn't necessarily see a lot of those times as like it's like the punchline, unless like he's on the target waiting for like to get hit in the face with some shit or something like that.
A clever punchline except Pooh's and sex.
Yeah.
Well, that was the problem. It wasn't. This movie just wasn't consistent enough for me.
Sure.
I wish it was more consistent, and I wish I wasn't so revolted by what I consider to be like lesser juvenile humor.
If it had more of the clever stuff in it.
It's I agree with you, Pomo. They are fun. They're not like, but they're not like those are the jokes where those are the jokes where like Steven for the one time that he laughed in the movie where I'm kind of just like I do the nose blow sort of thing. Where I'm just like
you just chortle a little bit.
That's humorous.
That is humorous.
But like it's a far cry from the gags that actually like made me laugh out loud by myself while a sick cat is on my lap.
Yes.
I'm actually surprised that we enjoy the same kind of like a style.
Well, I'm actually
I'm not surprised. But what it sounds like is like the things that we enjoyed and the things that we didn't enjoy did different they did different damage to our mentals in terms of like I really liked the smarter sort of gags and like the dumber sort of gags. It's like whatever. Whereas like for the Ruds, it's more just like a piss poop joke, like stupid dumb humor is like I hate this. And then like the smarter things are just be like, oh okay, you're kind of winning me over. So like I think the balance in terms of like negatives to positives, they had different impacts on us. Like I kind of just like at best I'm just like okay, and at worst I'm just like that was dumb, but it doesn't like really like impact me all that much. Whereas like the gags that I really like, I'm just like, oh, okay, I like that sort of thing. So the dumb parts of this that I think we all kind of didn't really like just didn't impact my impression as much. It seems like.
Doesn't like really strike me.
And this is a petty one, but I hate the 2D artist for this movie. I think that their shit's ugly, and I think that's the best they can do.
Jesus Christ, that is petty. That last little jab is what made it petty.
I think that's the best they can do.
This is the best you can do, right?
I'm just like I'm so distracted by I'm looking at like the sign illustrations for that for the merchant, and it was so unimmersive to like the world here. I couldn't do it. When I think about like old style film where like 2D lives in there, like that had a like even like Looney Tunes-esque like illustration was good. Like they kind of took it seriously. It was not the illustration was not part of the joke. But unfortunately like here sometimes the aesthetic was the joke. And I think even the costumes and stuff, when I could tell like when they put the little Pudge and like the dogs and stuff to like make their proportions goofy, I'm like it needs to be more than just the aesthetic for me, and it feels like that's where the times where it's like laugh at me. But I will say that I did laugh at the when you see the horse guy's face and he's like brushing it or something.
It's like the perfect face he makes.
His like that guy. I think that kind of physical comedy.
That's like some Monty Python shit. I feel like.
Oh yeah. Something like
so,
that.
Like, I want to be clear that I do think that like physical and silent and slapstick comedy can be funny. I am not like just on the face against it. I think I just wasn't able to get into this team's version of it.
Sure.
Oh, by the way, I gotta be like AFK for like 15 minutes, so can I just do my 6 out of 10?
Ooh, okay.
So, I'm gonna go away for 15 minutes.
That was my favorite gag of the movie, Pomo.
All right, bye, Jerry.
Okay, so
Jerry.
6 out of 10. So I actually enjoyed this movie, laugh it out, like forget about it, and there was good slapstick, and there was a storyline, and I wasn't expect that. So it was like a pleasant surprise. There were a lot of like a smart punchline that I said before. There was dumb thing, but it was at least like a. It doesn't make sense. Make it sense. This is all I can say. This movie is like it doesn't make any sense to make it sense. Something like that. So it's 6 out of 10. Just a very laughable, enjoyable, and forgettable movie that I might watch it when it's on downtime. So you guys go on. I will be out.
Sure. Okay. I guess I should. I didn't
Jerry,
realize how close we were.
Alright, love you, missing you, Jerry.
Jerry. I mean, I'm sure we'll be around after stream.
He might be back.
I didn't realize we were already approaching. Fuck! I didn't do the shit. I got a fucking movie thing thread.
Prepping the movie wheel.
Oopsie.
I'll just be putting everyone's suggestions that they've already done on the chat wheel just in case. What are we watching?
Anyone listening now that has not at any time submitted a movie
to the wheel in the Discord, go ahead and do that.
There we go.
Like, I think Genji, if you're still around, I don't think maybe you had one before.
He sent one in the chat. What's the mental for this? I don't know. It's got to be something like a beaver on fire or some. A gorilla.
Maybe
or it can just be like.
Honestly.
How about Mr. Bean's face on a gorilla?
That's perfect.
Okay, you know what?
I like that.
All right.
That sounds great.
We'll figure out how to
Mr.
do that.
Beans versus one gorilla.
Ooh, I don't know. Like his sort of
I
stupidity
feel like
gets him
the
into victory.
cosmic sort of energy that emanates from Mr. Bean would somehow kill the gorilla.
That's
for
what I'm
sure.
saying. Like he would.
He would accidentally kill the gorilla.
Yeah.
All right, me. And this is also where I think like Jerry and I were in an awkward spot because like.
You don't think this is a 10 out of 10
particularly
movie?
Steven, like fucking hated it. If he's comparing it to Skinamarink, I already know what he's gonna give the movie. And I don't feel as strongly about how much I love this movie versus how much Steven hates it. So like my capacity to argue for this movie is not coming from as nearly as fiery a passion as like this side of the room.
Right.
So I did really enjoy this movie. Rough start. Like I said, I think I'm the exact like thought that I had was just like, damn it, Pomo. Like those are the exact words as I was watching this movie. It slowly won me over as like I started like enjoying the gags more and more and stuff like that. This just really seems to have like a humor that particularly tickles my funny bone. And it was a pretty formidable feat for it to do because I had a rough week with a sick cat that wasn't eating, so the fact that I was able to sit down and watch this movie and enjoy it is kind of a feat in itself.
That's a relief. That's a relief. I'm glad you didn't have to suffer through a movie.
It's a dumb movie, but it's smarter than I expected it to be, especially during those opening minutes. Whenever I saw like one of those little clever gags, that kind of stuff just really tickles my funny bone, and it did make me feel nostalgic for the cartoons that I used to watch as a kid, to the point where I could put myself in that headspace and then enjoy the movie for kind of what it was. I don't bust a gut at every single gag that happens in Looney Tunes, but there are some pretty iconic gags from there that like I still remember to this day and are kind of like building blocks of my childhood and stuff like that. And I wouldn't say that anything in this movie did something like that. Maybe, I don't know, the more that I sit on it, but I felt nostalgic for that era, and I felt like this movie did a good job of sort of like capturing that kind of humor and stuff like that. I can totally see myself watching this again. I'll probably show my family. Who knows if the opportunity presents itself. As we've already discussed, we don't watch movies very often. But I can totally see
a Robin Williams movie, but you watch this.
I can totally see everyone on my dad's side of the family, which is just a bunch of like brothers and hunters and just like lovers of this kind of like. My dad was the one who introduced me to like Three Stooges and Abbott and Costello and shit. I can see them getting a kick out of these sorts of movies. All that being said, I would give this a mid to high 7 in my opinion. I really enjoyed it. I did not enjoy it in the same sort of way that I enjoyed any of the movies that we've talked about. This is like
different.
This is like
the same as,
Steven already set the stage. Steven already set the stage in terms of like bringing up Skinamarink. This is like the same sort of like, it's a very emotional 7 in terms of like why I enjoy it. It's a very subjective 7. I do think that like the narrative through line in this movie is way more solid than I would expect a movie that opens like this to be. I think there's some clever reincorporation. I think it's an overall like it does its job sort of movie to the point where like it doesn't detract too hard from my enjoyment of it. If it were just like a random collection of gags, I probably would enjoy it less. That narrative through line does help a little bit. It's not incredible. It's not like life-changing or anything like that, but it's there, it exists, and that's enough for me to enjoy the rest of the aspects of this movie that I appreciate a lot more. So it doesn't detract as much from what I actually enjoy about it. So
yeah,
it builds the foundation, and then all the stuff that I enjoy about it brings it up to a 7 for me. Yes, the same amount that I enjoyed Raiders of the Lost Ark, but for extremely different reasons.
We've talked a lot about the difference between like a comedy movie versus an action movie. Even if Raiders of the Lost Ark has comedic things in it, like Windshield Guy.
It's not a comedy movie.
A movie whose sole intention is comedy.
Skinamarink Pomo, it was the most divisive movie of the last time we did 2022. Whenever we did this last, I was the only one that enjoyed it. It was Steven's least favorite movie of the year. Everybody else hated it. I'll post Marink.
I think I gave it like a 2 or something.
I'll post the IMDb, and I gave it a 7. And I'll post the IMDb page in case you're curious.
I don't recommend it.
No, not personally.
I would. So there you go.
Also, leading into that, I wouldn't recommend this movie either.
Go for it. You have the floor.
And we've got through pretty much all the reasons, but first and foremost is this movie lost me. I gave it a very I wasn't sitting there like, oh, classic Pomo, what is this shitty movie? I sat there, I'm like, all right, well that was a little weird of an intro, but let's see how this unfolds. Let's see what's going on with there. And sure, did I like some of the gags that they had? Fine. But it was surrounded by the most unentertaining pieces of media I've ever seen. I was falling asleep during this movie. I could not stand certain parts of it. I was getting mad. When I checked the time, I was like, I felt anger. I was like, oh, the fact that I had to look at this pisses me off. Because when I looked at it, there was a whole nother fucking hour left. Yeah. And it's movies like that, similar to like, say, like A White Christmas, where you feel like you're in there for an eternity. And then you're like, surely it has to be almost over. And you realize you're only halfway there. There was absolutely no coming back from that at that point. And that was like, even then, that was pretty deep into the movie. And I had been giving it an honest try. I will say that. But my God, there was just too many. For all the things they did smartly, there was like 10 other things that they did that I thought I was just rolling my eyes so hard at, and I just did not find charming at all. I think the movie is very self-indulgent and desperate to get my attention, and it's very much like, ooh, look at me, I'm the class clown. And that's the sort of thing that does not get me to laugh. I need there to be some sort of difference between what's happening and then the comedy thing is sort of kind of breaking out of the norm, and it's that contrast that helps me to get into it. And for all the things we're saying about slapstick comedy and stuff like that, I don't think it's just purely that. The movie, because I don't think this is like the best example of slapstick comedy. And if this is what you want to use as the gold standard, then
I
I'm
guess
sorry.
I don't like slapstick.
Then I just comedy. Maybe I don't like slapstick, but I just don't agree as this being like the end all be all for that. Where if you don't like this movie, you don't like slapstick. That doesn't seem correct to me, because you can't sit here and tell me that this is like the funniest movie ever made. I would dare anyone to tell me that, because I'll tell you what, there's plenty of really unfunny movies that I'll at least laugh at. I didn't get any laughs during this. Maybe a couple just like, huh, or like, oh, interesting. But the majority of it was just me just rotting in my couch, just waiting for it to be over. And I think for a comedy movie where I'm supposed to be able to get entertained and enjoy what's happening, I'm like, it's all like sort of light and fun. It gave me no opportunity for that enjoyment to come along, and I was just sitting there wondering, when am I gonna be fucking done with this hell that was inflicted upon me? So obviously, it ain't gonna get anything high from me. No. I'm giving it. You know what? I'll say this. I'll say this much. If I had to choose between this and Skinamarink,
that's what I was gonna ask.
If you have to watch one or the other,
yeah,
I would choose this one.
All right.
Yeah. So it is slightly better than Skinamarink, just because
I maintain the trophy for worst movie suggested.
There are things that I like. Skinamarink was literally just like, let's look at a wall for fucking 2 hours. That was it.
Yeah, there was. It had kind of nothing redeeming.
It had no story or plot, regardless of what Jared wants to claim. This at least had, yes, it was like super simple. At least had something going on. But I think the fact that like if you removed the comedy aspects of it, the movie would be like 10 minutes long, maybe 2 minutes, maybe. You could just explain it in like 5 seconds. That's kind of a big issue for me. So it's gonna be a 2.
Oh yeah, no, like
is what I'm giving it.
Pomo, I don't think you understand. Skinamarink was Steven's least favorite movie of the year. Yeah. That includes Cats Don't Dance. Cats Don't Dance was my least favorite. His was Skinamarink.
You know what? You know what I'll say about Cats Don't Dance? At least it didn't overstay its welcome. It was what 90 minutes, 80 minutes long. This one, fuck you. I don't ever want to watch a 2-hour movie where I'm sitting there counting the minutes ever again.
Womp womp.
That's what makes me so mad.
And we watched 46 movies, Gingy, and out of all of those, Skinamarink was Steven's least favorite. It was down there for R.I.P.D. was my least favorite. Yeah. But those were, I think those were both I
think R.I.P.D. was maybe objectively the worst movie.
It was objectively the worst, but I expected R.I.P.D. to be bad. Skinamarink was like, oh, this could be good, or like, I don't know what this is, or it had potential. And then every like minute that I watched that movie, I just got more mad of just how bored I was. So
yeah,
this one's a 2, whereas Skinamarink was a 1. So congratulations to hundreds of Beavers. You doubled the score of Skinamarink. Good job.
That's pretty good.
But fuck you, and I'll never watch it again.
I love this vote up here. What would you give?
Only one person voted in the chat. I forgot to vote. Congratulations, Steven.
Woo!
This chat vote seems like a mulligan.
I didn't vote, so.
Oh.
Missed the vote. I was gonna give it a 10. Yeah, you wear Roka, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I feel like Roka would like this movie. Seems like a Roka movie.
And I'm not trying to say that you're a lesser person for liking this movie. I might imply that in some regards, but I'm not gonna say it outright.
I won't just say it to your face. Not like this movie would.
All right, we'll do it again, but I don't anticipate
the 1 to 2. That's rough. I think it was only Mastiff who voted.
Yeah, I think it was. I didn't announce it, which was probably my bad.
Well, that might have been. Yeah.
New polls up. New polls up.
Am I allowed to vote in this?
Yeah, you're allowed to vote. I'll vote too.
All right, let's do it.
All right, and while that's happening, I'll just give my score.
Yeah.
I give it a 5 out of 10 for originality. I think that it's got a lot of originality to it, but I think it's also relying so heavily on its inspiration. And I also don't think that the storyline is particularly that original, but I do think it still is technically original. It's got some iconic feelings to it, but I just think that it's really trying too hard to emulate other things. That being said, its highest score that it gets is creativity. I give it a 7 out of 10. I would give it higher if it was consistent throughout the whole thing. I wish it was. Unfortunately, like it really was. I don't think it's creative to rely on like the poo and piss and sex and stuff. I just think that's like stuff we say to each other to make each other laugh. It's not. That's like friend to friend humor. 0 theme, 2 story. I don't need to talk about those. Presentation. I think this movie's ugly. I'm sorry. I think it's an ugly movie. And I don't think that it's all intentional styling that is meant to complement the humor.
It's intentional, but I think some of it is just them.
Some of it I think is just
make an intentionally ugly movie feel exciting.
Yes, well, because I think ugly can be a style that is still an art direction, but I think it still has art direction. I think this one is just showing the lengths of what they were capable of, and I don't like that I was seeing the edges of their skill level and not the like it wasn't like a framed canvas of their artistic capability. Entertainment 1 out of 10. I laughed once. So the final score is a 2.8 out of 10.
All right.
Higher than me. That's pretty good.
So this
I
really
too.
was the Skinamarink of spring screening. We didn't all have like similar numbers, but fought to the death between like a 5 and a 6. It's literally like some people legitimately enjoyed the movie, other people's wanted to gouge their eyes out.
I hated it. I wanted to kill myself.
I wasn't mad, but I was bored. I was bored, and that's why before we came to this, I'm like, I wonder if we'll have lots to talk about. I was just bored during that movie. And
I had a feeling we were gonna have a lot to talk about.
I knew by the end of it, I'm like, someone's gonna like this, and I'm gonna dislike that.
Yeah,
like
so
this.
I'm watching the intro. I'm like, damn it, Pomo. Steven finishes the movie. He's like, fucking Jared. I know exactly who I'm gonna be going up against on this.
You know, you're not 100% wrong on that one.
I mean, I was thinking similar, just like, oh god damn it, I need to make sure I drink enough coffee to make sure that I'm able to keep up with the Ruds on this one. Unfortunately, I don't drink coffee, so I was at a disadvantage.
Well, shit.
All right, boys. Wait, Andrew, what are you doing on this wheel? We got to take you off.
Oh yeah, get the fuck off that wheel. You had the twofer.
That's okay. It takes all the pressure off me to come up with movies now. I'm just now a victim of whatever people decide.
So we already know what Jerry's second option is.
Yeah, it's what, Fight Club or something?
It's Fight Club. So if it hits Jerry, we're watching Fight Club, and then whoever else. So
whomever.
It wasn't when it's the formal version. Jared's upset because you're correct.
Yeah.
He's upset because he knows you're right.
Because I'm right.
All right, over the gums, through the lips, look out stomach.
Here we go.
Here we go.
And how long did you set the poll timer for, by the way?
5 minutes. It's Steven! What are we watching, Steven?
I got to decide between my, like...
Sorry, Pomo, you only get one movie. That's it.
I'm trying to decide between my, like, personal pick or my, like, you better damn like this pick, like, because everyone does. So I'm going to go with the personal one first.
Okay.
We're going with Donnie Darko.
Ooh, you brought this one up quite a bit.
I
thought
about that the other day.
So we're gonna watch that.
All right.
Yeah, I've seen that only I think once, and it was a long time ago.
I've seen it a few times.
From the year of our Lord, 2001.
Exactly.
God
bless 2001.
Nothing but the hits.
Yeah. And I also think this one will lead into some discussions, so that will be good.
That is an interesting movie. I agree that it will have discussion.
Because not everyone will probably.
That's what I've heard, is that this movie is relatively, like,
I think it's kind of
polarizing. Yeah, it's a relatively divisive movie from what I've heard. But I literally know nothing but this rabbit ass like thing on the movie poster. That's all I've seen of it.
Perfect.
So.
Cult classic is a great way to characterize it.
100%.
That's what some people say Skinamarink is.
Well,
yeah.
They should go join a cult and then drink the fucking Kool-Aid.
Alrighty. Oh, perfect timing. Classic, says Gingy.
Hell yeah.
Bro, why does this have major FNAF vibes? I don't know. Maybe you'll have to watch the movie.
You mean, why does FNAF have major Donnie Darko vibes?
Also, you will be pleased to know that
nothing in common.
That the score 1-2 has still won the polls.
Yay!
With a close second, 9-10, and then my solo solitary vote for 7-8.
Even you can't agree with that 9-10.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not upset.
Movie.
I'm not upset for somebody who does like a 9-10, because if it's just like that's a movie that, like, if you just purely enjoy, it's not gonna life change you. If you just like a purely enjoy, I think it was Roka as a troll.
Yeah.
But if it's a pure enjoyment sort of thing, I can see that being someone's favorite movie. I'm not gonna get upset about it.
I will say, watch the movie if you want to see for yourself if you haven't seen it.
Watch the goddamn movie. It's free on YouTube.
It's free on YouTube.
So easy and accessible to find.
It's only 2 hours long.
Hour 44.
It's okay if you skip the first 5 minutes.
48, actually.
You can eat that first 5 minutes. It's fine.
Hour 48 and 29 seconds. And you'll be counting them.
Maybe. Flashbang incoming. Whoa!
Whoa! Jared, is our Memento in black and white?
No, but it can be.
Oh, it should be probably.
It should definitely be black and white. Let me just change that real quick. Black and white. Oh, that's just the Mr. Bean.
Stream has ads right now.
That's fine. There we go. We'll just save that. All right, that should be good. How's Casca? She's doing better. She's actually eating now, which is great. So I think she's on the up and up. All right, let's see where we're going. Lucy's been the cast for do the chat like that. All right, fuck it. We'll go to Jitsbo. No one else is up at this hour.
Weak.
Alrighty. You know what's weak is getting into costume.
Me, are you
not in color, Jerry.
Jerry.
Oh, Jerry.
At least the Ruds came correct.
Well, I probably could have changed the rest of my body, but I forgot.
You know, that's probably fair.
So
Roka, go live and we'll raid you.
Yeah, if you go live right now, I'll give you a follow.
Tomorrow,
you have 1 follower currently, so
we are continuing our saga of the Cabbage Green Nuzlocke Randomizer Challenge. We caught a Moltres.
Dude, we have a
freaking
Moltres.
We caught a Moltres.
Yeah.
We're probably going to get our second badge and hopefully have no casualties.
Hopefully.
Who knows what's going to happen? We're going to have to do some training.
Yes, that's for sure.
We're going to have to grind a little bit, but
we need to go to Route 105. We still haven't caught a Pokemon there.
That's true. That's true. So anything can happen tomorrow. Hopefully just good things. Probably not.
Yeah.
But tune in to find out.
We could white out.
You're missing on some legendary narrative content. Come join in on the memes. Roka has a monopoly on them right now. We love you, Roka. Keep them coming. But if anyone else would like to contribute, you're missing out on some prime memeage material.
Yes.
Until then, though, love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. Bye-bye. See you later. Oh.